के उद्घाटन समारोह के सुअवसर पर भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हर्षित भाव से करतल ध्वनि एवं जय घोष के साथ स्वागत करें। नवाचार का नया नाम है भारत, तकनीक का नया ताज है भारत और इस महायात्रा के पथ प्रदर्शक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हम भारत के सबसे बड़े सेमीकंडक्टर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स शो सेमिकॉन 2025 में हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके सक्षम मार्गदर्शन में इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन एक ऐसा संकल्प, एक ऐसा अभियान बन गया है जिसने केवल 4 वर्षों में ही देश की सेमीकंडक्टर यात्रा को विजन से वास्तविकता में बदल दिया है, जो सदी के तकनीकी नक्शे पर भारत का नाम सबसे ऊपर अंकित करने का सफल अभियान बन रहा है। आइए अपने हृदय के उद्गार अपनी तालियों के माध्यम प्रस्तुत करते हुए विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय राजनेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का पुनः अभिनंदन करें। We also extend a warm and respectful welcome to Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Information and Broadcasting and Railways. Srimati Rekha Gupta, Honorable Chief Minister, Delhi. Shri Jitin Prasad, Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Commerce and Industry. And Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology. And I take immense pleasure in welcoming the global semiconductor leaders, industry leaders, innovators, startups, students, academia, and representatives from central and state governments and all our esteemed guests. देवी और सज्जनों, सेमीकंडक्टर सिर्फ एक चिप नहीं है, बल्कि ये आधुनिक सभ्यता की धड़कन, इसकी जीवन रेखा है। इसे लेकर भारत हर स्तर पर आज अपने सपनों को आकार दे रहा है ताकि हम आत्मनिर्भर बन सकें। और इस विराट परिवर्तन के पीछे हैं भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। वे नेता जिन्होंने आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना देखा, वे दूरदृष्टा जिन्होंने डिजिटल इंडिया की गाथा रची और जो आज भारत को सेमीकंडक्टर जगत का विश्व गुरु बनाने के पथ पर अग्रसर कर रहे हैं। इस सुअवसर पर मैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी से सादर अनुरोध करती हूं कि कृपया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को एक अत्यंत विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर उनका अभिनंदन करें। और स्मृति चिन्ह में है विक्रम 32 बिट प्रोसेसर। ये चिप इसरो और सेमीकंडक्टर लैब में तैयार किया है। साथ में है 4 अप्रूव्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स की टेस्ट चिप्स और 28 चिप्स जिन्हें छात्रों ने चिप्स टू स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम के तहत तैयार किया है। इनका फैब्रिकेशन और पैकेजिंग मोहाली के सेमीकंडक्टर हब में तैयार किया गया है। आपका आभार माननीय मंत्री जी। आदरणीय अतिथिगण, देश तकनीक की नई क्रांति का सूत्रपात कर रहा है। केवल 4 वर्षों में ही भारत ने शून्य से शिखर की ओर कदम बढ़ाते हुए सेमीकंडक्टर जगत में अद्भुत प्रगति की है। भारत के सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन की ऐतिहासिक नींव कैसे आत्मनिर्भरता की नई परिभाषा गढ़ रही है, इस शॉर्ट फिल्म के माध्यम से आइए डालते हैं इस पर नजर।
Every great revolution starts with a spark that spreads its energy. And changes the landscape around it forever. Semiconductors. The tiny silicon marvels that beat at the heart of every device. Semiconductors are the new oil, powering intelligence. In the last 10 years, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's visionary leadership, transformative policy reforms have driven exponential growth in India's electronics manufacturing sector. India's semiconductor market is projected to reach $110 billion by 2030 in the $1 trillion global semiconductor market. India's semiconductor mission started with launch of SEMICON India program in December 2021, with a vision of positioning India as a trusted global partner in the semiconductor supply chain. This landmark initiative marked a turning point for India's transformation into a global semiconductor hub. DLI scheme empowers domestic companies with support up to 50% cost for chip design and 6 to 4% of net sales turnover, along with EDA tools, third-party IP cores and post-SI validation.
हमारा सपना है कि दुनिया की हर डिवाइस में इंडियन मेड चिप हो.
10 projects approved. These include Silicon Fab, Silicon Carbide Fab, and 8 packaging facilities producing 24 billion chips annually. With focused investments, policy support, and collaboration across industry and academia, India's semiconductor revolution is taking shape across the country. There are 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers in India. Under DLI scheme, 23 startups have been approved for designing semiconductor chips. 60,000 students trained under the Chips to Startup program. Together with Design-Linked Initiative Scheme, electronic design automation tools provided to over 280 plus institutes and 72 startups, making it the world's largest centralized EDA tools facility provided to students. These transformative projects will open up thousands of new job opportunities for startups, technicians and engineers. Revised semiconductor curriculum implemented by AICTE in more than 500 institutes. MOUs and MOCs with the US, Japan, Singapore and the EU. Partnerships with multiple countries for R&D and workforce development. India, it is crafting an overall ecosystem that is growing rapidly with investment commitments coming from global majors. Under New Bharat, industry will be encouraged to do R&D and setting up manufacturing facilities for equipment, semiconductor-grade chemicals, gases and materials for the development of complete ecosystem.
और अब भारत अगले 25 वर्षों के लक्ष्य पर काम कर रहा है.
From spark to silicon, from ambition to achievement, Bharat is rising and emerging as a reliable and trusted partner in global supply chains. This is Bharat, building the next semiconductor powerhouse. Jai Hind.
नई ऊर्जा और दूरगामी दृष्टिकोण के साथ सेमीकंडक्टर महाशक्ति बनने की दिशा में अग्रसर है भारत. देवियों और सज्जनों, निवेशकों, शोधकर्ताओं और नीति निर्माताओं के साथ प्रतिभाओं का महाकुंभ है सेमिकॉन इंडिया 2025. और अब मैं केंद्रीय इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री माननीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी को स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ. सेमिकॉन इंडिया 2025 हमारे लिए केवल एक आयोजन नहीं बल्कि एक संकल्प पर्व है. एक विश्वास का उद्घोष कि भारत तकनीक का बाजार नहीं निर्माता बनेगा, उपभोक्ता नहीं दुनिया का विश्वसनीय साझेदार बनेगा. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर द वेलकम एड्रेस.
Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Srimati Rekha Gupta ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, my colleague in the ministry, Shri Jiten Prasad ji, distinguished industry leaders, students and guests from all around the world. Namaste and a very warm welcome to SEMICON 2025. Friends, just a few years ago, we met for the first time to make a new beginning. Driven by our Prime Minister's far-sighted vision, we launched the India Semiconductor Mission. We collected together a team of globally renowned industry leaders and we started the new journey with laser-sharp focus on execution. And here we are today. In a short span of 3.5 years, we have the world looking at India with confidence. Today, construction of 5 semiconductor units is going on at a rapid pace. Pilot line of 1 unit is completed and we just presented the first Made in India chip to Honorable Prime Minister. Two more units will start production in a few months from now. The design of 5 more units is progressing very well. Ecosystem partners for chip manufacturing are all here. Overall, we can say that the foundation of this foundational industry is laid very well. Friends, we are living in unprecedented times. Global policy turmoil has created huge uncertainty. In these turbulent times, India stands as a lighthouse of stability and growth. In these uncertain times, friends, you should come to India because our policy is stable. We have managed the semiconductor mission in a transparent and professional way. We have attempted to cover all the important manufacturing sectors, from power electronics to consumer electronics to automobiles to defense and strategic sectors. Our decisions are backed by rigorous analysis done by professionals from the semiconductor industry. Friends, you should also come to India because demand is strong. Our electronics production has grown 6 times in the last decade, and electronics exports have grown 8 times. Demand for semiconductors is increasing every quarter as Make in India propels new plants in every sector. So this is the time for you to be in India. Friends, you should also come to India because we have a deep pool of talent. You might remember that in 2022, we promised 85,000 semiconductor engineers over 10 years. And we took that target to a whole new scale. Our Prime Minister always inspires us to think beyond the limits, and that's what we did in this semiconductor mission. Today, we have provided the latest EDA tools to 278 universities. Which country in the world can claim this kind of talent development program, friends? And by now, 60,000 engineering students have already worked on these EDA tools for more than 13 million hours. And the 17 student teams who have designed the chips and taped them out, these chips were today presented to Honorable Prime Minister. Friends, this kind of talent development shows our commitment, our Prime Minister's long-term vision to making India a semiconductor nation. Friends, you should also come to India because we have a vibrant startup ecosystem. Our startups are earning the confidence of investors. Every day we hear investors investing in the design semiconductor startups. Their IPs are increasingly embedded in products of leading international manufacturers. Industry leaders, you should also come to India because we are now on a path to becoming a product nation. Our design capabilities, which are very well known, our deep talent pool, again growing exponentially, and now the manufacturing facilities which are getting developed in India will give you a unique advantage. You will grow with India's growth. I would like to reiterate what our Prime Minister said at SEMICON 2024. Our Prime Minister had said, when chips are down, you can bet on India. The recent Q1 growth of 7.8% is a proof of what our Prime Minister said. India is a dynamic economy full of resilience and potential. I once again welcome you all and thank you so much for being a part of this historic journey. Thank you. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मंत्री जी। भारत के सभी राज्य आज भारत के इस मिशन में एक साथ आ खड़े हुए हैं। 10 परियोजनाएं जिन्हें स्वीकृति मिली है, जिनको 6 राज्यों में आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है, और अत्यंत हर्षभाव से हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे ओडिशा के मुख्यमंत्री मोहन चरण मांझी जी का, जो आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। मान्यवर, भारत की सेमीकंडक्टर यात्रा में कॉर्पोरेट जगत और इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स की भूमिका अतुलनीय रही है। अब मैं अत्यंत गर्व और सम्मान के साथ हमारे आदरणीय उद्योग जगत के नेताओं को अपने विचार और अनुभव साझा करने के लिए मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। And it's my privilege to invite a well-known name in the semiconductor industry, Mr. Ajit Manocha, President SEMI, to please come to the dais and present his views Before us, Mr. Manoj has been a champion of semiconductor industry collaboration as a critical means of advancing technology for societal and economic prosperity. He has 4 decades of industry experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ajit Manocha.
Good morning, namaste. Good morning. आदरणीय प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, जतिन प्रसाद जी, चीफ मिनिस्टर दिल्ली, Ms. Gupta, and Chief Minister Odisha, and all the senior executives from MITI. This would have not happened without your vision and your support. Now, if you remember last year when we were the first global SEMICON in Noida, I introduced one word, exponential. And the reason I did that, because Modi ji was explaining Moore's law and how India should follow or replicate Moore's law for India. And I explained the Modi's law of exponential growth. And just listening to the speech from Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnav ji, I said, wow. I mean, this really makes me feel good that what I said, and now I can hear it, and I think we can all believe it, this is happening. And today, I will introduce one more word, a message from me. The word is unprecedented. Now, why is that important? So we know that exponential growth, you can see that, and Modi's laws is explained there, although there's no slides, but I just want to explain a bit of this. As we saw in the video, industry is going to double to 1.3 trillion in next 6-7 years, and maybe in next 15 years to 2 trillion plus. It is happening, and the growth is double digits, low double digit or high single digit, quarter over quarter. And that's unheard of it. It is exponential growth. But what is unprecedented is the geopolitical issues. They are so different. Last year we talked about geopolitical issues, but what we talk today is very different landscape. Now that will have an impact, but we cannot be bogged down by any of those issues, and we need to keep going on this exponential path in an unprecedented way. What I am saying here, SEMICON, besides we do a lot of other things like focus on talent, focus on climate, energy crisis, and so on, one thing is we are known for is enabling ecosystem. Ecosystem is prerequisite for the growth. If you don't have ecosystem, companies will not decide to bring mega projects into the country. So ecosystem is prerequisite. SEMICONs have been enabling ecosystems all over the world. And when you talk about the exponential growth, last year, one of the KPIs, we collect a lot of data, is how many exhibitor booths are here. We have representation from 48 countries and are close to 1,250 or 75 booths. Last year it was 650 booths. And if we look at the history here, it took the SEMICON in US 14 years to come to the 1,300 mark level. And it took China 13 years to come to 1,300 booths. India, in 2 years, we are at 1,300 booths. That is unprecedented exponential growth, Modi ji. So we are on the path and following your law and executing on your law. And I'm hoping the whole country will execute on the exponential law, because the growth is so important. It is important for the humanity because semiconductor is foundational to humanity, and we need to also focus on the supply chain resiliency. If we do not capture the growth, and of course many other countries are growing, there's a lot of growth in other countries, and as Mantri ji explained about the potential that India offers, I think it will be only up to us to not follow that exponential curve that I showed. So we are on the track, and we will continue on that path, You have my commitment, and my team is fully committed. And the number of leaders have come here last year and this year. They believe in you, Modi ji, and they believe in the country, and they also believe in the industry. They want to continue the growth globally, but also in India, because that creates a balanced approach to preserve the supply chain resiliency. So with that, I'll say, continue the path of unprecedented exponential growth in India and in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manocha, for your inspiring words. And now I request our distinguished guest, Mr. Christophe Fouquet, CEO ASML, to enlighten us with his thoughts. As we're all aware, ASML is the world-leading semiconductor equipment company, is pivotal in the semiconductor ecosystem, as it manufactures those machines essential for advanced chip fabrication. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Christophe Fouquet.
Honorable Prime Minister Modi, esteemed member of the government, distinguished guests and industry peers. This is a great honor and privilege to stand in front of you today at the beginning of SEMICON in India. This gathering marks a moment for India in its journey towards technology and semiconductor. On behalf of ASML, allow me to express our sincere gratitude for your leadership and vision in bringing us together. In particular, we extend our thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister and all the dignitaries present for their dedication to the advancement of India in the global semiconductor arena. Semiconductors are the critical enablers of the modern world, from powering mobile phones, medical devices, to advanced manufacturing and renewable energy, and of course, AI. Today, semiconductors are everywhere. Tomorrow, AI will be everywhere. Countries around the world are racing to secure their technological future, and we applaud India's ambition to emerge as a leader in this space. An innovation powerhouse harnessing the potential of over 1 billion minds. The importance of the semiconductor industry for the future of India cannot be overstated. It represents not only an opportunity for economic growth and job creation, but also an opportunity for national resilience. By developing semiconductor manufacturing and design capability, India can secure its supply chains, foster innovation and entrepreneurship, and unlock new opportunities in research and education. At ASML, we see in India a partner with great potential, and we are committed to helping you as we shape the future of technology. We are dedicated to supporting India's ambition, whether through collaboration, knowledge exchange, or talent. Our advanced lithography solution can help India's fabs to achieve cutting-edge performance. Through decades of innovation in lithography, ASML has enabled the production of ever smaller, more powerful, and more efficient microchips. We look forward to bring this transformative technology to India and its manufacturing fabs. Together, we can build an open ecosystem where ideas can flourish and innovation will only be limited by the imagination of our people. ASML is very proud to play its part in this journey, and we look forward to deepening our collaboration in the year ahead. Let me close by once again thanking all government representatives in attendance, especially Prime Minister Modi. We are very much honored to stand with you and to embark together with you on this journey with India. The future is bright, and together we can shape it with the promise of progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fouquet, for your words of support for India. And now I'm honored to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Tim Archer, CEO, Lam Research, to deliver the address. Lam Research is a global leader in semiconductor manufacturing equipment with innovation at its core. It plays a pivotal role in advancing AI, 5G, and next-generation electronics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Tim Archer.
Honorable Prime Minister Modi, dignitaries, industry leaders, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at SEMICON India to help with this opening. And on behalf of Lam Research, I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government for your leadership and commitment to building a world-class semiconductor ecosystem. We are proud to be a long-term partner on this journey. As a leader in the semiconductor manufacturing equipment, Lam Research is committed to driving the success of our customers. And as the industry grows towards this $1 trillion mark and beyond, we continue to invest in technology, talent, and supply chain around the world, including here in India, as the country escalates its role in the industry. We see India laying a foundation for a resilient semiconductor ecosystem. The future of the Indian semiconductor industry is bright. This is an emerging market with a deep talent pool and a government that's actively enabling progress through incentives and policy. We see Lam as well positioned to contribute to these efforts here. We have had a presence in India for 25 years, and our India team is a critical enabler of our technology innovation and global operations. The Lam India Center of Engineering has grown from software and hardware services to be a development center supporting key engineering and operational disciplines. Now, in the context of a $1 trillion semiconductor industry, a larger, more resilient supply chain becomes essential. And we are making good progress integrating India into our global supply chain ecosystem, which we believe will deliver shared value across the industry. We are also proud of our Semiverse Solutions platform, which is being used to train the next generation of semiconductor technologists around the world, including here in India and the United States. In India, we've enrolled more than 60 universities in collaboration with the India Semiconductor Mission and the Indian Institute of Science, with a goal of training 60,000 engineers over 10 years. This is not just workforce development, this is ecosystem transformation. We're excited by the semiconductor industry's rapid evolution. As demand surges and technological complexity accelerates, the need for collaborative innovation, resilient supply chains, and diverse talent pools has never been greater. Lam is proud to be part of this global transformation, driving the breakthroughs that will shape the future of technology. And together, we are building a semiconductor industry that will power progress for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim Archer. We deeply appreciate your presence and your words today. With immense honor, I now invite Mr. Kai Beckmann, CEO Merck, to address this august gathering. Merck is a key supplier of advanced materials and solutions used in semiconductor manufacturing, the materials that make chips possible. And it is one of the world's oldest science and technology companies, ladies and gentlemen. With a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Kai Beckmann.
Namaskar. Honorable Prime Minister Modi, Honorable Union Minister, Chief Minister, Ministers, Secretaries, dear Ajit, respected fellow CEOs, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it fascinating how technological innovation is advancing our lives with increasing speed? All of this is made possible by advanced computer chips. And with advancements in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, and other emerging technologies on the horizon, the semiconductor industry is poised for promising growth. However, the semiconductor industry is inherently complex, necessitating in participation of all stakeholders to build a robust ecosystem. High-quality materials are essential for computer chip production, as the manufacturing process relies on over 500 chemicals and 50 gases, often requiring electronic-grade purity exceeding 99.999%, and we use up to 2/3 of the available elements on the periodic table to develop the most advanced material solutions for the industry. As a global leader in semiconductor materials and materials-related solutions, my company, Merck, headquartered in Darmstadt, Germany, is dedicated to supporting India's growth by leveraging our expertise and know-how. Founded in 1668, around the time the Taj Mahal was completed, with 357 years of heritage, we've been proudly operating for 57 years in India, with over 4,500 employees in several manufacturing sites through our 3 business sectors: electronics, life science, and healthcare. We are a vital enabler of India's strategic industries, semiconductors and biotech. As geopolitical challenges are rising in recent years, the semiconductor industry is navigating unprecedented challenges. On the way into a multipolar world, we are currently facing significant uncertainties, disrupted supply chains, and a reshaped global technology landscape. In response, companies are adapting their strategies, diversifying their supply chains and mitigate risk and strengthen resilience. We are seeing significant progress with leading companies like Tata Electronics, Micron, Powerchip, and now dedicated to build new semiconductor fabs. I'm excited to learn that soon we will have the first made in India chip, and that its local semiconductor market is projected to reach staggering 100 billion by 2030. Personally, over the past years, I've been following India's development closely. I've participated in the India Semiconductor Mission panel led by Honorable Union Minister Vaishnav at the World Economic Forum for 2 times. Minister Vaishnav, I had several exchanges with you. You, Minister Vaishnav, are a great advocate for India and a key driver behind India's semiconductor mission. In these challenging times, we need not less but more collaboration. The semiconductor industry is a team sport, and we can only be successful together. And so I'm sure that India will not only contribute to strengthening the global semiconductor industry, but will play a crucial role in shaping our digital future. Lastly, on behalf of Merck, dear Ajit, dear Amitesh, I want to wish ISM and SEMI a great success at SEMICON India 2025. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman. Your words are truly valuable. Thank you. And now it's my absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Prabhu Raja, President, Applied Materials, to the stage to share his insights. Applied Materials provides the tools, materials, engineering solutions, and services that enable chip makers to design and produce advanced semiconductors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Prabhu Raja.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, Honorable Minister Shri Vaishnav ji, Honorable Ministers and distinguished guests, thank you for inviting Applied Materials to SEMICON India once again. The rise of artificial intelligence is the greatest technology inflection of our lifetimes. Every country is in a race for AI leadership to create value, to earn the benefits, to transform its economic growth and social well-being. For artificial intelligence to reach its full potential, we need to solve a fundamental problem. How do we innovate more powerful and more energy-efficient semiconductors? This is where innovations in semiconductors will play a critical role. This is the highest value problem the industry needs to solve. And Applied Materials and India have an essential role to play in making this possible. Part of the challenge is about competing on where the chips are made, and the Make in India mission Prime Minister Modi ji announced focuses on bringing chip manufacturing to India. With more than 20 years in India and thousands of employees, Applied Materials is deeply invested in enabling this mission by supporting fab ecosystem. Equally important is to lead how the chips are made, where real value is created. We believe Invent in India can make this possible. With world-class talent and vibrant universities, India is well positioned to shape the future of chip manufacturing. How do we leverage this competitive advantage? It's all about speed. Again, it's all about speed. We must innovate fast, we must commercialize fast, and we must scale fast. Today, Applied Materials technology is used to produce every advanced chip in the world. All our equipments have engineering contents from India. And soon, we aim to deliver innovations from India that changes the way chips are made. This is a huge value that India can provide and secure its leadership in artificial intelligence. The window of opportunity is now for India to build on success of Make in India and transform that to Invent in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhuraja, for your insightful words. And now I invite on stage Dr. Mark Papermaster, Chief Technology Officer of AMD, whose visionary leadership has redefined chip engineering and fueled AMD's resurgence in high-performance computing. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mark Papermaster from AMD.
Honorable Prime Minister Modi, Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT, Minister Vaishnaw, Honorable Minister of State and Electronics IT, Secretary Minister of Electronics and IT, and distinguished guests and colleagues from across the semiconductor industry, thank you for the opportunity to allow you to join you at SEMICON India 2025. It's my pleasure to be here at such a distinguished gathering, driving innovation in an industry that I've had the pleasure of participating in over 4 decades. And as you've heard from previous speakers, it is indeed an unprecedented time. We have in AMD announced at SEMICON India in 2023 our plans to invest $400 million in U.S. development dollars in India over the succeeding years. It was a wonderful announcement, and we're making excellent progress to those commitments. Because at AMD, India is an integral part of our global development. We have developed here engineering talent that is touching every one of our products across CPUs, GPUs, adaptive computing, embedded devices. It's touching the industry across the world's data centers, cloud services, AI platforms, and embedded devices everywhere. This has come as a result of an over 20-year talent investment in India that has allowed us to develop such a wide range of skills in R&D and engineering. Last year, we had the honor of Minister Vaishnaw joining us as we opened one of our largest design centers in the world in Bengaluru. This extraordinary talent base here in India, strengthened by the government's and Prime Minister Modi's forward-looking vision, creates a vibrant ecosystem here in India and now a growing stature in the industry's semiconductor supply chain. The story of India's rise can take a historical look at what happened here with software development. There was affordable and industry-relevant talent that was created by focusing on the workforce and creating a transformative IT services industry. When you look at what has happened in recent years with the focus of the government to do the exact same, of creating focus on talent for semiconductors, focus on talent for AI. And this has the opportunity to grow the impact and the growth of this semiconductor industry tremendously here at industry. And at AMD, we're committed to being a strong partner in this journey. When you look at what we have an opportunity to do in the industry, it's to seize the moment. AI is indeed a transformative time. And we look forward to continuing our investments and our partnership, leveraging the fact that AI relies on the semiconductor industry. The semiconductors are the engines of AI, and AI will drive a much more productive future. And with that, we look forward to a strong future based on our incredible history of investment here in India. And the future is bright and increasingly more productive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark Papermaster, for your assuring words and for your words of appreciation for India. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to invite Mr. Toshiki Kawai, President and CEO of Tokyo Electron, to the dais for his address. Tokyo Electron is leader of global semiconductor innovation and champion of end-to-end chip equipment solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Toshiki Kawai.
Honorable Prime Minister Modi-san, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Toshiki Kawai, President and CEO of Tokyo Electron. I am very honored to have opportunity that Modi-san visited our factory in Japan last Saturday. Thank you very much again. So through our expertise as semiconductor manufacturing equipment company and Japanese technology, I would like to contribute India's semiconductor industry and realize Make in India. So we will do best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toshiki Kawai. Your words reflect your love for India. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Mr. Alexander Gorski, Chief Operations Officer of Infinion Technologies, whose leadership in powering global operations, supply chain excellence, and manufacturing innovation will pave the way forward. Please welcome Mr. Alexander Gorski.
Yeah. Very good morning, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, distinguished partners, guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. I'm deeply honored to be part of this year's SEMICON India. India is rapidly emerging as a hub for semiconductor innovation. At Infinion, we are proud to be at the heart of this development. Infinion India has a strong local heritage and footprint, having been present in India for almost 30 years. By now, we have grown to 4 sites across the country and over 2,500 employees in R&D, sales marketing, engineering, and corporate functions. We are deeply rooted here in India. We have established also a strong partnership, and we will continue on this path. We will make sure to be a driving force in the nation's rapidly growing semiconductor ecosystem. The country is a home to many great talents, as we have heard from the other speakers, whom we want to support and with whom we want to develop advanced technology solutions. Together, we will follow our mission to drive decarbonization and digitalization for a world worth living. We enable at Infinion game-changing solutions for green and efficient energy, for clean and safe mobility, as well as for smart and secure IoT applications. With this strategy, Infinion is playing a key role in supporting India's sustainable development. India truly is an important strategic market for the semiconductor industry. The market will become even more important in the future, and we at Infinion aim to seize upcoming opportunities together with our portfolio of partners. Let's continue to innovate and shape the future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goski. Your words have truly encouraged us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome Mr. Sriram Vishwanathan, founding managing partner of Celesta Capital. His deep tech vision and transcontinental venture leadership have empowered breakthroughs in semiconductors, AI, and beyond. Please welcome Mr. Sriram Vishwanathan.
Good morning. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, respected ministers, secretaries, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for me to be here at SEMICON India 2025. The Honorable Prime Minister's presence at this event is a strong affirmation for his commitment to India being a leader in technology. Today, on behalf of a coalition of leading global and Indian investors, I am honored to announce the formation of India Deep Tech Alliance, an industry coalition that intends to work closely with the various stakeholders to build a vibrant deep tech ecosystem. Our shared purpose in this coalition is simple yet ambitious: to mobilize private capital and expertise to build category-defining deep tech companies from India that will serve the world and strengthen the US-India corridor. At launch of this coalition, members have made more than $1 billion in total capital commitment. We expect this number to grow substantially as membership expands in the coming days, weeks, and months ahead. IDTA, as it is called, is designed to continue the momentum of the Government of India's Research, Development, and Innovation Scheme, a 1 lakh crore effort to scale R&D in the strategic technology sectors. It also aligns with the Trust Initiative, which stands for Transforming the Relationship Utilizing Strategic Technology, an initiative announced this February by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and President Trump. Together, these initiatives create powerful tailwinds for the next generation of path-breaking deep tech companies. The members that have joined this alliance as of today as founding members include Celesta Capital, Accel, Premji Invest, Venture Catalyst, Bloom VC, Gaja Capital, Idea Spring, and Tenacity Ventures. We would welcome and expect additional venture firms, and global technology companies who share our strong belief in India's long-term technology trajectory to join us in the coming days. What will we do as an alliance, one might ask? Each member will deploy meaningful private capital over the next 5 years to 10 years into Indian incorporated deep tech companies and scale up opportunities across industries critical for any country to achieve technological sovereignty, especially India. These include semiconductors, space and defense technologies, quantum technologies, robotics, artificial intelligence, biotech, medical devices, energy and climate, and the digital economy itself. We will pair capital with mentorship, access to customers, and global supply chains. And support for cross-border market entry, helping India domicile companies to go global and help promising companies from the US and the other parts of the world to expand into India for greater collaboration. Let me close with the deep conviction that we share at Celesta Capital in this context. Deep tech is the next frontier of global innovation. There is a unique opportunity to build the next generation of innovative startups that have the potential to transform people's lives all over the world. And there's no better place to start that than India, under Prime Minister Modi ji's leadership. Our message to the various stakeholders is as follows. To the founders, researchers, and business builders in the room, build boldly, take risks. To the technology investors and the corporations that share this vision with us, join us, encourage entrepreneurship, support with all your resources to build this ecosystem. To our partners in the government, we thank you for your vision. And Prime Minister Modi ji, thank you for your leadership and support. And let us continue this constructive, outcome-oriented collaboration. Thank you very much. We look forward to a bright future.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwanathan, for your valuable insights. और अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए उद्योग जगत के आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण का हार्दिक आभार। और अब मैं दिल्ली की माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता को अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। देवी और सज्जनों, विश्व का हर 5वां सेमीकंडक्टर डिज़ाइन इंजीनियर भारतीय है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि विश्व के हर डिवाइस में भारत में बना चिप लगा हो, और इस स्वप्न को साकार करने में विभिन्न राज्य भी आगे आ रहे हैं। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज वेलकम ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिल्ली श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता।
थैंक यू सो मच। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। हमारे बीच में उपस्थित भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे भारत सरकार के मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, मुख्यमंत्री उड़ीसा श्री मोहन चरण मांझी जी, मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी, और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी कंपनियों के सीईओज और आप सभी गेस्ट का मैं अपनी ओर से, दिल्ली की ओर से बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आज का ये उत्सव यशोभूमि में सिर्फ एक सेमिनार या एक सम्मेलन नहीं है, बल्कि मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि भारत की तकनीकी पुनर्जागरण का प्रतीक है। ये धरती कहीं ना कहीं ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव ग्रोथ का केंद्र बनकर के उभरी है। जब पूरी दुनिया सप्लाई चेन की प्रॉब्लम्स के साथ जूझ रही थी, तब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने डिसीजन के साथ, अपने निर्णयों के साथ जो ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया दिल्ली के लिए, देश के लिए, उसमें 76,000 करोड़ रुपीस की लागत से आपने इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर और डिस्प्ले मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की नई गति और नई शक्ति इस भारत देश को दी। मैं आपका अभिनंदन करती हूँ। डिज़ाइन लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव्स, DLI और ग्लोबल CEOs को भारत में निवेश करने के लिए आमंत्रित करना, ये भारत का सौभाग्य है। केवल नीति नहीं, आपने अपनी दूरदृष्टि से भारत को ग्रोथ के नए आयाम दिए। मैं जरूर कहना चाहूँगी कि भारत अब केवल कंज्यूमर मार्केट नहीं, ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर डिज़ाइन हब बन चुका है। विश्व के मानचित्र पर नई पहचान बन करके उभरा है। 20% ऑफ वर्ल्ड अब वैश्विक डिज़ाइन क्षमता भारत के हाथों में है। 85,000 से ज़्यादा स्किल्ड प्रोफेशनल्स अब तैयार किए जा चुके हैं। 10 नए चिप संयंत्रों को मंजूरी मिली है और 2025 के एंड तक मेड इन इंडिया चिप का सपना अब साकार होने वाला है। आप सभी को बधाई देती हूँ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो संदेश है, दाम कम दम ज़्यादा, ये पूरी दुनिया के लिए भारत का संदेश है। आज इस प्रोग्राम में 33 कंट्रीज़ के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स शामिल हुए हैं, 350 से ज़्यादा एग्जीबिटर्स हैं और 50 से ज़्यादा CEOs अलग अलग कंपनी से, आप अलग अलग देशों से आए हैं। मैं आप सभी को बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ, बधाई करती हूँ। अब भारत केवल रफ्तार नहीं पकड़ने वाला, बल्कि पूरे वर्ल्ड की दिशा तय करने वाला है। आज का ये सम्मेलन तकनीकी क्रांति का शंखनाद है। ये बीज जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बोया है, भारत में सिलिकॉन का एक नया पूरा फॉरेस्ट पैदा करने वाला है और दुनिया को बताने वाला है कि वी आर नॉट जस्ट होस्टिंग ए डायलॉग, वी आर शेपिंग द डेस्टिनी। अब मेक इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया, कम मेक इन इंडिया एंड मेक फॉर वर्ल्ड सिर्फ स्लोगन्स नहीं हैं, हमारी कमिटमेंट, क्लैरिटी और कन्विक्शन का प्रतीक है। अब केंद्र में है सेमीकंडक्टर, जो कि सिर्फ स्मार्टफोन, कंप्यूटर तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी, न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रेवोल्यूशन का असली गेटवे है। मैं इतना कह सकती हूँ, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो प्रयास किए हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं एक लाइन में यदि मैं कहना चाहूँ कि खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से पूछे कि बता तेरी रजा क्या है। इतना बड़ा भारत को करना आपके विजन के कारण हो पाया। आपके नेतृत्व को प्रणाम करती हूँ और आए हुए सभी अतिथियों का बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी। देवियर सज्जनों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत में तकनीकी पुनर्जागरण का शंखनाद हो चुका है। ये वही नेतृत्व है जो परंपरा की जड़ों से शक्ति लेता है और नवाचार के पंखों से भारत को उड़ान देता है। डिजिटल इंडिया से लेकर सेमिकॉन इंडिया तक आपका हर कदम भारत को आत्मनिर्भरता से आत्मविश्वास तक ले आया है। आपसे विनम्र अनुरोध करते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कि आज के सुअवसर पर अपने सुवचनों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। जहां दृष्टि हो विराट, वहां भविष्य चमक उठता है और जहां नेतृत्व हो प्रखर, वहां इतिहास नया बनता है। तो आइए गगनभेदी तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें ये विराट दृष्टि, ये प्रखर नेतृत्व प्रदान करने वाले भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी, उड़ीसा के मुख्यमंत्री मोहन चरण मांझी जी, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री जितिन प्रसाद जी, सेमी के प्रेसिडेंट अजीत मनोचा जी, देश विदेश से आए सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री के सीईओज और उनके सहयोगी, विभिन्न देशों से यहां उपस्थित हमारे अतिथि, स्टार्टअप से जुड़े उद्यमी, अलग अलग प्रदेशों से आए मेरे युवा विद्यार्थी साथी, देवी और सज्जनों, कल रात ही मैं जापान और चीन की यात्रा करके वापस लौटा हूं। आप गया था इसकी ताली बजा रहे हो, आया हूं इसकी ताली बजा रहे हो। और आज यशोभूमि में एस्पिरेशंस और कॉन्फिडेंस से भरे इस हॉल में हूं, आपके बीच उपस्थित हूं। आप सब जानते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर मेरा एक स्वाभाविक पैशन है। अभी मुझे अपने जापान दौरे के दौरान वहां के प्रधानमंत्री शिगेरू इशिबा-सान के साथ टोक्यो इलेक्ट्रॉन फैक्ट्री जाने का अवसर मिला और उसके सीईओ भी हमारे बीच अभी बता रहे थे, मोदी साहब आए थे। साथियों, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ मेरा ये झुकाव मुझे बार बार आपके बीच लाता है। इसलिए आज भी आपके बीच आकर मुझे बहुत आनंद हो रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, यहां दुनिया भर में सेमीकंडक्टर से जुड़े एक्सपर्ट्स हैं। 40-50 से ज्यादा देशों का यहां रिप्रेजेंटेशन है और भारत की इनोवेशन और यूथ पावर भी यहां नजर आ रही है। और ये जो कॉम्बिनेशन बना है उसका एक ही मैसेज है, द वर्ल्ड ट्रस्ट इंडिया। The world believes in India. And the world is ready to build the semiconductor future with India. मैं सेमिकॉन इंडिया में आए आप सभी महानुभावों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप सभी विकसित भारत की यात्रा में, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की यात्रा में हमारे बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट पार्टनर्स हैं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही इस साल के पहले क्वार्टर के जीडीपी नंबर आए हैं। एक बार फिर भारत ने हर उम्मीद, हर अपेक्षा, हर आकलन से भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है। एक तरफ जब दुनिया भर की इकोनॉमीज में चिंताएं हैं, आर्थिक स्वार्थ से पैदा हुई चुनौतियां हैं, उस माहौल में भारत ने 7.8% की ग्रोथ हासिल करके दिखाई है। और ये ग्रोथ हर सेक्टर में है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, सर्विसेज, एग्रीकल्चर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, हर तरफ उत्साह नजर आ रहा है। भारत आज जितनी तेजी से ग्रो कर रहा है, इससे हम सभी में, इंडस्ट्री में, हर देशवासी में नई ऊर्जा का संचार हो रहा है। ग्रोथ की यही दिशा है, तो भारत को थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनाने की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ना पक्का हो चुका है। फ्रेंड्स, सेमीकंडक्टर की दुनिया में एक बात कही जाती है, ऑयल was black gold, but chips are digital diamonds. हमारी पिछली शताब्दी को ऑयल ने शेप किया। दुनिया का भाग्य तेल के कुओं से तय होता था। तेल के इन कुओं से कितना पेट्रोलियम निकलेगा, इस आधार पर ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी ऊपर नीचे होती रहती है। लेकिन 21वीं शताब्दी की शक्ति छोटी सी चिप में सिमट करके रह गई है। ये चिप भले छोटी सी है, लेकिन इसमें दुनिया की प्रगति को बड़ी गति देने की ताकत है। और इसलिए ही आज सेमीकंडक्टर्स का ग्लोबल मार्केट $600 बिलियन तक पहुंच रहा है और अगले कुछ साल में ये $1 ट्रिलियन को भी पार कर जाएगा। और मुझे विश्वास है, भारत जिस तेजी से सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ रहा है, इस $1 ट्रिलियन मार्केट शेयर में एक अहम हिस्सा भारत का रहने वाला है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की स्पीड क्या है, ये भी मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। साल 2021 में हमने सेमिकॉन इंडिया प्रोग्राम शुरू किया। साल 2023 तक भारत का पहला सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट अप्रूव हो गया। साल 2024 में हमने कुछ और प्लांट्स अप्रूव किए। साल 2025 में हमने 5 और प्रोजेक्ट्स क्लियर किए। कुल मिलाकर सेमीकंडक्टर के 10 प्रोजेक्ट्स में $18 बिलियन यानी 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहा है। ये भारत पर दुनिया के बढ़ रहे भरोसे को दिखाता है। साथियों, आप जानते हैं, सेमीकंडक्टर्स में स्पीड मैटर करती है। फाइल से फैक्ट्री का समय जितना कम होगा, जितना कम पेपर वर्क होगा, वेफर वर्क उतना जल्दी शुरू हो पाएगा। इसी अप्रोच भाव के साथ हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। हमने नेशनल सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम लागू किया है। इससे केंद्र और राज्यों के सारे अप्रूवल्स एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर मिल रहे हैं। इससे हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स बहुत सारे पेपर वर्क से मुक्त हो गए हैं। आज देश भर में प्लग एंड प्ले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मॉडल पर सेमीकंडक्टर पार्क्स बनाए जा रहे हैं। इन पार्क्स में लैंड, पावर सप्लाई, पोर्ट्स, एयरपोर्ट, इन सब की कनेक्टिविटी के साथ स्किल्ड वर्कर पूल तक की सुविधा उपलब्ध है। और जब इनके साथ इंसेंटिव्स भी जुड़ जाते हैं तो इंडस्ट्री का फलना फूलना तय है। पीएलआई इंसेंटिव्स हो, डिजाइन लिंक ग्रांट्स हो, भारत एंड टू एंड कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफर कर रहा है। इसलिए इन्वेस्टमेंट भी लगातार आ रहा है। भारत अब बैकएंड से निकलकर एक फुल स्टैक सेमीकंडक्टर नेशन बनने की ओर बढ़ रहा है। वो दिन दूर नहीं है जब भारत की सबसे छोटी चिप दुनिया के सबसे बड़े चेंज को ड्राइव करेगी। Of course, our journey began late, but nothing can stop us now. मुझे बताया गया है कि सीजी पावर का पायलट प्लांट 4-5 दिन पहले यानी 28 अगस्त से शुरू हो गया है। कैंस का भी पायलट प्लांट शुरू होने वाला है। टेस्ट चिप्स तो माइक्रोन और टाटा की पहले से निकल रही है। जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा है, कॉमर्शियल चिप्स इसी साल से निकलने लगेगी। ये दिखाता है कि सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में भारत कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर की सक्सेस स्टोरी किसी एक वर्टिकल तक, किसी एक टेक्नोलॉजी तक सीमित नहीं है। हम एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम बना रहे हैं। ऐसा इकोसिस्टम जिसमें डिजाइनिंग, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, पैकेजिंग और हाईटेक डिवाइस सब कुछ यहीं भारत में उपलब्ध हो। हमारा सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन सिर्फ एक फैब या एक चिप निर्माण तक सीमित नहीं है। हम एक ऐसा सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम बना रहे हैं जो भारत को आत्मनिर्भर और ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाए। फ्रेंड्स, भारत के सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन की एक और खासियत है। भारत दुनिया की मोस्ट एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ इस क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहा है। जो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, उनको भारत में बनी चिप से नई पावर मिले, ये हमारा फोकस है। नोएडा और बेंगलुरु में बन रहे हमारे डिजाइन सेंटर्स दुनिया की कुछ मोस्ट एडवांस चिप्स बनाने पर काम कर रहे हैं। ये ऐसी चिप्स हैं जिसमें बिलियंस ऑफ ट्रांजिस्टर्स को स्टोर किया जा रहा है। इन चिप से 21वीं सदी की इमर्सिव टेक्नोलॉजीज को नई पावर मिलेगी। साथियों, आज विश्व के सेमीकंडक्टर इस सेक्टर के सामने जो चैलेंजेस है, भारत उस पर भी लगातार काम कर रहा है। आज हम शहरों में गगनचुंबी इमारतें देखते हैं, शानदार फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देखते हैं। ऐसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बुनियाद स्टील है और जो हमारा डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसका आधार क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स है। इसलिए भारत आज नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिशन पर काम कर रहा है। हम रेयर मिनरल्स की अपनी डिमांड को अपने यहां ही पूरा करने में जुटे हैं। पिछले 4 सालों में हमने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काफी काम किया है। साथियों, सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर की ग्रोथ में हमारी सरकार स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमईज को भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका में देख रही है। आज दुनिया का 20% सेमीकंडक्टर डिजाइन टैलेंट भारत कंट्रीब्यूट करता है। भारत में जो यूथ है वो सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री की सबसे बड़ी ह्यूमन कैपिटल फैक्ट्री है। मैं अपने यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स से, इनोवेटर्स से, स्टार्टअप से कहूंगा कि आप आगे आएं। सरकार आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रही है। डिजाइन लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम और चिप्स टू स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम ये आपके लिए ही है। सरकार डिजाइन लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम्स को नया रूप भी देने जा रही है। हमारा प्रयास है इस सेक्टर में भारतीय इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी आईपी विकसित हो। हाल ही में लॉन्च किए गए अनुसंधान नेशनल रिसर्च फंड के साथ टाइप से भी आपको मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, यहां कई राज्य भी पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे राज्यों ने सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर के लिए स्पेशल पॉलिसी बनाई है। ये राज्य अपने यहां स्पेशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर बल दे रहे हैं। मैं देश के सभी राज्यों से भी कहूंगा वो अपने यहां सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम विकसित करने के लिए दूसरे राज्यों के साथ एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन करें, अपने यहां निवेश का माहौल बढ़ाएं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म के मंत्र पर चलते हुए यहां पहुंचा है। आने वाले समय में हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स का नया दौर शुरू करने वाले हैं। हम इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन के अगले फेज पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। मैं यहां आए हुए सभी इन्वेस्टर से कहूंगा कि हम खुले दिल से आपका स्वागत करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और आपकी भाषा में कहूं तो डिजाइन तैयार है, मास्क अलाइंड है। अब टाइम प्रिसिजन के साथ एजुकेशन करने का है और स्केल पर डिलीवर करने का है। हमारी पॉलिसीज शॉर्ट टर्म सिग्नल नहीं है, ये लॉन्ग टर्म कमिटमेंट्स हैं। आपकी हर जरूरत को हम पूरा करेंगे। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब पूरी दुनिया कहेगी डिजाइन इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया। ट्रस्टेड बाय द वर्ल्ड। हमारे एफर्ट्स का हर बीट सफल हो, हर बाइट इनोवेशन से युक्त हो और हमारी जर्नी हमेशा एरर फ्री और हाई परफॉर्मेंस से भरपूर हो। इसी भावना के साथ आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
आपके मार्गदर्शक शब्दों के लिए आपका हार्दिक आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण की ओर से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को उनके प्रेरणादायक शब्दों के लिए आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। भारत जहाँ ऋषियों ने ज्ञान का दीप जलाया, जहाँ योद्धाओं ने पराक्रम का इतिहास रचाया, वही भारत आज विज्ञान और तकनीक की नई गाथा गढ़ रहा है। और इस नव युग के रथसारथी हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। हमें यकीन है कि आपके नेतृत्व में भारत सेमीकंडक्टर जैसे तकनीकी जटिल क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्टता हासिल करने में पूर्णतः सक्षम होगा। आपका हृदय से आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। और इसी के साथ यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण का भी मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी। We are grateful to all the esteemed dignitaries for the valuable inputs shared, which have surely reposed confidence in the capabilities of India to be a credible semiconductor manufacturing destination for the world. और साथ ही यहाँ उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण का धन्यवाद करने के साथ साथ विश्व के कोने कोने से हमारे बीच उपस्थित ग्लोबल लीडर्स का भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। And now we would all break for a tea. We'll have a tea break, after which we would assemble here for the further sessions. और इसी के साथ मैं ममता चोपड़ा भी लेती हूँ आप सबसे इजाज़त। नमस्कार।
that strategic users of semiconductors are a significant and growing sector and also require niche kinds of production. And those are also very well equipped and available in India across defense and the space sectors. And within MeitY itself, we have the semiconductor laboratories in Mohali. So all of these are key elements which form part of why the semiconductor ecosystem is already reasonably well established in India and can grow further. But truly, what makes the difference in terms of support from the government, and we are very grateful to the Prime Minister for having underlined the fact that this support will continue and it's a long-term commitment, and that the second phase of the India Semiconductor Mission is under preparation. The first, currently we are expecting almost about $30 billion worth of support from both the federal government, the central government here in India, and the governments of the various states, some of whom are represented here and present here. Now, primarily about 10 billion of this support has come through the India Semiconductor Mission Phase 1, which has supported the semiconductor fabs and display fabs, compound semiconductors and ATMPs, and there you've truly seen execution. You've seen the way that something which was on paper as policy as recently as 3-4 years ago has now shifted and moved to actually becoming reality. Today, the memento that the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology presented to the Prime Minister showed all the chips that had been taped out and brought out as a result of various initiatives of ISM. All of them, some of them were made entirely in India, but some of them were those which had been designed in India and taped out elsewhere. So I think that's a very significant symbol of what has been achieved so far under the India Semiconductor Mission. And the design-linked incentive scheme, as was pointed out, close to about 350 institutions which have been supported there, and something which is very key and critical. And what gives me satisfaction today to announce to you and to tell you is that almost the entire funding under the India Semiconductor Mission has been fully committed, including the last 2 or 3 straggling projects which need to be picked up. And with that, we would put an end to the the India Semiconductor Mission Phase 1, and that leaves the space open for us to actually make the announcement and put in the public domain the India Semiconductor Mission Phase 2, on which, as the Prime Minister indicated, a fair bit of work has advanced and we are close to the final stages. In addition to supporting the semiconductors itself, on the electronics side, we've made available close to another $10 billion of support. The scheme which is currently open is the Electronics Component Manufacturing Scheme, which has been very well received across various participants. The date is still open till the 30th of September, till the end of this month, for companies to apply there. It's an extremely focused scheme which sort of builds around what has been created in the India Semiconductor Mission and builds back from what was tried and what is continuing to be worked on under the production-linked incentive schemes. There are 2 schemes in the electronics sector, one which relates to mobile phones primarily, which is incidentally the most successful of the 14 production-linked incentive schemes which have been launched by the Government of India so far. And the other one is the production-linked incentive scheme for IT hardware, which is currently under implementation this year. 25-26 fiscal year is the critical year there, and many IT hardware majors, including the likes of HP and Dell and Acer and Asus, are participants in the scheme and should be looking to make their equipment here in India. And in addition to that, of course, we have had capital subsidy-linked schemes for component and sub-assembly manufacture in India, and also for development of electronic manufacturing clusters across different parts of India. Those have been a fair number as well. In addition to these, which support electronics primarily, we also have programs, because electronics and semiconductors are used in a wide range of other sectors, and we have programs which support development of those sectors as well, including battery storage, including automobiles and auto components, telecom and networking, solar PV modules, and white goods, all places where the semiconductors are used. So overall, it's close to about a $30 billion worth of support from the government of India, and this is supplemented in many cases by almost similar support from many of the state governments. So you would find that policy support for each of these sectors is extremely significant and something which would interest a range of companies. Moving on to where we stand, and of course, this is more like history now because these were the 4 components of the semiconductor, India Semiconductor Mission Phase 1, which I briefly outlined, and the extent of support which is provided. Now, in the India Semiconductor Mission Phase 2, we would be expanding the kind of support which is offered to include players who are part of the ecosystem. That includes people who are part of the equipment manufacture, people who are part of materials intended for semiconductor machine equipment, companies which do gases, companies which do testing. So a whole range of the ecosystem players would also be supported in addition to these 4 verticals. But it's useful to know that this is the background, this is how the first scheme was designed, and this is the basis on which we've achieved all that we've achieved so far. This is almost, as I said, fully committed, and it's on the success of this program that we are building our program, which will be announced shortly. As I already pointed out, in the semiconductor program, you can expect a level of support, particularly for fabs and particularly for advanced packaging, a level of support which is unprecedented, definitely in India. I've spent 36 years in public service as part of governments. I've never come across in all these years a program which is as generous as industrial policy. Support which almost amounts to 70% of the cost of a particular project, and more than anything else, this 70% is disbursed on a pari passu basis, even as it is getting implemented, rather than only after it is fully implemented. So this is something which this assistance of this level will definitely continue for certain segments which are crucial and important, and that's something which we will continue to support. The target segments, as I said, semiconductor fabs, display fabs. Display fabs is still an area we are looking out for, so in ISM2 that will be a crucial element of what we will be looking for, and various other devices, which again is a critical area of focus for us. Now, of course, under SEMICON 2, we talk about the 10 programs. Many of you are well aware of this history. We have, of course, the Tata Semiconductor Fab at Dholera, which is currently under construction. Both Tata and PSMC are represented here today, and that is something we are eagerly looking forward to as the construction is going on and it gets built out. Micron is also represented today. Their work is at an advanced stage, and when the Prime Minister said that by the end of this year, in 2025, we will have the first commercially produced chip from India, this is the facility from which we expect it to be available. Tata's facility in Assam, the northeastern state, is also currently under construction, and a fair amount of work is happening around the ecosystem which has to be built there and the entire skilling enterprise. Last week, the Minister was in Gujarat to inaugurate the pilot plant of CG Power along with Renesas in Sanand in Gujarat, and the first semiconductor chip fully made in India, which was part of the memento which was presented to the Prime Minister, included a chip from this facility. Likewise, Keynes Technology, you saw in the morning's video, is currently under construction, and their pilot facility is also close to coming online and getting implemented. These were the further projects which have been approved. There's a compound fab in ATMP 6M, which is in Orissa, which explains why The Honorable Chief Minister of Orissa was also present here today. There are two projects which are located in Orissa, both 6M and 3D glass. And both of these are unique projects, and both of these are projects which require considerable skill, and although they are relatively smaller compared to the other projects, they are important and key projects in terms of being pioneering projects in India. HCL and Foxconn, again, people who are present here today, are launching a fairly advanced packaging chip unit in Uttar Pradesh, the neighboring state from Delhi, and CDIL, which is one of the oldest semiconductor facilities here in India, more than half a century old, is also expanding. And ASIP, which is a new facility, is coming up with their facility in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, I'm sorry, in the southern state of Andhra Pradesh. The design-linked incentive scheme I already spoke about, and this is one of the key programs which we will be looking to expand in the days to come. Thus far, it has been confined to startups and to SMEs. We are looking to expand that scope. Likewise, we are looking to expand the kind of assistance we will be providing for this particular incentive scheme, both in terms of a grant and also improving access to risk capital. And today, I think a very significant announcement was made by Celesta Capital of the new fund which they are creating, and which will build on the RDI initiative which has been announced and approved by the Indian cabinet last month. And both of that together will create a risk capital mechanism which will also finance what is happening in the semiconductor design space. And that's going to be a critical step forward, and the design-linked incentive scheme will be recast to actually support this segment in a far more effective way. But I think what we need to understand in this, and I'd just like to highlight this point again, the point which was made about the number of people who are getting trained in the use of EDA tools and in the design of semiconductors. Almost 60,000 students already trained, almost 280 institutions. In addition, there are 72 startups which are using these tools. And more than anything else, the point that, and this is something we started logging carefully to make sure that whatever is being supplied free of cost doesn't go unutilized. There's one thing to say that these tools are available for people to access, but another thing to ensure that these tools are actually used. And that is where I think we've had significant uptake, and we've logged 13 million hours just in 2025, in calendar year 2025, of students actually using these tools. And I think that is what is truly significant and makes such a difference. And of course, we developed these high-tech clusters, which the Prime Minister mentioned. We are attempting demand aggregation in certain sectors, particularly in those areas where there are security and other concerns. For example, if you take CCTV cameras in some of these areas, then I think that's something we're doing. Then the R&D and skill development and training is something which is critical and which we are working on. And as the roadmap is for 85,000 people to be trained, of whom 60,000 are already covered, as we found out. And of course, we will expand this further as we go along. And what's most important, and what this morning's event really underlined, is that it's a matter of international collaboration. We have companies, we have countries, we have governments across the world who are supporting this. We have ongoing MOUs with the United States, with Japan, with the European Union, with Singapore, and with Netherlands, which are all functioning very effectively. They cover a range of issues. They cover issues like how do we maintain the supply chains. They cover issues of, how do we train personnel, and how do we ensure that the industry which is being established in India gets supported. And some of these discussions are at a very, very high level. So that was again something which was on display and show earlier this morning and something which will continue to support what we do in the India Semiconductor Mission. And of course, we will, as I mentioned to you, all of these elements and added to that some more elements, including equipment and tool manufacture, components and sub-assemblies, the semiconductor-grade raw materials, chemicals and gases. Ultimately, it's about purity. We heard the CEO of Merck tell us about what is the level of purity that semiconductor materials need. Those are the kind of materials which will need to be produced in India if it is to be truly a participant in a resilient supply chain. And of course, adding to the test facilities, as I mentioned, and also, as I described to you already in the design-linked incentive scheme, what is it that we can do further? So all these are efforts which India will continue to support, and I can assure you that even this event this morning, all your presence here, and the words which the Honorable Prime Minister had for all of us this morning truly will inspire us and will make sure that this is something which we will continue to focus on. This is a job which will get done. As they often say, well begun is half done. And I think the first phase of the ISM program has been the well begun part, where it is getting grounded, where things are moving fast. We heard Mr. Ajit Manochar talk about exponential and unprecedented growth. So that is a path on which we will continue to tread on. And I think truly one of the problems of performing so well early on is the expectations that it raises. And so we are acutely conscious that we need to continue to live up to those expectations. And that is something we will continue to do. And let me leave you finally with these words of definitely India will be there for you as a resilient supply chain partner, and we will make in India for the world in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the key initiatives being taken by the Government of India, shaping the future of semiconductor and display manufacturing in the country, and also the Honorable Prime Minister in the inaugural session said, the power, the true power in the 21st century lies in semiconductors. Let's give a round of applause and thank Shri S. Krishnan for a highly encouraging keynote address. Thank you very much, sir. We now move on. Our next esteemed keynote speaker is Mr. Christophe Fouquet, the CEO of ASML, and as we are all aware, ASML is based in the Netherlands, is the sole global supplier of heart of semiconductor manufacturing tools, EUV lithography systems required for manufacturing cutting-edge chips at sub-7 nm nodes. Ladies and gentlemen, we in India know Athithi Devo Bhava. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Christophe Fouquet.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. So, oops. I'll wait for the presentation to come up. Here we go. So I was quite happy this morning, of course, to hear the Honorable Prime Minister express his interest for technology. As some of you know, ASML is a lot about technology. And I think we truly believe that whatever progress may be happening anywhere, technology is going to be a very part of it. So I'm going to talk about that today. I think I'm also going to talk about India, but I don't think I would be able to do the same good job as my predecessor here on stage. And I will explain you basically how we believe that technology can basically bring this ecosystem to India. So we talked a lot this morning about the fact that semiconductors are everywhere. And AI is also coming to be everywhere. So what you have just seen are a few pictures of some of the innovation that were presented at CES, but practically anything that we do today, anything that our modern world is going to develop, is going to be based on semiconductor and is going to be based on AI. And this, of course, generates a major opportunity. Opportunity for basic semiconductor, and opportunity for more advanced semiconductor. That will be the basis basically for AI. And what you see on this graph also is that AI itself has the ability to increase significantly our GDP in the coming years. And I think it was explained very well this morning. India is a growing economic power, and chips has been called the diamond, while oil was the black gold. And I think that with our chips, basically, being able to grow GDP very aggressively will be very difficult. So I think that the focus on chips also here in India makes a lot of sense. So to illustrate that, AI will be at the center of everything. AI is going to generate major application, and this is going to be a mix of storing data, generating data with very advanced semiconductor and computing that. And the interaction between those two basically is going to create our next generation opportunity. And if we look at India, so some of those numbers have been expressed already, the 100 billion market by 2030, which is more than 10% of the total worldwide market. 50,000 wafer start every month. This is basically the plan of Tata initially when it comes to semicon manufacturing. I think a very important number is the number of engineers graduating every year in India. 1.5 million, which of course is extremely important. This is basically the pool of talent many people have referred to today. And already some activity around developing very strong professional around semiconductor. The 85,000 numbers have been given a few times. And finally, Tata, together with PowerChip, taking a bit the lead when it comes to semiconductor manufacturing. So all of this create basically also an opportunity here in India, and this is also why ASML felt it's a good time to come and start work very deeply with all the different partners here. Now, this will be possible only by the combination of advanced semiconductor and mainstream semiconductor. Today, those semiconductors are being manufactured in different parts of the world. It is very important that basically the world continue to collaborate, continue to be open so that we can exchange basically easily this technology because everything is needed. And when it comes to India, I think what we'll see first potentially is mainstream semiconductor, but very quickly it will move also to advance. So I cannot talk about technology without showing you this. I think anyone who knows about semiconductor knows about Moore's law. So this is a law basically that says that every 2 years the density of semiconductor will continue to advance. And this is still true today. And maybe India will start a bit late on this law, as your Prime Minister explained this morning, but I think that there will be a need also to advance very, very quickly in order to catch up and get to advanced semiconductor. So this is a bit what Gordon Moore was explaining a few years ago, the ability to continue together as an ecosystem to double through innovation the density of transistor in order to continue to create more and more advanced application. This is still true today, and one of the way this has been possible basically is by the use of lithography. And this is where ASML will come into play. You see here basically example of the technology that Moore's law has been driving. So it started in 1964 with some very rudimentary computer. If you look, of course, 2024, so 60 years after that, we all talk about NVIDIA chips, we all talk about AI, but what you see here is that this has been possible through a succession of technology innovation that has allowed to put a lot more transistor per chip. You're looking now at 150 billion of transistor per chip, going towards 1 trillion by 2030. But also very importantly, doing that while being able to reduce the cost of the chips. So you see that a gigabyte was costing $15 million in 1964. It costs today 0.0012. So that innovation has been key basically to the entire success of this industry. Lithography has played its part. So what you see here basically is a wafer, a chip, and we go very deep into that, looking at the different layers put on top of each other to create the chips. And at the very bottom of that is the need, basically, to print very, very thin features. Today, we are talking on the most advanced technology about feature of the size of about 8 nanometer lines. So 8 nanometer is a very small number. And to give you an idea of what it represents, we took a human hair, and the human hair is basically 80,000 nanometer, which is 10,000 of the lines I was talking about before. So this is the type of technology you have today in the semiconductor industry. Not yet in India, but I'm sure that after what we heard this morning, this is also an ambition. And how do we do that? We do that basically by using lithography system, because the lithography system is the tool that is going to print on the wafer the pattern you need in order to achieve this device. And we have been doing that in ASML for many, many years, for more than 40 years, all the way to basically creating an EUV technology. Why EUV? Because the small size of the feature you get on a wafer, the critical dimension, defined as CD on this slide, is basically defined by the longer of the wavelengths you're going to use, divided by the numerical aperture of the tool. So the shorter the wavelengths and the higher DNA, the smaller the resolution you're going to be able to print. EUV is about wavelengths. And we have been driving these wavelengths down over time from 436 nanometer with G-line, which is still being used today, to 13.5 nanometer with EUV. And this has been a journey basically of 40 years in ASML. And in parallel to that, we've been playing also with DNA, lately with EUV as well, in order to increase it as much as possible to reduce the resolution. So today, when you look at the latest machine, the INA EUV tool, we are looking at 8 nanometer resolution. And to give you an idea of what we're looking at, 8 nanometer resolution, so another comparison, you see it on the right here, the smallest virus that is known today is about 18 to 28 nanometer. So we are dealing with the type of size, the type of technology that is, of course, almost going beyond what the human mind can really conceive. So this is what it does, and this is a bit how it does it. So this is a bit of a picture of our latest systems. I wanted to bring you that so that you have an idea a bit of the complexity, also of the size. And the INA EUV machine is basically the combination of so many knowledge across the industry. So it's not only about ASML, it's about a lot of different scientists, suppliers, people that came together basically to be able to create this tool. And none of this can be done basically from scratch. This requires a lot of knowledge put together, a lot of collaboration basically in order to be able to do that. And as we speak, this tool is being rolled out to our most advanced customer to create the next generation of chips. Now, one element I'd like to stress on EUV, just to, again, give you an idea of technology. So to get UV light today, the only place to get that is the sun. Well, we don't have the sun, so we had to create this light artificially. How did we do that? Simple, I was about to say. Not really simple, but what we do basically is take a droplet of tin and hit this droplet with a very high powerful laser. Now, the challenge is that we have to do that 60,000 times per second, and we always have to hit the droplet in the right place. And this creates basically a plasma of 500,000 degrees Celsius, reproducing if you're on the condition we have on the sun. So that's the kind of technology that is being used today in semiconductor advanced manufacturing. And that's the kind of technology that over time we all hope India will see in order to be able to create the most advanced chips. So if we look at the industry, we talked about this morning. I think you have seen all my peers showing all together the same enthusiasm, basically, to support India's semiconductor ambitions. And that will require us to work with customers, with partners, with equipment suppliers, with academia. All of this, all those people have to come together, basically, in order to be able to make this ambition happen. And few things we have to do is first, of course, commit to innovation, bring the innovation to our customer. Now, the good news is that this industry has experience, and because of this experience, there's the ability to catch up. So yes, maybe India is just starting. Yes, we just see the first few fabs, but a lot of people with a lot of experience will be able to bring basically their knowledge in order to catch up. That's a bit, I would say, what the industry have done with China in the last 10, 15 years. The second thing is about infrastructure. There also it's very important, and I think we have seen tremendous progress happening in India. This is very important to be able to move material, to move people, to communicate. And the other thing is going to be to really work together in the fabs, in the factory, in order to make things happen. And this is basically what we see happening and what we expect to grow extremely quickly between now and 2028, where I think we will see this 50,000 wafer start at least in place. And finally, long-term research, long-term academic tracks also very important, because we need to work together in educating basically the next set of people in India that will learn about all this technology. And what we have done in the past, in this case, is engage with university in order basically to create this opportunity. So we are getting ready for all of that. And when it comes to ASML, so of course we will bring the technology I've shown you, the technology we're very proud of, but this technology comes basically with an entire ecosystem that we've been working with basically for many, many years. You see that this includes some of our peers in the industry, because we work very, very closely together in order to make that a success. And we will be mobilizing basically this entire ecosystem, this entire set of knowledge, and bring it here in India in the coming years in order to make this ambition, in order to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Christophe Fouquet, for your highly enlightening keynote address. We now move on. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Satish Kupurao, a Group Vice President who is responsible for business development and growth at Applied Materials Semiconductor Products Group, SPG. He has held several important positions in his highly illustrious career. He has got more than 30 years of experience in the semiconductor equipment industry, driving product innovation and commercializing technologies. Without much ado, please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Satish.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the kind invitation to present here in the keynote on behalf of SEMI as well. My name is Satish, and I head the business development for Applied Materials. And I don't think it's a new name in India. We've been here for a very, very long time. Today, my intention is just to show you the journey that we've taken here and where is the industry going next. We titled this Vision to Velocity, and I'm going to follow up on Prabhu's address today morning in the keynote before Prime Minister Modi's speech. So we know that the semiconductors, and I think many speakers have alluded to this, they are the foundation, building block for almost every technology revolution that's happening today in the world. And these are some of the big ones that are going to change our lives fundamentally in the future. We all know about the AI wave that is actually gripping the entire world and changing it in many ways. So by some estimates here, just the data center market for AI might be worth about $8 trillion just in a few years from now. And then when you actually layer edge AI, inferencing devices, and IoT, that could be worth another $2 trillion. And electronic vehicle and autonomous vehicles are the next category where lots of semiconductor chips go into, content goes into every vehicle, and that might be worth about $1.5 trillion. And finally, there just isn't enough fossil fuels in the planet, and every country needs to address energy challenge through renewable energy sources. But every piece of renewable energy that you generate has to be converted to energy using a semiconductor chip. And that market is also worth a lot of money. So semiconductors are really the backbone, the foundation on which every technology revolution is going to happen. But of all these, AI is one of the biggest inflection that is going to happen in our lifetimes. But there's a dark side of AI. AI technology as it's used today drives a lot of energy needs worldwide. So before we all do our next ChatGPT query, we should just think a moment, how much is that question going to consume in terms of energy? Because it is a lot. And one of the recent exhaustive studies that Google did and released just last week will tell you that about 80% of the usage, energy usage, is through chips that are used to power the AI data centers, right? So in 2024, just last year, the AI data centers used about 400 terawatt hours. It's hard to wrap our minds around that number of energy. And the data centers are supposed to grow more than 2x in the next 4 years or 5 years. And they'll consume upwards of 900 terawatt hours. And what is that? That's more than 50% of the energy that entire India used this last year. So that's amazing to think that just one piece of technology is going to use more than half the energy that an entire nation uses today. But that's the problem that we have, and that's the problem we need to solve. And if you look at it under the hood, these are the main devices, semiconductor chips, that are responsible for the energy usage. But in a strange twist of fate, they are the very technologies that can also cure the problem. So the industry always invents the problem and cures it. And here we are actually enabling the AI revolution to happen, but the very same chips need to improve in order to address the energy consumption problem. And these are essentially through more energy efficient GPUs and CPUs, high performance memory, DRAM memory, and high bandwidth memory, stacked DRAM chips, and advanced packaging, which can actually put many chips onto one package, which is how AI data centers are run today. So how do we do this, right? If you look at Applied Materials, we are a global company, and we have been enabling customer success globally. And we are actually one of the world's first equipment company, pure play equipment company. That was founded even before Intel was founded, right? And we have quite a bit of end-to-end capabilities going from design, R&D, deep tech R&D, all the way up to manufacturing and supporting our customers worldwide. And our presence is such that we bring a lot of capabilities into every region that Applied Materials operates in. And we are proud to say we have more than 20+ years of heritage in India. And I'll show you a little bit of how we have built that up very systematically out here in India. Not only that, we have a very broad portfolio of products. Given that we have about 57 years of history behind us, we play in almost every segment of the market, except for lithography that Mr. Fouquet actually just talked about in the ASML section. So we bring a lot of capabilities to any customer who's putting up fabs and factories anywhere in the world. And we look forward to actually engaging with India and doing the same. If you look at Applied's history, how we're actually enabling and accelerating India's semiconductor mission, we have over the 20+ years put a lot of core capabilities in place. We employ thousands of engineers in our head office in Bangalore. We're situated in 5 locations in India. And we go all the way from product design, deep university R&D, to actually fab automation, software and services, and advanced software development for all our equipment and services that happen out here in India, and also back office, IT infra, and operations. But now we're actually taking a step ahead. Not only that, but we actually have the first functioning 300mm lab facility out here in Bangalore, where you can actually process and hold wafers in your hand with actual process development and materials put on the wafers. So we have a very strong foundation that we have built here in India over the 20+ years, and we're allowed to grow that, along with the future growth that's going to happen in India's factories. If you look at India's semiconductor mission, we're excited to see that about 6 projects were announced as of 2024, but now we have 4 more coming, so this is real. The revolution is actually happening here in India, and we need to be ready for it as providers of equipment and services. But if you actually look at India's fab focus, it's very interesting where India is focusing. Yes, we talk a lot about AI. India is not after those cutting-edge 2-nanometer chips that are actually required for AI. However, that's not the only type of chip required for AI. For that energy consumption that we talked about, for energy generation, distribution, transmission, and storage, there's a lot of chips that are required. And it's nice to see India putting a lot of focus in the initial fabs with silicon power devices made of silicon carbide. We saw this example of 6M that's starting up. Mature logic devices that Tata Fab is focused on, and a lot of chip packaging, which are actually essential technologies and building blocks for AI-related and energy storage systems. So it's nice to see that India's focus is in the right place, starting off actually the semiconductor factories. And we are actually proud to be the leading provider in many of these sectors that India is playing in advanced packaging, as well as what we call ICAPS, which is IoT, communication, automotive, power, and sensor chips, and also mature logic devices that are used for like many, many applications that the Tata Fab talks about. But there's another thing that's important when you actually start building factories and go into semiconductors. And this is something that Prime Minister Modi alluded to. It's a need to actually move fast. Semiconductor is not for faint of heart. Even when you start making semiconductors, you have to always adjust very quickly to changing market conditions and make sure that you have the talent and capacity to move with speed. And so those two things are going to be very critical for India as it gets going, to make sure we have the DNA built into the system to act very, very fast. And why is this important, right? Today we look at India this way, right? India is trying very, very hard and putting a lot of resources on how to manufacture chips inside the country. And that's very commendable because you have to do that first step. But when you look at it, quite a few countries today can manufacture chips. But very few can actually invent new technologies that are required to make new chips or even invent new chips. So it's a domain of very few countries, right? So we actually think that India shouldn't stop here. It has a lot to offer to the world in moving the future semiconductor technologies, right? It has the talent, the drive, the ambition, and the potential, we feel, to go from just manufacturing and making chips into just inventing new chips altogether. So in short, it's going from make in India to invent in India. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Satish Kupurao ji, they're expressing happiness to be a part of the India semiconductor revolution. Thank you, sir, for your keynote address. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Go Okuba, Takeshi Go Okuba, Corporate Officer and Executive Vice President and General Manager from Toyota Electron Limited. Please put your hands together and let's welcome him. He's got more than 4 decades of experience. He has built progressive leadership roles. Please come, sir, and hearty welcome to you.
Okay, good afternoon, gentlemen. The Mera Nam Go Okubo Tokyo Electron. Down nearby this opportunity. Yeah, once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak at the SEMICON India. So, as everybody said, so I also feel that India has a great potential growth in terms of science, technology, economy, and populations, no doubt. It's very exciting to see India focusing on efforts on semiconductors. So semiconductor applications are extensive and are becoming increasingly important for the future. Notwithstanding the geopolitical disruption in the trade, so we still see a market demand accelerate the semiconductor, the content. So we are now in era of AI with the advancement in digital network and AI, ICT, information, and communication technology is expected to go further. However, with the increasing AI utilizations, as somebody said, consumption of energy will increase. The rising concern about power supply and global warming. In this context, we need to balance digitalization and decarbonization, the digital and green transition, which is our shared global objective. Digital and green consist of two elements, the green by digital and green by digital, green of digital. So the first, the green by digital, this means the realizing a green society through the power of digital technology. Examples include smart city, digital transformation for the manufacturing, and smart grid. The second is digital of green of digital. This refers to promoting the energy efficiency and ICT infrastructure, such as electronic devices like PCs and smartphone, data center, and networks. So semiconductors are indispensable in achieving this digital and green, the vision realizing a sustainable future. Development of semiconductor technology is driven by these core principles: higher speed, scaling down, higher reliability, and low power consumptions. These factors have always served as a guideline for semiconductor evolutions, and I believe they will become even more important going forward. So there are two approaches in semiconductor manufacturing. We'll continue trading. The one with the scaling. As you may know, historical semiconductors have improved the performance with reduced the cost with mutualizations. The other is heterogeneous integrations, a technology that integrates the multiple functions into one system. A good example of scaling and heterogeneous integration is semiconductors for AI. Everybody says about. AI system uses leading-edge processors such as GPU and high bandwidth memory. The processor contains 10 over the billion of nanometer scale transistors, while memory needs capacitor scaling with stacked HBM. With heterogeneous integration, we can combine high-end GPU with high bandwidth memories on a silicon interposer substrate, so enabling high-performance AI energy. So therefore, semiconductor innovation will progress by utilizing not only traditional scaling, but also heterogeneous integration. So Tokyo Electron is one of the leading edge supplier of semiconductor manufacturing equipment. Since our founding over 6 years ago, we have provided innovative technology and reliable services. We offer a wide range of products that cover both front-end and back-end advanced package as well. We hold the record of industry largest install bases and highest number of patents. So because of these achievements, we have got respected from customers around the world. And here in India, we can contribute with innovative technology and the best support. So to realize Make in India semiconductor journey, the development of technology, people, and infrastructure are necessary. We are eager to utilize highly talented workforce in India, and we consider development of semiconductor skills as an important action ahead. A wide range engineering skills in the mechanical, electronical, and software. So especially AI and robotics are important foundation. By supporting workforce development in India's semiconductor sector, we can help to build a robust ecosystem in India. This foundation will also in the future enable Tokyo Electron to accelerate its innovative technology development. So our short-term goals are to establish our engineering support infrastructure at Dweller to support Tata Semiconductor, and also to create foundation engineering development team in Bangalore with top Indian talent. The third is expand our university relationships beyond like IIT Bombay and IISc Bangalore. And lastly, continue investing in upskilling Indian talent in the semiconductor technologies. So let me touch about the last weekend event. So last weekend, the Japan-India Summit was held, where both countries shared their determinations to strengthen the collaboration across a wide range of industries. In the part of joint statement, so Japan invests about the 10 trillion yen, just above 70 billion US dollar, and we realized the 500,000 workforce human interaction within 5 years. So we also made commitment to Prime Minister Modi ji, who visited our facility last week to contribute to the sustainable growth of the Indian semiconductor industries. So we are deeply impressed with outstanding talent in India. As a leading company, Tokyo Electron is proud to contribute to the development of semiconductor ecosystem in India. I have a confidence that India's semiconductor industry will grow rapidly and become a global semiconductor powerhouse. So together, let's grow and shape the future of semiconductor industry. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. ありがとうございました。
complementing the talent pool available in India, and pretty sure with joining hands together, India will become a superpower in semiconductor. Thank you, Mr. Go Kuba, for your keynote address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session before we all break for lunch. This is a very important panel discussion about building the semiconductor fab supply chain in India. As we are all aware, creating a world-class semiconductor ecosystem requires a strong coordinated supply chain that spans specialty chemicals, advanced materials, cutting-edge equipment, logistics, and skilled talent. Moderating today's discussions, Mr. Kai Beckmann, the CEO of Merck AMD, will guide the conversation. So put your hands together to Mr. Kai Beckmann to initiate this all-important panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Once again, please, friends at the back. Yeah.
Thank you, and good afternoon. There's one more session to go before we get to go to lunch. So the bad news is there's one more session to go. The good news is it will be a panel, so it will be more exciting. It will be like 6 at the price of 1. So that's the advantage of a panel. I'm now supposed to give you a short intro on what we're talking about. We are now zooming out. Let me see. We are now zooming out a bit from what we have seen. We have seen amazing equipment companies presenting over the past hour and giving us an idea about the advanced equipment needed for making semiconductors. Now we're zooming out, look at the entire supply chain. We have to build to make India one of the top 5 nations producing semiconductors. You have to build a full ecosystem. You have to build a full supply chain, and this is what this panel is all about. So, and if you look into what that means, what the supply chain means is, at the end, you can imagine it as a philharmonic orchestra. Only if every instrument is playing well, then the symphony sounds good. So you need the materials, you need the equipment, you need the fabs being built, and all of the different components have to go together well. And to make one leading edge chip, 1,500 process steps roundabout are required, and it will take 3 months to make it. And all these steps, of course, require the interaction of the different components of the value chain. So at the end, we're talking about 50 to 60 vendors for materials, 100 vendors for different equipment and parts of the equipment, and they have to work together. So Merck has its part in it. I was explaining that in the morning session already. Meanwhile, the number has grown. It's more than 4,500 people working in India for our company since more than 57 years. We are present over here and spanning across all different areas of our offering: electronics, life science, and healthcare in 3 different sites and 8 different offices all around the nation. So that is what we can contribute to cover the full spectrum of different materials across the entire wafer processing cycle or circle, if you want to say that, and all different materials required to make the chip, from patterning to doping and cleaning, etching, planarization, deposition included here as well as heterogeneous integration, as just explained by Tokyo Electron. So that is what the company covers, including the equipment required to deliver these materials, projects to build the fabs, and services to operate the fabs. This is what Merck contributes, and we are working in the fab itself with our solutions, as well as in the sub-fab for delivery systems and the respective services. Yeah, so that is giving us an idea on how different things come together and what my company is contributing to this picture as Merck. And of course, now I'm privileged to have an exciting panel together that covers the full spectrum of different components of the semiconductor value chain. So, and that panel will discuss, of course, how do we build this supply chain, how do we make it work, how do we create the resilience of a local supply chain, and at the end, what does it take as capabilities in a country to make this supply chain work properly. Let's have a quick look at the panel. So may I introduce now the panelists to you. First, we have Ms. Mona Kandar, and she is the Principal Secretary to the Government of Gujarat. She has over 20 years of experience in public institutions. She was instrumental in formulating and executing the state's digital and technology areas. She served as the helm leading the early development and growth of the semiconductor industry sector in Gujarat. So may I ask Ms. Mona Kanda on stage, please. Welcome, Ms. Mona Kanda. Then we have Mr. Srinivas Satya, SVP Components Business and Chief Supply Chain Officer at Tata Electronics. He has 3 decades of experience in the semiconductor industry. Before joining Tata Electronics, he served a significant tenure at Applied Materials. May I ask Mr. Srinivas Satya on stage as well. Great to see you here. Then we have Dr. Pine Haas, VP, Head of Global Central Product Engineering at KLA. More than 30 years of experience in the semiconductor equipment industry, including a distinguished career that began at NASA. Brian, good to have you on stage. Then we have Mr. Haris Osman, SVP Semiconductor Technology Platform at IMEC. More than 30 years of experience in the semiconductor industry, having started his career in India and accumulated 17 years of experience at IMEC. Please welcome him on stage. And lastly, we have Mr. Koti Vadlamudi, EVP and GM Global Business Units at Jacobs, with more than 30 years at Jacobs, with strong experience in cutting-edge construction projects in semiconductor, life science, and advanced manufacturing. Then, Koti, good to have you on stage. So now let's move to the panel. So I was volunteered to moderate a panel. It's like a second career opportunity for me. I've never moderated a panel. So this is what qualifies me already. So good to see you. Of course, we are excellently prepared. We have tons of questions that covers us till the evening. So, so let me start with the first view, and let's start kind of right where the end product will be visible with Tata. Tata Electronics is making significant progress in building India's first semiconductor fabrication plant in Gujarat, and so for Srinivas, how do you view the current state of the supply chain in India, and what are specific challenges that you are facing, and what are your expectations from a supplier to support the fabs?
Thank you, Kai. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. We've come a long way in the last 2 years, so fantastic time to reflect on how far we've come and what else are our challenges. First and foremost, thanks for the question, Kai. Not just in Gujarat, but we are also making significant progress in Assam with our packaging facility. So many of my comments go across both these facilities. Overall, I would say the semiconductor supply chain is still pretty nascent, but very, very encouraging signs of the progress in the recent times. Whether you look at infrastructure or the policy support, and most importantly, the engagement we are seeing from the global players. We've had many folks come before us and talk about their footprint here in the country. There are some very positive signs in there. That doesn't mean that there aren't challenges. There are plenty of challenges still in infrastructure, the talent that is very fab specific for operating the fabs day in, day out, logistics, just your serviceability of the precision equipment. These are all the challenges that I think our ecosystem and our supply chain is still not solved yet, but we are going to do that. If I have to use my opportunity to be a little bit more specific with what my expectations from the suppliers is, I'll start first with just the construction, the design of the construction of these facilities. It's a very specialized skill set. We still have gaps in India context, India specific, cost-effective semiconductor fab design, depth of capabilities in the country. There, my request to the suppliers would be to take a long-term view. This is not the only semiconductor front-end fab you will see in the country. There are many more coming. Now is the time to really commit to the country and have those India-specific, cost-effective solutions. I'm kind of starting at the very beginning from it, designing the facility itself. On the equipment side, great to see the presence of many of the large players in the country, but you know it's not just about the top 10 or 12 large equipment players. You need another 50 to 100 equipment suppliers, equally important, who need to be in the country. So for that, again, we request them to come work with us. The government is very supportive in providing them the starting impetus to get started in the country. So there are many schemes and much support available from Mona ma'am and others in the different state governments to help with the equipment, deepening their capabilities in the country. Then we have the whole materials and gases and so on, right? The very, very high-end fab-specific gases definitely is a concern for us. There, I think the best way to quickly come up to speed, again, I'll go back to what even our Prime Minister said in the morning, right? We started late, but we need to do some unique things to catch up on those things. So one good way to do that would be to have the right kind of partnerships with local players. We've seen some examples of it, particularly in Assam already, where there's been a good marriage between some local, very strong folks who might not have had the semiconductor-specific experience, but they are in many other related domains. You partner them up with the global players, we can very quickly bring the best of both worlds. So I think there are many such opportunities in the gases, materials, and so on. So that's one area. If you now look at just the logistics, again, there's been plenty of progress there. But again, I think that's an area where we have to think about packaging solutions, the cold storage, how do we do the, from beginning to the end, thinking about the quantities, stocking levels, and so on, making sure you have the solutions that are uniquely geared, relatively smaller quantities of consumptions in the initial stages that, over time this will all get solved, the challenges in the initial stages. So I think even in the logistics, we've got some work to do. Some very good progress there with upgradation of infrastructure so far. But that's an area where I'll request even the logistics partners to come work with us on those options. Just a couple more points from my side. The regulatory aspects here are evolving. They are in a little bit of a flux in there, whether it's import duties or the environmental norms, the PLI schemes, and so on. These are all constantly evolving. So my request to the suppliers is to build in that regulatory agility in your operations. Be well informed, stay, keep your ear to the ground in there so that we avoid those last minute surprises and delays, which can be quite catastrophic given the size of the investments that we are all putting in there. On the broader note, when I think about supply chain at Tata Electronics, just the risk diversification and dual sourcing. We know how geopolitically sensitive this whole industry is. Right from the beginning, we want to ensure our suppliers have the right sort of diversification, whether it's dual location or looking at their tier 1, tier 2 supply chain as well and ensuring there are no critical risks in there. So I'll request our suppliers to also think about building that sort of a resilience in their supply chain. Talent and capability, that's an integral part of supply chain. I'm sure others will speak to it, so I'll skip on that for now. The last thing I'll mention is just making sure our supply chain also is well supported with the right kind of technology in there. The digitization, the trackability of our supply chain. We want to do it right from the beginning. So those are some of the themes I want to implore our suppliers to consider right from the beginning.
Yeah, excellent. I think what you explained shows the complexity of what we all have in front of us. And now but the tough news is this cannot be just done. We cannot just learn as we go. We need to have it in place in order to make you ramp your manufacturing at the right point in time. And this all has to be invested up front. And a lot of course, now we go like backwards from the fab. Then the equipment is needed to get it going. Brian, your domain, so the equipment has to be in the fab. You need the engineers on the side. You need, of course, to liaise with the material suppliers in order to get the processes going. So how are you bringing your equipment and your tools to support the fabs into India specifically? And do you see capability gaps, particularly in logistics of delicate equipment, in maintenance or in training your engineers specifically over here? Brian.
Well, thanks, Kai. It's a great question. The first thing I think for everyone to realize is that India is not new to KLA. It's not new to our peers who are all critical to this ecosystem. In our case, for KLA, I can speak, we've got a footprint of over 1,500 engineers. Literally, India is already in every one of the product lines at KLA. And we also have quite a bit in the way of facilities infrastructure, quite a bit of hardware engineering here in India as well. So we are quite familiar, at least with the ecosystem, at least portions of it. And we also have actually some small installed base, and of course we're positioned to be able to support a significantly growing and exponential installed base moving forward. I think most of the equipment makers are probably roughly in the same kind of similar situation. But I think what's also critical as we look for that exponential growth, alluded to earlier today, is the capacity to treat the ramp up of facilities here in India very differently than we are used to in environments that have traditionally had quite an industry there. And so we'll call this kind of a greenfield approach, at least in the case of KLA. I know we have a very detailed greenfield infrastructure building program, which allows us to take any greenfield site. We've done this in a few other countries as well, where there was no infrastructure in the area. It was a little different than standard operating procedure to bring up a new fab, because the rest of the infrastructure was not in place to do that. And so it requires quite a bit more attention to do that. That includes up through the general manager and senior executive levels at KLA in this case. It requires specialized training, specialized visits to assure there are various pieces of that infrastructure in place in the local area. So a specialized greenfield fab ramp methodology, a little different than standard operating procedure. But then that gets into the area of talent, and you've also touched on that as well. I think everyone here is going to be resonating with the issue of talent. And so I think we are well prepared for talent development and for training. This is training for the talent we will need within KLA, but also training for our customers in the use of our complex equipment. We've got world-class training facilities all over. Our peers do as well. And we also, at times, will implement a new training center in a locality once that locality has grown to the point of needing that kind of training investment as well. So we're prepared to do that. We know how to do it well. And then the last piece I'll allude to is literally the entities for selling and serving a customer base versus the engineering entities, and KLA in this case is also developing that kind of entity as well.
No, thanks, Brian. I think this is then the point where then the materials need to be delivered to the tools in order to make the chips. And Srinivas, you have already highlighted the complexity of hazardous goods, complex chemistry in very specialized containers need to be shipped on time at the right place. This is where then Merck comes into play. And we, as I said in the morning session, we cover already 2/3 of the periodic table of elements. And there's a lot of complicated stuff in that list. We're talking well above 500 different, I would say, molecule categories, because if we go on molecule level, then we're talking about thousands. If we talk about then the gases on top of that, that makes it even more complicated. That requires quite the permits and a highly complicated regulatory environment. I think we'll come to that in a second. I just want to, in between, Harris, IMEC is like, for me, use a language from our other businesses, like the petri dish a bit of the semiconductor industry. You see it all in a small space. If I would go to Leuven in Belgium, So now you got the job for IMEC in India to drive the development. So could you give us an idea on how you can help to enable the semiconductor industry with all your experience, this huge global experience you have built in Leuven back in Belgium, and bringing all the different players together in your labs, in your clean rooms, and how do you translate that into India, and what's the contribution here?
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting IMEC, and thank you for inviting me as a representative of IMEC to speak here. Just to wake you up, how many of you know IMEC? Okay, so maybe I will give you a small introduction of IMEC. IMEC is the most leading research and development company in the domain of semiconductors. We are based in Belgium. Belgium itself is a small country, and IMEC has got over 5,000 researchers doing advanced semiconductor development. All the semiconductor players are aware of IMEC. We have KLA, we have MERT, we have Applied, ASML, all of them are there. But for the other audience, IMEC has been there for 40 years. We do what IMEC is famous for is cutting edge research and development in semiconductor technology. We have been doing it, perfecting it over the years. So for India, I think I saw lots of presentations from all of the dignitaries. What I saw missing is an advanced R&D fab. We have an R&D fab in SEL. IMEC is collaborating. As we speak, we are transferring technologies. But India still needs an advanced R&D fab. And I think, personally, I think it needs to be under the government because it needs significant investment. My message is that do not underestimate the importance of R&D. And typically, it takes significant number of years for the technologies to come to manufacturing. That's my second point. My role in IMEC is taking technologies from the research to a step before manufacturing. We call it making it into a platform. We call it, my organization is Semiconductor Technology Platform. So we are taking it from a research stage, which is very low technology readiness level, to a medium to high level. So this is a step that is missing when we talk about tech transfers. So long gone are the days when you can plug and play technologies. You can use the run sheet and key it into the tools. Those days are gone. So it takes quite some effort, even if it is developed technology. It takes quite some effort to implement it in a new fab, especially a new fab like Tata's is building. So the good thing about IMEC is that you can work in the research phase, and also you can work with a set of engineers who have come from the industry. I come from the industry. After 25 years in the industry, only I moved to IMEC. So you can work with the industry experienced engineers to understand the other aspects of R&D, like what is process repeatability, what is the process margin, what is a defect, because these are unknown, in the research area. So how much effort does it take to improve the maturity of the technology? And that will help significantly in bringing it over to a manufacturing site in India. And finally, IMEC has got significant presence of Indians. I think last year, Indians took over as the second largest number of nationalities doing research in IMEC. We have over 250 people in IMEC. So there's a lot of exchange of research and development ideas possible. So sky's the limit to cooperate with IMEC to bring forward India's semiconductor dreams. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. This is worth an applause. Yeah. And I couldn't imagine anyone visiting a SEMICON trade show to not know IMEC. So I couldn't imagine that. So, well, I think it's such a well-known brand in the SEMICON industry. And we have already heard 3 instruments of the Philharmonic Orchestra I was alluding to. We need a conductor for that, and the conductor, Madame Kanda, typically is the government. It helps to get the whole thing playing the right music jointly. And so what are the initiatives that the government is undertaking to support the development of the comprehensive supply chain here in India? And for new companies, understanding the regulations could be very complex. So how do you plan to help companies understand the relevant regulations?
So thank you very much. That's a very interesting questions, I'm sure, for the interested investors especially. And thank you for inviting me here. So at the outset, I would like to mention that, government is running a marathon in parallel as well as in partnership with the investors, anchor investors. So it's on like multiple front that government is working, state government along with central government. Let me begin with the policy framework. I would mention more about Gujarat state, but I'm sure other states are equally or even more geared up. So Gujarat state is very much committed and already put in place a policy framework. In fact, Gujarat was the first state to come out with a semiconductor policy. In addition, we have electronics policy, electronic component manufacturing policy, and for downstream application, we have space tech policy, biotech policy, the Global Capability Center policy, and ITIT's policy. That is for supporting the design. So for supporting each aspect, the main fab, packaging, and the ecosystem, the design part, for everything, a policy framework is there. And it is a very proactive policy. It provides matching capex, operating support for operating expenditure, for human resources, and for overall development. So with this policy framework, we are also working on providing industrial infrastructure, more of for setting up or developing, science park, the way we see in Taiwan, in China, like that. So in Gujarat, we are developing a huge SEMICON city at Dholera. It is mainly considering fab. Then we are also developing a SEMICON hub at Sanand. It is mainly for packaging industry. Then at Gift City, we have a tech city, and that is mainly for design. So when we talk about Dholera SEMICON city, we are focusing on utilities with 100% redundancy. So power, gas, water supply, everything has been provided with. And we have 100% redundancy at source and at distribution level. Then next we come to infrastructure. So there is a dedicated captive international airport there, a dedicated national express highway, a dedicated railway, a dedicated port. So, all their import and whatever, they need to, because it's a global and regional supply chain, so these things are required. In addition to that, we're also providing for social infrastructure. So, hospitals, school, residential facilities, dormitories, also a lot of focus on environment from the very beginning. So, a tertiary level common effluent treatment plant, where like 70% of the effluents are supposed to be recycled, and spatial arrangement for a deep sea discharge, so 30% will be a deep sea discharge. So all these environmental parameters are also taken care of. We're also focusing on master planning, especially for supply chain partners. So a lot of focus out there also. In addition, a lot of focus on human resource development. So we are working on a hub and spoke model kind of human resource development initiative, where we have a hub at IIT Gandhinagar, a co-hub, and 8 spokes. And there will be about 5 to 10 institutions for design and research and development. So it's a very elaborative one. And to facilitate the anchor investors, we hold almost every week a coordination committee where almost about 75 offices from the state and center, they come together. and lot of focus on building institutions. Like we have an administrative institution, we have a dedicated mission at state level as well. We have been working on revising or rebuilding our SEZ kind of framework, and it was at such a short, and within such a short time period, which we did for Micron, we are doing now for CG, we are also doing for Keynes. So all these institutions are being built. We are reframing our labor laws also. So a lot of things, you know, it's, I mean, the government is so much active, and we are all out to facilitate the anchor investors in all possible manner.
Excellent, thank you very much, because a very impressive, very comprehensive set of initiatives. And I think what I notice is that you have taken the examples of other countries intensively into consideration to learn from those, which is a very impressive way of doing it. So congratulations for the progress. Now every orchestra needs kind of a bass drum, Koti, if I may use that analogy, because you have to build the fab. This is, without the fab, without the bricks and mortar, nothing is going to happen. And Jacobs, of course, is a leading company in that space. And so what are the key challenges that you see, Koti, of building the local ecosystem for building the fab, for the suppliers, of making that? How crucial is that ecosystem for the long-term success of the semiconductor manufacturing in India?
Yeah, thanks, Kai. And I like the analogy. Maybe I'll use some more music analogies in answering the question. But first, just by introduction, I'm Koti Vatlamudi. Been 30 years with Jacobs, and Jacobs is a global provider of architectural engineering, program and construction management services in critical projects that span infrastructure to advanced facilities. Here in India, we have about 4,000 staff, so a fairly significant workforce. We're really proud of the presence that we have here. It's super encouraging to hear Mona talk about the strategies for attracting hubs and investment. And we're excited about being a partner in making that come to fruition. Satya talked a little bit about some of the features of the design and how we see it. This is an area where the facility, the fab facility, and the performance of the facility is really, really, really critical, and done correctly, positively impacts the performance and the quality of the product. If we underappreciate that, it can adversely affect the product quality. So it's really, really paramount that we capitalize on skill sets and take the experience across other sectors across the world that have a little bit more maturity. And so this is about creating a permissive climate so that there's knowledge transfer from engineers, whether they're in the US or Europe, and bringing that to India. So as I was listening to some of the statistics, I think India is really advantaged by graduating, I think it was over 1 million engineers a year. We need to sustain that development and enable those technical resources to be able to bring these fabs to life.
Yeah. Excellent. I think you have explained it very well, how to bring all these different pieces together to make it happen. Since now the organizers get more and more anxious about us missing lunch, I will do the last questions a bit more in a rapid fire approach. So maybe it's 2 questions. The first one goes in that sequence, Srinivas, to you, to Harris, and Madame Kanda, then to you, is on the talent side of things, because it's absolutely crucial. And of course, now talking in India about talent development seems to be a bit redundant, because we saw that room filled with talent in the morning. There were so many students in this room. It was quite impressive to see that, and this is developing like the source of global talent, not just for the local purpose. But there are specific needs that you may want to consider. So, and could you please outline in a short answer specific types of talent, the specific needs in terms of the dynamics of the industry, needs in terms of the skill sets required, and how can we help cultivating that talent base? So Srinivas, if you want to start on this one.
Sure. Thank you again. I'll keep it real short here. The theme of my answer really is about precision in talent alignment. We know what the need is. Semiconductor industry is not monolithic. There are, even between a fab and an ATMP facility, your talent needs are unique in their own way. From equipment, operations, device, yield, facilities management, those in itself are very complex, as Koti was just saying. So the talent needs are not monolithic. They span across a wide variety of skills. So that's what the problem statement is. When you think about solution now, we have the numbers, right? Again, Koti mentioned 1.5 million engineers graduating. We have the world-class research institutes in the country, IITs, IIScs, tier 1 institutes, beautiful, beautiful institutes, academic and research institutes. We also have the design ecosystem very well here. Every global chip company has a large design footprint. I think 10% of world's VLSI engineers are in Bangalore, when I last read it, right? So we have those. So what is really the gap? I think it's all about that aligning the right skills, right roles at the right times. And I would say there are maybe 3 things we can do. The industry-academia collaboration, we can take some lessons from how even TSMC's curriculum is incorporated into some of the academic institutions in Taiwan. I'm just jumping and giving you a very specific example to kind of give you the depth of collaboration that is needed between academia and industry players. It's not just about saying, these are the skills. I think industry has to do a lot more in partnering with the academia. They have to really understand what is required, and they have to then go implement it and make it attractive for the students to go do that. The fab-oriented vocational training. The only way I learned how to operate semiconductor tools, I lived in Taiwan for 2 years, South Korea for a few years, every fab in the world when I was young. That's the only way eventually you will learn how to operate the semiconductor tools. So how do you get the students here to get that kind of a training? You just have to provide that vocational training. Again, the industry has the ecosystem players, the equipment partners, so on, with Tatas and other manufacturers, with the academic institutes, have to create that hands-on training opportunity to give the students both the excitement, to make it look like, it's the right kind of thing to get your hands in and learn, make it really exciting for them. We do have pretty mature talent in, if not semiconductor industry, in related industry, whether it's pharma, solar, EV, so on. Maybe there are opportunities to not to go hurt those industries. Those have their own growth trajectory and talent needs by themselves. But there could be some good cross-proliferation of talent from those industries to jumpstart what is needed for this industry. So those are some of the top things that I can think of to get this talent equation moving faster.
Yeah. No, thank you. And perhaps first I would like to see how is the R&D point of view, and I will get you then to conclude on what could the government do to support that. But Harris, maybe from an R&D point of view, anything to add?
I think a quick answer is come to IMEC. So we have several hundred PhD programs every year, and these PhD programs are aligned with the strategy of IMEC, and which is aligned with the strategy of the industry. So they are industry relevant PhD programs. That's very critical. Another thing we do is we see a huge growth in the photonics domain. So we recently started a course which is a 1-year master program for master students actually. Right. So it's kind of extending your skills. We also collaborate with the universities. There are programs, some of the IMEC staff has got a 10% teaching option in the universities, which is a great opportunity to connect with the university and the industry. And they also can influence the content of the university students, actually, because many of those are very outdated. So that needs a revision every few years. I think all these are, we are all struggling to get the right talent, but taking small steps like this.
Oh, thank you. No, Madam Kanda, now it's on you. So how can the government support that program, and what's your part?
So just to build upon what Srinivas said, I'll call it as industry, academia, and government collaboration. I would just like to give a very brief example of what we did for Micron, and we are doing for Tata also, and our other anchor investors as well. Like with PDU, one of the academic institutions, STEM academic institution, and Micron, we worked on a capacity building project where Micron contributed through equipments. PDU had their own premises and campus, and government supported to build a clean room. So for providing hands-on training, I mean, all three came together. We will be giving a joint certification to the trainees there, and also the modules and everything worked out as per the requirement of Micron. So we are like onboarding industry from the very beginning, and for our hub and spoke framework also, we are looking at a lot of international collaboration as well. So that is what government is doing, and industry has given us a specific requirement for workers, for technicians, for engineers, and for senior technical management. So we are working on all those requirements. We are doing similar thing for Tata. We are working with IIT Gandhinagar, Tata, and we are also working with JICA. So JICA is likely to support us with the equipments. IIT Gandhinagar is providing the premises, and Tata will work on the modules and other things, and we will be supporting for clean rooms. So this is the kind of model that we have adopted, and we are trying to see that in our larger framework, we take care of the research and development requirement as well, and capacity building requirement as well. And almost 14 institutions, government institutions, they have introduced at BTech and master's level academic modules, and they have also now taken up PhD related studies in this sector. So a lot of initiative on that front also we are taking, but one very important good news that we have been receiving from our anchor investor, they said that the requirement that they anticipated for training turned out to be much lesser, and they found that the talent in India, there is a lot of fire in belly, and they are actually quite ready for the task they are going to perform. And another very important thing, our policies at present, they are addressing mainly the legacy technology development. But several of them are coming that we want to work on frontier technology and give us support for that also, maybe at a smaller level. So when we are providing so much support for the legacy technology, adopting legacy technology, let us also begin simultaneously for frontier technologies, and which is very heartening.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We are working on all of that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Kanda. For that perspective, now we'd like want to turn the perspective, Koti and Brian, for you. And so, Brian, I will give you then kind of the final conclusion on that, which is, what can the government do to support you better on that journey? So what would be on your wish list if you had a couple of Christmas wishes for the government? So what would you put on the list, and how can the support further improve? Maybe, Koti, we start with you, and Brian, you can bring it home.
Sure. Thanks, Kai.
Koti, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I said it earlier. I think when Jacobs has a global workforce, and we have the opportunity to do knowledge transfer and capitalize on the fact that we've been in this industry, in the semi-industry, for multiple decades, and so enabling a permissive client that allows for the seamless transition of knowledge transfer is probably, I think, one of the key elements. And the second, when we get into the construction phase, there are some critical skill sets that we need to learn from the rest of the world on how to apply. So specialty welding of high purity systems as an example. So I think we should incent and create a climate where we can appropriate that knowledge transfer. Yeah, that would be my wish.
Thank you. Brian.
I'd like to build a little bit on that point, which is we have seen in some other greenfield environments where the locality was really not prepared for things like the degree of fire inspection and qualification and permitting for such an unusual industry. And so to prepare the municipality for doing so effectively helps speed everything up. I would also ask that, you know, while it's so critical that there is emphasis behind chip design and wafer fabrication as these core disciplines required to launch this, there's still a whole ecosystem of other critical skills. And whether that's getting people from the bachelor's into master's programs that allow them to specialize in things like ultra-clean technologies and diagnostics that go with it, right? Robotics and automation systems, standards, and ability to comply there. But the last ask, I think, for the government would be one to recognize that this is an industry that deals with very small things, and it can tolerate very, very small deviations in order to hit it.
Yeah.
And so anything that creates a ripple can take a long time to vet through. And so we are in an environment where there's a lot of international changes to compliance and materials and whatnot, and we have to react to those. But do be aware that this is an industry that relies on stability and small, very purposeful incremental change. Anything new and a change that's being introduced does take a long time in order to have its effect. Nothing can turn quickly. So you need to have that mindset. And the government can help to assure some of that stability.
It's a very important point, and thanks a lot for highlighting this once more. I think Prime Minister Modi has highlighted the importance of speed in decision making and getting rid of bureaucracy very impressively in his opening remarks. And you know, we have countries where it takes a year to get a new molecule into high volume manufacturing. It takes a full year to get the permits. And we got countries where it takes a month. And the year is probably more in Europe, and the month is more in Asia. And I think the month is a good benchmark, because at the end of the day, you cannot afford to lose time as much. And this is maybe the area that we would put in the on the wish list. But I would give you a chance for kind of a closing word on the wish list of the gentleman on your left-hand side, and then we bring it home.
Sure, thank you. Actually, this is really an honor. So first of all, on ease of doing business or reducing the bureaucratic burden. So that's very important, and that's why our policy framework, we totally aligned with Government of India in such a manner that we totally cut down on the procedures which we can do away with. So very small example, Government of India did the entire elaborate procedure of giving approval to Micron or to Tata and to CG and Keynes. We just took, you know, less than 1 week to approve, because we totally, avoided all those procedural duplication, only stick to what was required for the state and what was totally state's responsibility. So that is how we have aligned. Now, another example of doing this entire reform in our SEZ laws, especially for semiconductor, that was in a record time of about, less than 2 months. And, you know, so many ministries were involved in this, and state government was also involved. All this happening within 2 months. So it's, you can imagine how, and similarly, there was also an issue which was related to our central bank. You know, it was related to import of gold for Micron. So that we resolved within 15 days. So these are the kind of things, and that's why in our coordination committee, all these offices are represented, and very sincerely they take up whatever institution needs to be built or rebuilt or reformed, and that they do within a timeline. So that is there, and it is being monitored at a very high level. So even at a state government level, we can walk into our chief minister and say this is what is required to be done and we need to do this, and he will ensure. And same is the case with the ministry and even with PM office. So it is, the importance is given at a highest level, and everyone understands the importance of the timeline, the criticality of the sector, and I'm very sure I have experienced that no stone will be left unturned whenever any facilitation is required from any corner of the country.
Excellent, very good. Excellent. So I'm increasingly urged to bring it home. So they made a German moderate the panel in order to get us to lunch on time. That was the intent behind that. Great round of applause for amazing panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, great pleasure. So we get a photo now. So we.
Yeah. Those of you who forgot to clap can do that now because they are all standing posing for a photograph. And some of you, as they say normally, that before food, if you put your hands together, the blood circulation improves. So you might have heard it in several conferences. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 2:30 p.m. And for the information of those who might be not aware that where to go for lunch, the guests holding dignitaries passes are requested to move to Juhi, which is in the second floor, and with delegates passes are requested to move to Amaltas, and the visitors and exhibitor pass holders are requested to move to the food court, and behind the exhibition hall, the food is arranged. So let's break for lunch. Enjoy your time at the lunch table, and do come back in 30 minutes. Namaskar. starting the session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, this session is about advanced packaging projects and infrastructure readiness. And this is a very important session in terms of to support next generation packaging technologies, a critical link in the semiconductor value chain. And we will be exploring the infrastructure landscape needed to scale these capabilities and the collaborative partnerships that are shaping this evolving ecosystem. And global leaders are all congregated here to tell us more about this particular aspect. The keynote speaker for this session is Mr. Guru Sharan Singh, the SVP of Global Operations, Micron. Please put your hands together, and Guru Sharan Singh ji, please come over. Before he comes on here, it gives me an impression to tell you all that the organization is a leading semiconductor company specializing in memory and storage solutions, and in its compute and networking business unit is the largest contributor to revenue, focusing on products like solid state and drives. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Guru Sharan. It's all yours.
You know, I was slightly worried that there was earlier lights off right after lunch, so good the lights are on now. So friends, good afternoon. Namaste. So I'm deeply honored to represent Micron and to address the audience at India's, I'll call Techade, India's technology decade. Let me begin by expressing our heartfelt gratitude to the central and state governments of India. Your leadership, support, and policies have laid the groundwork to position India's rapid rise in the global semiconductor ecosystem. So now let's talk about why memory matters. Micron is one of the world's largest semiconductor companies. We are the world leader in memory and storage solutions at the heart of AI revolution. A tremendous multi-year growth opportunity driven by multiple vectors. From server to data center, PC to mobile, automotive to industrial system, memory is the foundation of AI performance. From training massive models to enabling real-time inference across devices, as AI workloads grow exponentially, the demand for memory becomes critical. Micron's advanced memory and storage products are designed to meet these demands, enabling faster, more efficient, and scalable AI solutions across industries. So Micron has unique presence in India. In India are making cutting-edge assembly and test facility in Sanand, Gujarat, along with our Hyderabad and Bengaluru offices that drive global innovation. These are contributing to India's growth story and powering the AI revolution. Our in-making facility in Sanand will play a transformative role, making us the only global memory leader with a presence across the semiconductor value chain here, encompassing design, engineering, and manufacturing. This facility will transform advanced memory wafers from Micron's fabs into finished products, including integrated circuit packages, modules, and solid-state storage, adding to India's semiconductor ecosystem. Now let's talk about India's semiconductor cluster formation. Micron's investment in Sanand is more than a facility. It has acted as a catalyst. It has sparked a cluster of semiconductor manufacturing in Gujarat, and we are excited to see Sanand and Dholera evolve into semiconductor hubs of India. To fully enable these clusters, it is imperative to have world-class infrastructure, including free trade warehousing zones, robust logistics networks, reliable semiconductor-grade utilities and water, and high-quality civic amenities. Equally important is civic and social infrastructure, convenient housing for employees, smooth road and rail connectivity, reliable public transport, hotels, international schools, and hospitals. These are not just conveniences. These are enablers of long-term industry growth. Semiconductor manufacturing is among the most complex industries in the world. Our policymakers are quickly coming up to speed, and once they do, their support makes all the difference. What we ask is very simple. Let's ensure continuity. The enablers who understand the complexities, the central and state government must collaboratively ensure these enablers are retained long enough to deliver, because execution needs continuity. So I'll talk about key wins here. Let me call out some key wins from the government. In most developed countries, advanced pricing agreements take 3 to 5 years to finalize. In India, the government proactively helped us to accomplish this in 6 months. Even more, it has now been codified to ensure tax transparency and ease of doing business for new investors. Another remarkable example of government-industry partnership has been the swift action in India's Special Economic Zone engagement and approval framework, recognizing that semiconductors have unique requirements unlike any other sector. The government moved quickly to enhance the SEZ rules, ensuring that our industry could move forward without delay. This is New India, fast, decisive, and laser-focused on building its semiconductor future. At Micron, we recognize that talent is a core strength for India. We are partnering with PDU, Namtech, SEL Mohali, Punjab Engineering College Chandigarh, IITs, and universities across India to deliver advanced semiconductor manufacturing education and to recruit top talent. Through these collaborations, we are enabling students and faculty to gain hands-on exposure to semiconductor technology by equipping world-class laboratories with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Micron is deeply invested in inspiring the next generation of innovators. At the grassroots level, we have set up technical centers, advanced STEM education in schools, and partnered with UN Women to empower women in technology. Beyond technology, Micron is deeply committed to community impact in India. We've launched initiatives to support STEM education, digital literacy, and environmental sustainability. We believe that empowering communities is essential to building a resilient semiconductor ecosystem. In closing, India's semiconductor manufacturing ambitions are not only backed by investment and infrastructure, they are powered by people and partnerships. At Micron, we are optimistic about New India and the specific opportunities it offers in the years ahead. This is a promising start, but this momentum must continue. क्लोजिंग में मैं यह कहना चाहता हूं कि माइक्रोन की युवा टीम दृढ़ता और निष्ठा से काम कर रही है। ये इंजीनियर्स सिर्फ चिप्स नहीं बना रहे, बल्कि भारत के भविष्य की नींव रख रहे हैं। आज की यह उपलब्धि आने वाले कल के भारत को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगी। गो माइक्रोन, गो भारत। Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Guru Sharan Singh, for sharing your vision on how advanced packaging can accelerate India's semiconductor ambitions. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Ahmed Khan, President of KLA, who has led the KLA's process control business since 2003. So let's give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Ahmed Khan on stage. He oversees development of inspection and metrology platforms that are critical for yield ramp in advanced and mature fabs alike. And KLA is the leading supplier of metrology. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Ahmed Khan. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Really excited to be here. I was really impressed with PM Modi's presentation this morning. For those of you who are in the mask industry, he did say the mask is aligned and it's ready to go. So I was quite surprised by that comment, but very inspiring. I'll give you a quick overview on KLA and process control and the advancements in advanced packaging. Company overview, semiconductor market, what's happening in the market itself, and then KLA India. So a quick overview of KLA. We were founded in 1976. We're getting ready for our 50th birthday. I will send some invites out, so do attend in Milpitas. We have 15,000 employees, revenue. The two things that I'm quite excited about is just like any other semiconductor equipment company, we hire a lot of technical people because our business is very technical. So 65% of all of our employees have masters and PhDs, and they're working on developing these complex systems, not only in Milpitas, California, but a large portion of that is in India, and I will describe what that is. And the second part being part of world's best employment companies. So we participate in many segments of the semiconductor industry, almost all of them. We participate in logic foundry, in memory, work very closely with Micron and other partners, specialty and legacy. We not only make computer chips, but also work on packaging them. These days, when a $20,000, $25,000 wafer comes out of the 3-nanometer node, our customers are not able to sell that product directly to their customers. They have to then get the latest generation memory and integrate it on a package before they're able to sell that. So advanced packaging is critically important, and KLA is investing a lot in this segment to ensure that we're able to support our customers. We also participate in components, printed circuit boards through acquisitions that we have done, and therefore we are able to do PCB inspection and repair. We also participate in the infrastructure, so wafer manufacturing, reticle manufacturing. We support our OEM partners like Applied Materials, Lam, ASML, chemicals, and IC substrates. The industry is quite wide, so we have to work on ensuring that we are able to make systems that support all the infrastructure. So what does KLA do? We make essentially sophisticated microscopes. They're using a wide variety of wavelength of light, like 190 nanometers to 400 nanometers, in some case 1,000 nanometers, and we're trying to find defects at the range of 10 to 100 nanometers. So that's what we do. So we make these sophisticated microscopes component by component. We develop our own light sources, for example. These light sources are brighter than the surface of the sun, and we generate these plasmas to generate broadband plasmas. We make our own stages. We work with our partners to deliver optics, sensors. The fastest sensors run at around 20 to 40 gigapixels a second, which is approximately 2,000 iPhones taking pictures simultaneously. The reason I bring this up is because we are really an edge device. Overall, our systems are really an edge device. We are processing terabytes and terabytes of data, because if we were to store that data, it would be very, very large forms of data. Micron would really like it, but it'll be very large. So we have to make decisions on the fly as that data is coming out. Okay, so I'll talk about the semiconductor market. This is a compulsory slide for all executives in semiconductor industry. I think so far everybody has spoken about the $1 trillion market. This was, I think, originally presented by McKinsey in 2022 or 2023, that the semiconductor market is going to become $1 trillion by 2030. At that time, the primary growth levers were mobile and PC. That has been completely replaced now by AI. Mobile and PC is assumed as moderate growth, and AI is taking a bulk of it. In order to deliver that growth, you're going to see a CAGR growth of around 8% from now until 2030, which is a very healthy growth rate in the industry. Up during COVID timeframe in 2016, ranging around 8%, and this growth rate now continues until 2030 at about 8%. Now, this industry gives birth to not only AI chips, but a bulk of the ecosystem is non-AI chips, and I'll talk about that. If you look at the bulk of the semiconductor devices, greater than about 80% are 7 nanometers and older devices, meaning older nodes. So this gives a viewpoint that there's a lot of growth to be achieved in legacy markets, and India could play a very important role in this area with the plans that they have outlined. Okay, I'll move to process control and the importance of process control. So if you look at the fab, an average fab, the capital investment required to build a fab is between 8 billion to 30 billion. 30 billion is close to a 2-nanometer fab, 8 billion is close to a 45-nanometer fab. So depending where you are, you're investing quite a bit in capital intensity, because it's a very capital-intensive market. The number of steps to make a semiconductor devices, it's about 500 steps to 1,000 steps between lithography, deposition, etch, CMP, and all of those steps. If the yield of each step was 99%, your overall yield will be less than 1.5%. So this business is really about extreme precision. You have to find all the defects, you have to make sure all the measurements are correct, and then maybe the device works. So it's very difficult, but many of us do it every single day. It takes about 3 months to 6 months, 5 months for a wafer to start from the beginning to end of the line. So if you wait until end of the line and do the inspection, final inspection, you would have 50,000 wafers coming behind, and you would have yield losses. So inline process control is critical to ensure that you're able to make the devices yield. This is what KLA does. So what do? We measure defects and we measure dimensions of our devices, CDs and overlays and all the defects. That's what we try to do to make sure the devices work. We work with our customers during initial R&D phase, in ramp, and then in high volume manufacturing. So packaging is a very important segment of semiconductor devices now. Used to be that customers will make the wafers, and wafers would get final packaging, which is fan-out packaging or package itself. But nowadays, with advanced packaging, you have 2.5D and 3D wafer level package. Also, wafer-to-wafer bonding is becoming very critical. And in the future, near future, heterogeneous integration is going to be brought in. That's going to make these devices work. So as I said, again, no single company is able to make these advanced devices by itself. Memory companies are making sure that they are stacking HBMs, and logic devices are making sure that they are able to scale these transistor architectures to billions of transistors. So they're pretty much at scanner, full scanner field level. So that's how you get billions of transistors. So therefore, packaging is becoming very critical to make sure that this continues. It's happening not only in the data centers, but also in the edge devices, both in data centers making AI chips, and it's also happening in edge devices, ensuring iPhones and all of those other devices are also using packaging. So packaging is very critical. KLA has a large presence in India. We have about 950 plus employees now doing work in software engineering, advanced computing, and AI. A very critical team. We also work with our industry partners, and we have about 1,000 consultants working with us on engineering and non-engineering efforts. More than 80 patents have been written by these teams. We believe that this team continues to grow and becomes even more critical part of KLA. We also have partnerships with universities. IITM is a very close partner of ours, IIT Madras, in the research park, where we work on optimizing workloads that KLA is producing. As I said earlier, we make the fastest cameras in the world, probably. And in order to process those images, we need to make sure that we're working on novel algorithms. So these partnerships have been critical for us to be successful. Great, that's all I had. Thank you, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed Khan, for sharing your thoughts on the critical role of inspection and metrology in enabling advanced packaging. Well, after those two highly illuminating keynote addresses, we now move on to another important panel discussion on advanced packaging. As we are all aware, the semiconductor industry continues to push the boundaries of performance, power efficiency, and miniaturization. Advanced packaging has emerged as enabler for innovation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please note that this session brings together distinguished experts from the industry to throw light on the critically significant advanced packaging segment. Our panelists, we also have a moderator for this particular session, and all the panelists will, of course, deliberate among themselves, exchanging ideas and enriching all of us through their experiences. Without much ado, I would straight away call upon the moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Hem Takyar, the Senior Vice President at Micron, to please come over and take care of this session. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The most difficult job of an anchor is to request the audience to put your hands together. So I'm pretty sure all of you are proactive. So without any hesitation, it gives a lot of motivation for the panelists. So I would like to call upon the other panelists straight away. Mr. Raghu Panikkar, the CEO of Keynes SEMICON. Round of applause, please. Come. Sorry, Venkata Simhadri, CEO and the Chairman of ASIP. I would now straight away hand over the session to Mr. Hem Takyar to take us through the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So it's a privilege to moderate today's panel here on semiconductor packaging, a domain that is rapidly evolving to meet the demand of the next generation products. And I want to emphasize products. In the world of packaging today, the advances which are being driven, there's so much linked with what the product needs are. Many decades ago, packaging was considered something that is needed to protect the chip. Today's world, packaging is so much integrated with how the product gets defined. So all the reasons why the packaging matters so much today. It's a fundamental building block today for power efficiency, driving the performance, and how the silicon technology is evolving, how does that get integrated, whether it's heterogeneous integration or it's an integration with the package from application perspective, which is application-specific packaging here. So many examples of that. We can look at the technology, and I'm going to build upon what Ahmad just talked about on the HBM side. That's a dimension of advanced packaging. But there's so many other dimensions of advanced packaging, and I would change the wording here a little bit, advances in packaging that we all need to manage, we all manage all the time, and that need to be taken into considerations here. So in the discussion today, we will discuss these parallel paths across multiple semiconductor areas. And we'll start with first round of question. So as we go through the first round of question, I'll request panelists here to go over a brief introduction and then get into their view of the first question here. That is, what's your view of the advanced packaging, and how do you see your roadmap to address these needs? So let's spend about 3 to 5 minutes in these areas. I know typically advanced packaging, people think about TSVs, 3D stacking, but heterogeneous integration is equally important, as we have seen how it has changed the landscape in the industry today. So looking at the multiple dimension, we often hear about enabling technologies like wafer-level packaging, vertical wire-based technology, advances in wire bonding, advances in substrate technology, and so on. So with that, I'll get started here, and Raghu is first.
Thank you. Thanks, Hem.
So my name is Raghu. I'm part of Keynes SEMICON, 100% subsidiary of Keynes Group. You know, we are setting up an OSAT plant in Sanand, Gujarat, next to you. The whole thought process when we were discussing prior to this is to, you know, we all can throw a lot of jargon and words here as far as the advances in packaging or the advanced packaging is concerned. But I guess today we are talking more on what is the downstream effect, what is the applications that we are driving, and what effect would it have from an India context is one of the things that we thought we'll discuss today. So from that sense, let's take a lead into talking about, you know, so we are working more towards the power semiconductor, the power MOSFETs and the likes of those products. And we believe that, you know, multi-chip module itself is an advanced packaging because now that module can go to multiple applications. You know, one such application is in the intelligent power module, goes into the BLDC controllers, the power MOSFETs that go into the aircon market, the industrial aircon market and stuff like that. So whatever you produce, if that is a end market to it immediately, we believe that that should be looked at. That's one point. Second, as far as when we talk of advanced packaging, it also augments from a fact that you need to have a decent team. So at least from Keynes' side, we already brought together PhDs, 13 PhDs to look at, you know, the advancements in packaging and stuff like that, and thereby look at the roadmap of packaging.
Hello, namaste. My name is Koichi Tsukui from Advantest. Advantest is the test solution, the company, which based on the semiconductor tester and the handler and the contacting or thermal control. And we are working on the more than 70 years now on focus on measurement and test. And you know, advanced packaging is a big wave for the industry. And it's really, really complex. And from test solution company point of view, that we never see in such a complexity in this industry. Then, you know, this is a big challenge for the industry. Therefore, now Advantest is approaching mainly two solutions for this complexity. First one is, you know, before that, from my definition about advanced package is 3D or chiplet, multi-dice packaging. This is, you know, opening up the necessity of the new test insertion. Until now, wafer testing and the packaging testing is the two main portions. But you can imagine the chiplet as a heterogeneous, you know, chip integration, many chips. Before final packaging test, in between, we believe the die-level testing solution is necessary. Therefore, we are approaching to singulated, after dicing, singulated die test solution is necessary for this one. And this insertion, we need a full performance test. In that time, you know, latest high performance computing chip, they need active thermal control, you know, controlling the temperature. Otherwise, we cannot test. Including such a total solution, this is one of the approach for this complexity. The other one is the, you know, starting from design, validation, prototyping, fast testing, and mass production. Cycle times getting longer and longer. Our industry need time to market is really important, right? Therefore, we are working on how to automate of the test to make the better efficiency, shorten cycle time for the customer from starting from design to the mass production. That two part, I believe that's a critical part from our point of view. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so at Teradyne, very similar to my, my new friend Suki-san. At Teradyne, we're thinking about packaging in a similar way in terms of how do we help customers find defects and issues faster. Ultimately, you heard from Ahmad and some of the folks that are thinking about this more on the front end side. We're thinking about it more on the back end side. And I think that has a great position for India to play when you talk about some of the things like that used to exist in insertions of where I'm doing wafer testing, how I'm testing packaged parts, and maybe what I'm doing to test whatever I put that thing in, that semiconductor in. And that's all being shook up, and really a ton of innovation is happening right now on the packaging side. It's being led by some of the people that you've heard from, the Microns and others of the world that are thinking about how do they stack high bandwidth memory to do something relative to AI. Maybe some of the people that are producing chips that go into power systems and things that are delivering now hundreds of amps and thousands of amps in some cases into semiconductors. And on the power IC and testing side, you're seeing some of that. Certainly the advancements on the computing side of compute tiles and ASICs and things I need to do to train or infer for AI models. And then increasingly there's also an insertion for system test. What do I need to do to package the product up, maybe attach memory to it while I test it, run it with an operating system, run it at temperature, and make sure that I can figure out how these things fail and try and fail as fast as possible in the assembly and the packaging of the products. Tons of innovation, and we're only seeing, I believe, the beginning. Right now, the economics are such that a lot of the scrap that is produced in some of these test cycles, if you're selling something for tens of thousands of dollars, you can probably tolerate a little bit of scrap there, thousands of dollars of scrap. But as you start to see that the yields and maybe the pricing comes down and more volume economics applies, that puts even more pressure on the testing and on the packaging and on the yields. And I believe this is going to be a great opportunity for the ecosystem here in India. You're going to see a number of different opportunities. It starts in some of the things around power and industrial and automotive. It'll then work its way up into the computing and the AI space. And so we're super excited at Teradyne about what the future holds. We're seeing a lot of advancements and insertions in the back-end packaging and test space that you didn't really previously see. So tons of advancements going on there, and we're super excited about that and being able to innovate in that space. So I'm excited to talk about it with the rest of the panelists. So thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Scott Chen. We are the Kinser's interconnect technology. Be careful, you have to focus on the interconnect. We are the interconnect between the wafer and the PC board, okay? So we connect to each other. So talking about this advanced package, we probably, normally I find the solutions from the movie, okay? So if I watch a movie, the Iron Man, he has Jarvis. Everything he asks Jarvis, could you help me? Could you do the simulation? So the Jarvis will be the, from me, I want to get one Jarvis, okay? He can do everything for you, okay? So this is one of end product you want to be. But what the format or shape should be is Jarvis. From movie, you see a lot of server, computer, that's too big, okay? So if we go to another movie, that's a Transformer, okay? In the Transformer episode 1, there's they call Energon, yeah? It's energy power, energy cube, okay? So that one is a cube shape. when they touch, they pop, 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 pop. Looks like they can give them the full power. If the YAP is also included in this Electron, okay? That means this final end of a product, final package you can put inside of your body that can give you full power, all the energy, okay? So from this shape, that means from package point of view, what I think is that should be the end product should be like Electron. That's a cubic. That means a 3D is like a 3D integration, okay? So let's go back a little bit to the before the 2000s. At that time, is wafer is wire bond to the lead frame. That's a 1D to 1D. Then in the 2000s, substrate, that's a Kinsus come out. We have a VGA in the matrix side. That's a 2D. That's with a wire bond. That's a 1D wafer to 2D substrate. Then go to the 2010s. There's a free chip bumping come out. So that become a 2D wafer to 2D substrate. And right now in the 2020s, that means it's something like a 2.5D, you say the CoWAS, you say the FinFET. So the wafer size still become the 2.5D, 3D, but the connection to substrate, maybe there's a more solution. Just like the moderator says, you can use a hybrid bumping. You have a free chip bond, but you with a wire bond to the substrate. That means it almost is a 3D wafer to the 2D substrate because the substrate size still is a VGA. So in the end, that should go to the Electron. No substrate, no PCB. You touch the Electron, they do everything for you. There's a job is for you, okay? That's my dream. Maybe 50 years or maybe 100 years old. So the Kinsu substrate we try to do is, for sure at the beginning, we provide a VGA substrate. It's a single die. We provide a free chip. Then we provide a system in package. That means you have a multiple die and a multiple passive. Then we provide a system module. That means no more PCB. This substrate module can be connected to with a camera, that's eyes, with a mic, that's a earphone, that's your ear, your microphone, your smell, your touch. Then you can call a Jarvis, I want to do this. So my point of view, the fence package in the end should be like a 3D dimension. Like even they can self-power himself to do everything for you. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Venkata Simhadri. I've been in the semiconductor industry for the last 35 years, mostly in Silicon Valley. But I always had a foot in India. I've been operating design services companies with design centers in India. Most recently, I was running Chip Technologies, a publicly listed semiconductor company. It used to be a product company, in fact. So this, I mean, as you all know, we've been approved recently. The last 4 projects ISM has approved, we are one of them. And I like to thank all the leadership, mighty Prime Minister Modi ji. It's a great opportunity. It is a dream come true for me. So coming back to the main topic here, my perspective of advanced packaging is increasing the performance at a lower power. So I give you a simple example. I used to run a company I had a startup called Gigacom Semiconductor in 2012. And at that time, I was designing high-speed SerDes at 16 gigabits per second. So today, the fastest SerDes in the market is 112 gigabits. So these SerDes, again, used for chip-to-chip communications and also from your SoC to memory communications. So these SerDes really consume a lot of power. So the only way to optimize that power is keeping the communication lengths as small as possible and as efficient as possible. So the only way that can happen is using advanced packaging, using high speed, keeping that interconnect as small as possible. And so in my opinion, only the advanced packaging is
the main reason for that is to reduce the power while increasing the performance. At the same time, you're also getting a better form factor by packing more and more dies into a single chip. And that is also going to reduce the space you need on the board, ultimately your system. So that is another advantage. But at the same time, it is going to cost more, right? The packages and the expensive substrates and all that stuff. But in the end, I think it is going to be compensated by the actual savings you achieve on the board. So coming back to ASIP's roadmap, we are a joint venture with a Korean OSAT. It's called APAC. They've been in the business for the last, almost 20 years, 25 years. And they were a spin-off from Hynix. And they're already doing very high-speed advanced flip chip packages, 1,000+ bumps. And they have system in packages using flip chip technology. And also they have 2.5D packaging already in R&D. And they're planning to take it into volume production by 2027. So the advantage we have is we will be bringing that technology to our factories in India, most likely by 2029. And so that is going to be our roadmap. And so our partners from Korea, they're bringing in the manufacturing technology. At the same time, my design expertise, track record in the last 35 years, I feel it's going to be a great marriage for us. And with that, we can actually accelerate our roadmap and bring advanced packaging technology to India soon. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just summarize some of the discussions here and add the elements that we did not touch on. Number one, I think part of the discussion here is really demystifying the area of advanced packaging. You heard many different perspectives of the packaging here today, which are super critical. So let me start with a few examples here. As we discuss advanced packaging, what does it all mean? Because we typically end up hearing about in one dimension, which is the interconnect. That's one part of it. So interconnect is one dimension, whether it's wire bonding or flip chip, or it's TSV or some other interconnect scheme, and in near future it's optical interconnect as well. So interconnect is only one of the dimensions. Today, what you heard, there are so many other dimensions of advanced packaging that one has to consider. So I just want to comment on what Raghu also mentioned. In power devices, you have a team of PhDs that you are building up. The complexity that comes in the design of power devices has evolved to the level that I would say, as far as you really need to start leveraging AI techniques and solving these complex problems so we can build devices so the lifetime of these devices, one, is predictable and it lasts 10, 20, 30 years, because most of the power devices have a harsh environment being used. So that's one dimension. You heard about the test dimension, which again has to link with the design of the package. That's another dimension that one has to take into consideration. We heard about the substrate technology, which is so much integrated with the design of the die and the whole design of the package and that ecosystem. Few areas which we did not touch on. As an example, the substrate technology itself has a significant impact on the signal integrity. And the manufacturing of the substrate need to be integrated with those characterization, as well as the technology of manufacturing the substrate, which goes hand in hand with the design of the package to enable high-speed devices. So I covered few examples, but let me take a simplest example, because whenever everyone talks about wire bonding, we'll say, okay, that's the technology which has existed for 50 years. Well, forget 50 years. The products which are being built today, if you had asked anyone 10 years ago, is it possible to build those products? The answer will be absolutely not. Foldable phones, the wire bond-based technology, the limits have been pushed to a level that was not comprehensible 10 years ago. So many of us who are familiar with manufacturing and the wafer thinning process, let's take that as an example. So typically in the industry, technology has existed. I can control the thickness in the range of 4 to 5 microns. Well, the technology has advanced to a level, today we can get to 2 micron, by next year it'll be 1 micron, and in a sub-micron level, 500 nanometer range. And that's needed for hybrid bonding in future and wafer-to-wafer bonding as well. So these are all the elements of advanced packaging, or I would say advances in the packaging technology here that one has to take into consideration as we look forward. So this is just to sum up the first part of the discussion that we just had. So with that, we'll move on to the second part, and we'll try to wrap that up in next 20 minutes and make sure there's enough room for audience participation and the Q&A as well. So part 2 of the panel here is really how the advanced packaging can make the differentiation element for semiconductor progress in India. What's your view on the world? What gaps that we see here? What are the opportunities that exist which need to be addressed immediately, year down the road, few years down the road? So let's just take a few examples of those. First is the scale, right? I think that's one example. Do we need pilot lines? So the access is available to broad-based spectrum of the companies here. The second part we need to keep in mind is how do we leverage the global ecosystem here in India? The global access to leading edge fab, the technologies which are being developed, because a lot of the development has to take place concurrently with the fab technologies being developed and the package technologies. I think that's how you get advantage in the marketplace. So those are some of the examples I would ask panel to take into consideration for the next point.
Thank you. So you had a very interesting point about talking about the interconnects, and rightfully so. The team talked about test a lot. You know, that plays a very big role. You know, when you are doing the assembly, packaging, and test. Now, taking further the discussion about you know, what we spoke about power. The first part of the power was primarily towards when I spoke about the power packages and the power modules that go into the EV segment and the industrial. Let's take a little further. When you look at now power again, you know, let's look at the high voltage and the high current power modules that go into the energy segment or the railway segment, because these are some of the areas that you know, we can work on. You know, we have a very big railway segment. We have a huge energy, and we do have a similar EV and the industrial. Now, when you talk about, you know, all these challenges exist, how do you test them and stuff? But another important thing comes when you look at materials in this space, right? When you look at sintering as a technology, when you look at what kind of materials that you should use when you look at high power and high voltage. And I believe that, you know, we are putting up a center of excellence for power. That would mean the low voltage, low current, high voltage, high current, and stuff like that. And started to look at, working with McDermott Alpha, started to look at what kind of materials could be used in those areas. So believe that, you know, there are enough opportunities in India itself. Whether we are in the legacy domain, which are 50 years old, or you look at the interconnect between BGA and wire, BGA and legacy, which is the wire bond BGAs and stuff like that, and power. And I believe that there's a huge opportunity of working in that space.
Yeah, I think, you know, advanced packaging, the wave is big opportunity for India because I think no doubt India has a big powerful capability for design. I think that's really important for the advanced packaging because, you know, that's a really complex device. Design is really key to, you know, make the quality, volume, and feedback to the design if something wrong. And, you know, tester, solution provider point of view, but India need more test because the result feedback to design team is India design capability much more stronger India team. Therefore, I think probably some of the missing part is the test and the packaging area. At least, you know, pilot line and closer loop to the design team. I believe it's one of the immediate action probably that I can propose. But on the other hand, you know, my point of view, you know, for latest leading edge node, if you develop the manufacturer, it takes time or decades, right? But India team is already one of the key part of the global ecosystem. You can leverage from other partner to build into the, you know, that's a process node. But again, the design capability is a really powerful one. I think that you should strengthen more using test and packaging technologies. That's my, you know, thought. Thank you.
Yeah, and a couple of things that I believe will happen is first, you have to separate the leading edge wafer manufacturing business that gets what I believe is a lot of attention, right, on everybody wanting to make leading edge silicon wafers, right? And the idea that you could then package those up, test them, integrate them largely with a heterogeneous environment where you might not have all leading edge node silicon that's from the same fab on the same package, right? You're likely going to see a more heterogeneous environment where you have different chiplets and different CPU tiles and GPU tiles and stacks of memory and all of that on a similar package. Well, you don't need to produce that silicon here in order to be able to package it and test it, right? And so there's, I believe, some areas where you'll have a first mover or a second mover or a maybe more cost-effective or higher quality opportunity there, right? So I think that's one piece. And then the other one, when you think about power and industrial and some of the things that happen relative to the amount of voltage and current that are being talked about in these devices, those types of silicon technology could lend themselves well to starting here, right? And then you might see the wafers being produced in India as well as the packaging and assembly and test all happening in India. And then I think you look at the talent level, right? Massive amount of engineering talent being produced by universities that are local, being used for everywhere in the world, not just for local. And I think that's another huge asset that India has. And then lastly, there's the geopolitical stuff that goes on, right, all over the world. And I think that, you know, as you heard the Prime Minister say this morning, right, there's opportunity, I believe, as people think about India as being stable, as being innovative, as being high quality. And there's an opportunity there as well. So I think when you put that all together, you're in a very good position to grow from where you are today to other places in the future.
About this one, I probably give you some of history, okay? I'm an old man, okay? As I said, in 2000s, the substrate is a bottleneck. At that time, the wafer is not I'm not saying important. They are not a key because the substrate is a bottleneck. Original reference is only one dimension. Substrate become the 2D dimension, so we can provide more input-output. Then in 2010s, assembly is the key. That's a bottleneck because they try to use a fridge bond, they can connect, they can provide more input-output. And right now, it's, let's say, you say it's a CoWAS. If I tell you the story, we Kinsus, we've been developing with Xilinx. Right now, it's AMD or subsidiary. In 2012, we mass production with the TSMC together. But unfortunately, at that time, the yield is one panel, only one wafer. The yield is too low. And who knows? Right now, in 2020, they become an advanced package. We developed in 10 years ago, then right now you say advanced package. That doesn't make sense, but timing is very important. What I try to say is, I think the question is how to close the gap in India, right? So the timing is very important. Too early, too late is no good. From Taiwan, everybody talking about TSMC. So you say the TSMC is a good technology. But if we allow the Dutch EUV, can they do the 2 nanometer? Can they do the 1.5 nanometer? So both of these are very important. But the TSMC, they have a very good manufacturability. They provide a very good CP value. So CoWAS become, right now, is getting popular advanced package. Early this year, there's one of material, the glass fiber. This glass fiber is a core and the prepreg, okay? This T glass is made by Japan, Litobo. And especially for AI chip, for AI server from substrate, it's a shortage. And then the total quantity is not enough to support the current AI requirement or high-speed requirement. Then, okay, we try to find a VCP, second source. In the world, there's only another two. There's another two. One is Taiwan glass. The other one is China glass. They can make this glass fiber. So is this glass fiber is a semiconductor or not? What I mean is not only the wafer fab, not only the assembly, not only LSAT, all is one. And even right now for the AI server, cooling system is very important. Are they semiconductor? So I want to try to say is, because I'm just the first time to be in India, this is the second day, I'm not fully understood, but probably need to think about this whole ecosystem. There's a lot of opportunity. India probably need to think about which is a key point you can involve in. If you want to go to the fab, TSMC, one fab, they probably charge you around $300 million US, just one fab. That's a lot, but probably you can provide a very good yield. So everywhere is potentially become a key, probably I say bottleneck for the semiconductor that can help India become a key player in this field. Okay.
Thank you. Hem, let me rephrase your question a little bit. You said how can advanced packaging can be a differentiating factor for us? And again, what are the gaps and what are the opportunities? See, in my opinion, OSAT has been a very established business across the world. There are probably 15, 20 players, very established players. So for India to go and compete with them doing legacy packages, I think it's going to be tough. You can only compete with them on the cost. So advanced packaging is the only, place where we can either catch up with them quickly or even we can leapfrog them. So for that, the gaps naturally is going to be, where do we get the technology? Quickly get the technology and get our OSATs up and running. So it's not really a rocket science. I think we can potentially develop the technology ourselves with the help of IITs and with the help of governments. But I think it's good to bring in some partners to give us a head start. And the second place I see is naturally the high-speed SerDes, substrates. I think all the raw material that goes in there. Looks like there is a shortage for high-speed substrates right now. That is one area probably the country we can also focus and bring the technology to India and see whether we can create all the ecosystem locally here. Third thing is the design talent. See, when you design these complex packages, and you need to pretty much, have a first pass success, just like silicon. If you have a problem with your silicon, you get it back from the fab, it's going to, respinning it is a major, major problem. Similarly, these advanced packages, you need to get them right first pass. I think that's one area I think we can do well. India, we have a huge design talent. We are doing some of the best, highest, most complex chip designs in India today. We can quickly retrain them and, start doing the package design as well. So I think this is an opportunity for us to quickly catch up or even leapfrog in the next 3 to 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes left. We need to wrap up in next 5-10 minutes here. So to wrap up the panel discussion, there is a dimension I want to bring out, call it call to action, or areas there is a significant focus needed, and it's growing at exponential rate. And I think we can all guess that, what that is. It's the role of AI in every dimension of packaging, whether it is design or its materials which are being used or the manufacturing process itself. How does it integrate? In case of heterogeneous packaging, significant role. And I don't know if Ahmad is still here. I can tell you a lot of the tools which are supplied today for advanced packaging, the AI capability is really what is enabling success there, which is an example I can take from connecting to his presentation is on a process you are measuring the defects in nanometer or the micron level, and the tool needs to have the capability where you can get the real-time analysis and take corrective action post-process, process steps which are upstream and downstream both. So those are some of the examples of advances in the area of packaging which are becoming super critical to the success. So with that, we can close on the comments here from the panelists and open it up for the audience for your comments, questions you might have for the panelists here.
Hello, Meri Helle, semiconductor entrepreneur from Finland. So I've been looking into chiplets, and I think it makes a lot of sense to put different types of chips together and close by with the very short distances. But when it comes to putting different chips or wafers that are coming from different vendors, and then you build an interconnect layer, but then it's an ecosystem development who is responsible for yields. So I think the technology exists, but how to build up this value chain with all the responsibilities. And let me finish by that maybe we did it in Finland with Nokia mobile phones.
Okay, maybe I'll help here a little bit. The test has a major role to play here because as you get into the area of heterogeneous integration, clearly there is a challenge in terms of one is the design for test itself, and then as you get the defects, where is the liability and who has what ownership? So with that, I think we should hear the comments from the test perspective as well.
Yeah, I mean, as you start to put, 10, 15 pieces of silicon onto a single, package, right? Then the question starts to come up of what failed, when did it fail, who's responsible if one of the 10 chiplets fails, but the other 9 are still good, right? So now you start to, you're starting to, but I think you're going to see even more hearing about known good die, hearing even more about rework of material, right? And what you do to recover, you know, some of the known good material. And then I think it does put a lot more, you know, emphasis on every one of the testing steps. Now imagine there would never ever be a bad substrate, right? But imagine a substrate, you know, had a challenge. What do I do to test them? And right now, maybe we don't test the substrate itself as much because they're literally good almost all the time, right? But as you start to put 10 die down on it, and one of them might be, let's say, not as robust as the others, does that then bring out some sort of marginality, right, in some of the different substrates or in some of the other die? Maybe all of the die, when you get them, they run at a certain voltage or a certain temperature, and we were talking a little bit about power levels, voltage levels, temperature levels, and controlling all of that. Right? Well, now, what if all your die are unique? Of course they are. So now what do I do to get a fast or a slow version of the product? What does that mean, and where's my limiter? Right? So I think that there's an opportunity here for the ecosystem in India to play as you start to look at every one of those insertions, and it's going to be way different than I test the wafer all together, I package it in some kind of TSOP package, and I solder a component down on a motherboard. That's not the world that we're going to be in for many of these advanced products anymore, and we need to adapt as an industry to be able to take advantage of that.
Thank you. I think we are pretty much out of time. I want to thank the panelists here for sharing their views, their wisdom, and where they see the challenges are and the world heading and what lies ahead of us. Thank you. So round of applause for all the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the panelists, and I'm pretty sure the panelists will be available offline because of paucity of time. We could not take extra questions, but I'm very sure that all the panelists will be available offline for taking those questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Hemtakia, the Senior Vice President, Micron, for moderating this session. Let's give a round of applause and thank all the panelists once again. We started off the post-lunch session with 2 keynote addresses and 1 interesting panel discussion. Now we move on to another couple of very interesting keynote addresses which will be done in terms of advanced packaging, and therefore 2 dignitaries are here, all set to take us through a journey of this particular session. We have Dr. Chi Ping Lee, the Managing Director of Advanced Packaging Lam Research. He has more than 20 years of experience in the semiconductor industry and has built deep expertise in product marketing. And of course, Chi Ping began his career as a thin film deposition process engineer at Novelia System, and which is now a part of Lam Research, supporting integrated device manufacturing and foundry customers across Southeast Asia. Before Mr. Lee takes over, he is the Managing Director of Advanced Packaging Strategic Marketing and a founding member of the Advanced Packaging Product Group at Lam Research. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Chi Ping Lee onto the stage. Hearty welcome to you, sir. He leads strategic and technical marketing initiatives focused on advanced packaging technologies and so on.
Right. It's a big clicker. Thank you. Right, a very good afternoon to the audience here. It's a very big honor for me to be here today to give a talk on advanced packaging in SEMICON India. The previous panel session has been very informative, led by Micron Hemtakia. I do appreciate that a lot to hear the sharing. And I'd like to move on to my presentation, where it will be a much more light-hearted session about the role of connecting chip, connecting opportunity in advanced packaging for India. About 16 years ago, when I first stepped into advanced packaging space, little did I expect today I'll be here on the stage to talk about packaging. Because back then, packaging is an afterthought, was an afterthought in any semiconductor design. If the chip designer were focusing on the chip, packaging to them is just the box. However, as each of us demand faster, smaller, better semiconductor product, packaging today is no longer the box. Packaging today is an enabler. It is the bridge for performance, the bridge that connects flexibility and possibility. Right. Okay. So, you might not know that packaging, as Ham has mentioned, cover one dimension, which is about connecting dies, right? Traditionally, when we first started back then, packaging is about building one chip and connecting the chip to a board. See, in another way, you are trying to build a house and the house on a big piece of land. But we are trying to make that different by stacking more die, stacking more chip on top of another. What we are doing now literally are building skyscrapers, right? And every layer of construction, the skyscraper, it implies opportunity for us, opportunity for India. Okay? So why do we need to build that skyscraper? Why do we need advanced packaging to make that happen? There are multiple benefits that come along with it. For example, you are able to reduce the power, as one of the speakers has mentioned earlier on. You are able to increase the bandwidth, extend the Moore's law, reduce the form factor by squeezing many, many chips together, and finally accelerate the time to the market. As a result, packaging becomes very important in today's era, especially in era of artificial intelligence. AI, or artificial intelligence, has been transforming each our life. With the release of recently Nano Banana by Google in the Gemini, it has actually transformed a lot of graphic design as well. And that's just the beginning of what AI can do to the world and to us. But do you know, at the heart of the artificial intelligence system, it lies advanced packaging. AI chip is not a single chip. AI chip is actually a number of chips of logic, a number of memory joined together to form one single chip itself, right? And with all this interconnection of the various chips together to form one AI chip, again, it lies opportunity for us to connect together. And in the future, there's more to come for AI chip itself. On the top, we are trying to see how we can move the data instead of using electrical copper wire by using light. And we need to integrate that light component with the AI chip itself, hence CPO or co-packaged optic. On the lower side, the idea is also to make a much bigger AI chip to be much more powerful so that it can respond to your request much faster and much smarter. Hence come larger panel level packaging. If we were to zoom into just panel level packaging itself, you can see the benefit of doing AI chip packaging on a panel level. You get much more processing at one step itself. Of course, as you move from a wafer small size to a large size, 600 millimeter by 600 millimeter, for example, challenges will come around. The industry are responding to these challenges. For example, Lam is developing system that is enabling electroplating on large-scale panel itself. And in India, we have also 3D glass solution who have announced their project being approved by the Indian government for glass interposer development in India itself. Basically, panel technology is developing in the industry today. Okay? Then again, advanced packaging is not just being adopted in artificial intelligence, logic, specialty devices like camera image sensor, or even power devices as discussed earlier on. Memory from 3D NAND, as well as DRAM on high bandwidth memory, has been using advanced packaging technology in the front-end fabrication as well as in the back-end packaging itself. The adoption of advanced packaging is broad, and that adoption is happening today, which imply, again, there are many opportunities that's going on in the market right now. Okay? So in this growth of advanced packaging, who is Lam? What does Lam do? That might be your question, why am I here today? Lam is one of the largest semiconductor equipment manufacturer in the front end. But 15, 16 years ago, we have actually made a decision to invest in innovation for advanced packaging in the back end as well. These are the areas that we believe are strategic differentiation or enabler of advanced packaging. And therefore, Lam has invested in plasma deposition solution, invested in electroplating devices, equipment, dry etching processes, as well as wet processes. Okay? With this technology that we focus on, we are actually building TSV structure. We are building the microbump that is used in wafer lab packaging, as well as artificial intelligence interposer. We are also building hybrid bonding material that's used in the advanced logic today and in the future. And we do it with market leadership. In fact, for the electroplating tool that we have last year, we actually have about close to 70% market share based on third-party data survey. Now, to be exact, this is not a solo journey. Lam cannot do it alone. It requires an ecosystem. It requires a village to work together to make the semiconductor advanced packaging move to the next level. In this regard, Lam does collaborate with multiple stakeholders in the industry to bring next generation technology. In fact, we are proud to share that we are participating in the consortium, the Industry Academia Consortium led by Professor Rao Tumala, called the IDSPS Consortium in India. Right? And we look forward to be able to work together with the India community to shape tomorrow's technology. With that, I want to I'm coming to the end of my presentation, and I'd like to end this with a note. To most of you, advanced packaging may not sound very glamorous. However, advanced packaging is in an inflection point today to enable semiconductor devices that will transform most people's life, if not everybody's life. With the importance of advanced packaging, hence the topic of my presentation today, connecting chips, which is one dimension of advanced packaging, connecting opportunities, which will be a good area, so-called the digital diamond, as Prime Minister Modi have mentioned today, for India to take a look and invest in this space. With that, I come to the end of my presentation. Hopefully, it's a short and sweet and lighthearted for you to follow today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chi Ping Lee, for your keynote address. We have another keynote by Mr. Takatoshi Ikiuchi, Director of R&D Resonac. He's also got varied experiences. Kindly come over, sir. His efforts have earned global recognition with SanDisk Semiconductors Shanghai becoming the first factory. So put your hands together to Mr. Takatoshi Ikiuchi, R&D Resonac.
Thank you very much. Can I? Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and then good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ikeuchi from Resonac, and it's a great honor to be here. And today, I'd like to talk about a little unique initiatives from a chemical company. The title of my presentation is Co-Creating the Future of Materials Innovation in Advanced Packaging and Power Modules. Resonac is a chemical company born in 2023 through the merger of Showa Denko and Hitachi Chemical. The name of the company, Resonac, is a combination of resonate and C-film chemistry. Resonac is providing a lot of excellent materials through a wide range of semiconductor processes, beginning with high purity solvent for warehouse manufacturing, high purity gas, CMP serial slurry, photo-imageable dielectrics. Those are global #1 share or top class. And for package substrate, we have substrate core material, CCL, dry film resist, or solder resist. Those are global #1 or #2. And then for interposer and packaging process, we have die bonding film, non-conductor film for HBM memories, capillary underfill, epoxy molding compound, and some more interface material in seed form. Those are global #1, #2, or top class. So this way, Resonac is a global top class semiconductor material supplier. Here is a technology trend and challenges. As everyone is already aware now, semiconductor packaging is very important, crucial for scaling AI processors. But there are some challenges. The size of silicon interposer or the size of advanced packaging are getting bigger and bigger, exceeding 8 electrical, or electric consumption is incredibly high, and that generates high heat. And then people started thinking, complicating various type of advanced packaging like those. And then here is an example. In the case of interposer manufacturing, since some semiconductor companies is planning to expand its interposer sizes up to 9.5 electrical, in that case, if we keep using wafer process, only 4 pieces of interposer are available from one wafer. Instead, if we utilize larger panel process, much more pieces are available at one time. So Resonac has been thinking how this make it happen, how to make it happen, even though we are a chemical company. To provide a good solution, we have a lab in Japan for advanced packaging, where customers and partners can collaborate for advanced packaging. We have more than 30-year experience and knowledge in packaging. Resonac is providing not only excellent materials and packaging capability, but also providing co-creation platforms. Joint 2 consortium is now active with leading 14 companies, semiconductor-related companies, from materials and from equipment. It's like a practice ground to speed up innovation. Those are the targets: 10 micron fine bump interconnection, 1 micron line space fine circuitry interconnection, and 140 millimeter high reliability large packages. Here is a part of the recent achievement from Joint 2. 10 micron bump pitch interconnection was achieved, and line space 1.5, 3-layer RDL was created in the size of 320 millimeter, and then die embedded interposer in the panel size of 510 by 515 millimeter was prepared. And then 120 millimeter 2.5D package was assembled, and then board level reliability was confirmed to be okay. Resonac never stops expanding co-creation platform. We are opening new co-creation platform in the US, which name is US Joint. Currently, 12 leading companies are participating to conduct proof of concept in Silicon Valley together with such as hyperscalers for next generation semiconductor advanced package to realize innovation in advanced packaging. Here is another topic. We have also committed to accelerate development for power modules. We have another lab in Japan for power modules. We have some key materials for example, SiC epitaxial wafer, high heat dissipation cooler, sintering copper paste, heat resistant insulating coating, high TG epoxy molding compound to help customers accelerate development and evaluation. And then Resonac is keen to develop advanced materials for the latest power device technologies like embedded power modules. We have a lot of materials can be used for this kind of advanced application. We also have various materials for conventional semiconductor packages. And then Resonac recently set up a marketing office in Gurgaon in India to leverage advanced materials and advanced knowledge from Japan. And Resonac also have material factories and R&D centers in Malaysia, nearby India. Those are the guys, marketing guys, to contact in India. And in summary, Resonac will contribute to the advancement of India's semiconductor industry in the long term. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, Mr. Takatoshi Ikeuchi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to another session, which focuses on smart manufacturing and R&D in semiconductors to understand the role of these crucial aspects in driving technological advancement and sustainable ecosystem growth. We have two keynote addresses. The first keynote address will be by Mr. Dato K.L. Bock, Senior Vice President of SanDisk. Put your hands together for him. He's got over 30 years of leadership experience across global semiconductor companies, including Motorola and Statship Pack. And under his leadership, SanDisk pioneered vertically integrated wafer in-drive out manufacturing, setting new industry benchmarks. Put your hands together to Mr. Dato. I was getting ready for this all-important session wherein we focus on smart manufacturing and R&D in semiconductor. After this, we'll have another keynote address in this session, and then followed by an interesting fireside chat. It's over to you, Mr. Dato.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I know it's tough to present after lunch, and it's tougher to present when I'm standing between you and your dinner. Okay? But I'm going to try. Actually, what I'm going to present is nothing new to Sandisk and to some of the colleagues, okay, that was formerly from Sandisk. When we first started this journey of Industrial Revolution 4.0 or 4.0, we entitled our journey as Lights Out Manufacturing. And during that time, if we say Lights Out Manufacturing in 2011, where the IR 4.0 is still not very matured, it's the beginning of IR 4.0, I think a lot of people will say this is an illusion. But to me and my team, this is a vision. So in the last 300 years, from IR 1.0 to current IR 4.0, things has evolved. Technology has matured and is maturing into IR 5.0. And we are at this juncture of transforming ourselves from the current foundation of IR 4.0 to IR 5.0. And in simple terms, IR 5.0 basically will focus on human centricity, where you put human intelligence into manufacturing to run manufacturing autonomously. If all of you know, okay, in 2018, McKinsey and the World Economic Forum came together to form this global lighthouse network. And since then, there has been 189 factories by site has been designated as the global lighthouse network. And Sandisk, both our factories in Malaysia and also in Penang, was one of the earlier sites, okay, that has been designated as the first 4IR or first advanced 4IR lighthouse in Malaysia, and also first sustainability lighthouse in Asia for the Penang factory. And for the China factory was designated both advanced 4IR and also sustainability lighthouse, okay, first in China. There are 189 global lighthouse network, and it's a big opportunity for India. You don't have to start all over again, or you don't have to start slow. In fact, you can accelerate. You can tap into a lot of use cases in these 189 lighthouses. You go to World Economic Forum, you can search through, and you will be able to find a lot of all those use cases that you can tap on. As of today, my research also shows that, okay, India is in the beginning of IR 4.0 to a certain extent mid-range of adoption of IR 4.0. The data also show for the world is only about 30% adoption, and there are still 70% of the factories in the world that still need to accelerate this journey. And in my research also, there are 250,000 factories in India, in all industries. So opportunities are huge. And at the same time, okay, I think a lot of people say that, okay, when you transform yourself, when you adopt IR 4.0, will it take away your job? Okay, job security, right? But actually it's not. It's going to create 78 million job opportunity going forward. And this is how Sandisk transformed, okay, from conventional manufacturing to IR 4.0, lights out manufacturing, and going forward, transforming ourselves, okay, to IR 5.0, which is what we call eventually the factory of the future. But just a quick framework of how we approach lights out manufacturing. We have a very robust framework that covers the process automation, robotic transportation, system integration, storage, material storage, and at the same time, okay, the data analytic and artificial intelligence to have an end-to-end lights-out manufacturing as a foundation, okay, to go into IR 5.0 factory of the future. The statistic there, as I say, you can go to World Economic Forum, you can search. Basically, it shows when we were designated in 2021 and 2022 for Sustainability Lighthouse, World Economic Forum basically take the last 3 years of 2021 or 2022 to kind of like do the analytics, okay, of their performance. Net, IR 4.0 or IR 5.0 will drive factory cost reduction. And for India, I know just starting, okay, for semiconductor, and for a lot of other industry that you can capitalize on it to start it early, adopt early, and accelerate. So I often been asked, okay, by a lot of visitors that come to the factory, and then because we are a global lighthouse network, they want to visit, they want to learn. And in simple terms, there are many reasons behind, or rather lessons that we can learn. But in simple terms, a lot of them always ask, this IR 4.0 or lights out manufacturing or lights out factory and factory of future sounds like a big elephant. Don't have money. You don't have talent. You don't know how to approach ROI and things like that, right? So we need to break that mindset if we want to embark and start somewhere and accelerate, okay, by making sure the elephant is not in the room. And very important, okay, in any IR 4.0 or 5.0 transformation, the workforce augmentation is the key to success. You just imagine you don't have people, you don't have resources, okay, but as you embark on this journey, you are basically flipping the typical conventional human resource time that they spend, okay? A conventional factory typically will have a lot of problems, a lot of meetings, unpredictable, unsustainable, that end up with a lot of non-value-added activities. But as you transform into this journey, you see that, okay, your people will spend a lot more time on value-added activities, which is innovation and discussion on the future. And this is where we have enjoyed the last couple of years, okay, after we implemented this. The other problem is that, okay, if you don't start now, just like Prime Minister Modi ji said, you don't start now, you probably will be late, because if you are trying to rely on human, the exponential growth, okay, in semiconductor in India will require a lot of human capital, or rather human, physical human to support that. But we don't have the luxury. I was checking with my colleague and things like that. I was checking the data in the internet. The birth rate has gone down, declining. Every country you go, every country is also declining. And in 2023, the birth rate in India was 1.98. In 2024 was 1.6. Going forward this year, I'm not too sure. It definitely will be on the downward trend. So it's very important that we capitalize on this so that you don't rely on headcount, but you rely on expertise. So that the expertise, just like I mentioned just now, value-added activities will be able to gain more with less and do more with less. I'm going to skip this, okay, because I mentioned just now the two sites that has been designated, and going into factory of the future. This is how I envision, because of time constraint, I'm going to just cut it short. In a simple layman term, okay, I envision factory of the future such that you can plug and play any operation at any location of your choice because or driven by strategic intent and supported by technological availability and subject matter expert of their choice of location, okay? So this is how you will envision going forward Factory of the Future. So with that, I'm going to just end with a video to collect how we transform from conventional to lights out and to the Factory of the Future. Okay, yeah, he says skip the video. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay. Huh? Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for being generous. Yeah.
Industrial Revolution has brought significant change in human civilization, as much as in manufacturing landscape. Conventionally, this has been a human-intensive operations, manual and repetitive task, much so in back-end of semiconductor industries. In driving towards next operations efficiency, reaching higher productivity, exceptional quality, as well as meeting higher complexity of products technology roadmap, we embark on light-out factory digital transformation. Through Prism's DNA framework approach, where we transform manual processes with process automation solutions, connecting various automation systems by robotic transportation AGV, ARV, manage and connect inventory via robotic storage automation, manage and control material and goods via material management automation, intelligently integrate and connect via system integration. This enabled various forms of data analytics visible and allow deployment of machine learning by artificial intelligence. We are transforming ourselves to the next level of excellence through our Factory of Future framework. Factory of the Future, in other terms, can be promoted as autonomous factory, building on top of IR4 technology as the foundations, where physical of equipment and tooling are being digitalized. Equipment toolset data is being streamed via high-speed data acquisition systems. Intercepting with humans, robotics, and artificial general intelligence, options of solutions are being generated to achieve optimal decision derivative, followed by actions undertaken in supervised or autonomous condition. Factory of the Future is a vision to enable human beings able to work hand in hand with artificial intelligence and robotics. The era of next phase of digital transformation has begun. Factory of the Future, making the impossible possible.
So I hope you enjoy the video as a collection of the end in mind, which is to make the impossible possible towards the Factory of the Future. And hopefully we will see you one day in Hawaii Beach or in gym or in anywhere else where you are operating the operation factory from far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dato, for that wonderful presentation. Before the fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, we have another keynote, and this will be by Dr. Bobby Mitra, CIO and President AI, Tata Electronics. Dr. Mitra is CIO and President of AI at Tata Electronics, and he's responsible for driving AI-first and smart manufacturing solutions across Fab, OSAT, and EMs, as well as the broader enterprise. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Bobby Mitra on the stage, who has got more than 3 decades of experience at Texas Instruments India, where he was the president and MD also prior to that. Welcome to you, sir. It's all yours.
Clicker here. All right. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. I'll talk about AI-first software-defined manufacturing. The confluence of the 2 big areas, the area of manufacturing that we are talking today, and the area of AI, which is unmistakably on top of us, really is a huge opportunity. That intersection, that confluence of AI and manufacturing is a very big opportunity. I would say it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and at Tata Electronics, we are fully committed to driving that future. So let's get a little detail into what is AI-first software-defined manufacturing. Why do we need AI-first software-defined manufacturing? Let's start with that. On the left, you will see an iceberg, right? Manufacturing challenges have been there in the shop floor. Several of you have been there or led teams, the manufacturing people in the shop floor. The biggest challenge, for example, one of the biggest challenges is tool down, equipment down. There are many others, yield, cycle time, many challenges. Best of minds work on those. But you probably know the stats that a large number of digital transformations fail. Why do they fail? They fail because they're looking only at the top of the iceberg. Underneath that, there are major issues. There are data silos. If you only attack the top of the iceberg, you really miss the big issue, and that's why many manufacturing transformation, digital transformations, they fail. Hence, there must be a better way, and that's where the role of AI-first software-defined manufacturing comes. What it does is it works on a unified data stream that really breaks these silos and helps bring us to the autonomous world. It's very important to realize that it's not just a new method, AI-first software-defined manufacturing. It's a complete paradigm shift. Why does this a complete paradigm shift? Because you now are not thinking physical first. You're thinking digital first. You're thinking software first. You're thinking AI first. Why is that thinking that really turns the current method on its head? Why is that so important? It's important because, as we all know, compared to physical, relatively software is much more forgiving, right? You can do hundreds and thousands of iterations in a few seconds. And only when you're comfortable, you can take it to the physical world. That's a huge advantage. It really avoids a lot of costly rework and waste. So that's the criticality and importance of this AI-first world, software-defined manufacturing world. There's another aspect which is a big benefit of software-defined manufacturing in this AI-first world, and that is the intelligence is spread across the stream. Intelligence is not in pockets. Intelligence is spread across the stream. And as you will see, there are huge advantages of it. How do we do that? It's good to say it's AI first, but what is below the surface? There are tens, possibly hundreds of AI agents in this agentic universe. They operate autonomously, but there is a central nervous system that really coordinates this multiple distributed system. The reason why that is so important is you will see some areas on the left, for example, or right on the top. Some of you who have experienced this will know metrology, right? We talked about metrology a few speakers back. Very critical in manufacturing, particularly in semiconductor manufacturing. Takes a long time and very critical and very expensive. If in this data world that we are in, if we can do data forward, data backward intelligently, we can do virtual metrology. Not for everything, that's unrealistic, but maybe 20, 30, 40% you can do through data. So these difficult problems are hard to solve in silos. You have to solve it in a horizontal manner. Similarly, predictive maintenance and many other things that are written here. Let's zoom in one more level here. You will see here 2 or 3 key agents out of, as I said, tens, possibly hundreds of agents. What is the core engine of manufacturing? It's called the golden triangle of manufacturing, where there is MES, of course, but there is ERP system, there is a PLM system, product lifecycle management system. These 3 work very closely in tandem from the top floor, the ERP, to the shop floor, from the shop floor back to the top floor. That integration of the 3, that data flow bidirectionally between the 3 is crucial, because it's not just a data flow. There's a lot of things that are going on in terms of how the data flows, at what rate, and so on. That can be significantly improved through AI agents. Another favorite area, more than favorite, is an extremely important area, is vision. Computer vision has been there for decades, right? But AI-based vision takes away one of the biggest problems of vision that we all studied in school, and that is it requires even some of the modern methods, relatively modern methods had, which is you need a lot of data to train models in vision. AI-based vision, again, turns it on the head with minimal data using things like vision language model. How do you quickly get to a state of identifying the defects early with lowest false positives? So there you can go on and on. There's areas like scheduling and others. You can do a lot with agents in the realm of this AI world. You may wonder, that's all good, but what is the underlying data architecture that will enable this? I tried to give a glimpse, slight peek into the world that we are trying to drive at Tata Electronics. You need to look at this slide from the bottom, because that's where all the data is. What is unique about semiconductor manufacturing, for that matter, any manufacturing, but surely in semiconductor manufacturing, is there are terabytes, petabytes of data coming from everywhere, from the equipment, from IoT sensors, from one equipment probably has 100 signals, and there are hundreds of equipment, and so on and so forth. There is different types of data, multimodal data, video, imaging, and so on. MES is MES. It's really the workhorse of all the data. So there's lots of data, just 3 or 4 examples I've written here. How can you take this multimodal data operating at high velocity, high variety, and so on, to something meaningful? The first and most important thing is something that is called ontology. A mouthful in terms of vocabulary, but it's very important. Very simplistically speaking, it's really how do I find the relations and the context of every data? How does data type 1 relate to data type 10? What context? So that's data ontology. First, you cannot operate on raw data. You have to build some standardization. You have to have the data ontology. So that's the bottom layer. The middle layer is probably the most important from getting your basis right, and that is what we call the integrated digital twin. In the morning, there were several speakers talking from the equipment companies. You want to have full visibility, real-time visibility of all the manufacturing equipment as the processing is going on. And that is simplistically what an equipment digital twin is. And you can control it. So that's the equipment digital twin. Now move from equipment to operations, manufacturing operations. Similarly, the whip, which whip of the thousands that are moving around all over the factory is at which state, in front of which equipment, at what time? Very complex operations research area. So the operations digital twin tries to give complete visibility and control, bidirectional control to that. Similarly, the supply chain digital twin. So it's very important to build this interconnected layer of digital twin to bring some intelligence up. And that's where now, once you have done these 2 layers, really magic happens at the top. And that is where you get not only insights, manufacturing insights have been there. Have big, what you call control room, but it's insights, you can get it. What is important in the agentic AI world, that's the meaning of agents, right? Is agents do the work. They are not only giving you information. So, and in the manufacturing world, it's extremely important to not just get insights, but actions. And once again, that's where the AI agents can play a huge role. You can see here in yellow, the operations manager, operations chief, or any tool owner, equipment owner has a lot of questions, but they really want to know the crux of it. Why is my cycle time low? Where is it stuck? Why is my yield low? You ask the question. They are not asking question, they're asking question to one agent. Under that, it is asking many, many agents through all going down the stream of this graph, of this tech stack, and getting the answer and feeding you back up. It's an extremely powerful system in terms of how you get all the data, structure it, categorize it into digital twin, and then make it much more actionable. So to sum up, that's what really the world of AI-first software-defined manufacturing that we're driving it. The key thing to remember is it's a completely different mindset. It's technology, but it's a very different type of mindset to think not physical first, but AI first, software first, digital first. Another key characteristic is bidirectional. You are not just taking a digital world and moving into the physical world. It's both ways. It's bidirectional. And the key thing here is control. Process control has been there, but it's control and actuation. You actually have to do something when a tool is down. So it's the actuators that are doing the work as well. So it's the bidirectional control and actuation that together really build the magic. And finally, what it leads to is self-optimizing factories, autonomous factory, but very importantly, with human feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bobby Mitra, for that wonderful presentation. So after those three keynote addresses, we now move on to fireside chat. Now, basically, fireside chat, we know this is about fab setup and scale up, a topic that defines the future of global semiconductor capacity and competitiveness. And I'm pretty sure this particular fireside chat will go a long way towards doing a lot of brainstorming in our minds and then pose a few questions to the esteemed panelists. Our esteemed panelists today, this particular session is being Mr. Shiva Shivaram, the CEO and President of QuantumScape, will take us through this all-important tree, moderating the session. A very hearty welcome to you, sir, Dr. Shivaram, the CEO and President of QuantumScape, a global leader in next generation. Put your hands together for Dr. Shiva Shivaram. Take your seat, sir. And among the panelists, we have Atsuyoshi Koike, an established Rapidus Corporation, a company that researches, develops, designs, manufactures, and sells advanced logic semiconductors. We also have Dr. Mukesh V. Khare, the General Manager and Vice President of IBM Semiconductors, and having done human service in his area of operation. And finally, we also have Mr. Shiv Kumar Kalyanaraman, CEO of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and he has degrees from IIT Madras, and the list goes on and on. So let's give a huge round of applause for all the esteemed personalities. And I would now request straight away Mr. Shiva Shivaram to kindly take us through this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a remarkable group of individuals with me today who are individual experts in the art of ramping up fabs and developing technologies and taking into high volumes. There is a famous saying by an ice hockey player who said that for you to score a goal, you need to skate to where the puck is going to be. not where the puck was. You need to go to where we have to be in the future to aim there. That's what these gentlemen have done. Rapidus, a corporation that the Japanese government has backed, which Koike-san next to me is the CEO of, in a remarkably short time has developed a 2-nanometer technology in collaboration with IBM. We're going to talk about what he has done, how he has done that, and what lessons are there for India. The idea of out of scratch creating a 2-nanometer technology is not easy. It is a full-time job. But the gentleman to my right, Koike-san, is an amazingly enterprising individual. He is not just the CEO of Rapidus. He is a daredevil motorcycle racer. He is a volunteer firefighter. He is a portrait painter. He is a best-selling author whose book just got translated into Chinese. He is the commissioner, or was the commissioner, and is now the coach of an American football team in the middle of all of this. And so let me begin by asking Koike-san, what is in his spare time? What has he done with Rapidus in the last 3 years? What has happened and how rapidly he has created it? And what is the design philosophy behind Rapidus? Koike-san.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiba. Maybe I would like to explain why I established my company, Rapidus. Is that, you know, like Rapidus means rapid in Latin language. So to move quickly. So you know, like the Japan semiconductor is 20 years behind. That is a big problem. So I decided almost maybe 6 years ago, Japan have to be contribute this industry again. So I decided to make a Rapidus. Also like that to collaborate with IBM, with Mukesh, and also IBM is a great company to establish a GAA 2-nanometer technology. So we are very much collaborating with IBM and Rapidus to establish a 2-nanometer GAA technology. And also we are very much successfully to like move very quickly to like the pilot line right now. That is the current situation.
So Koike-san, you are very modest in saying we have just begun into pilot production. Rapidus as a company was only founded in 2022.
Yes.
The company is barely 3 years old. How is it that from starting a company in 2022 to be so rapid as to be in pilot production today?
Yes, so yeah, Shiba, thank you. And also I established this company just 3 years ago. So last month I had a 3rd year anniversary of my company. So I'm very happy. And you know, like when I started the company, only 14 members to start this company. But now I have more than 1,000 engineers right now. And that is maybe Japanese government to like supported our company so well. It's a huge subsidy is provided to my company. That is the issues Japanese government to really understand how to contribute this industry to all over the world.
We will come back to this subject. I want to go from Koike-san to Dr. Mukesh Khare. Mukesh is the foundational leader of IBM's research, especially in the Albany Nanotech, where a lot of pioneering research goes on in advanced semiconductor research and in packaging. Mukesh has been the leader in bringing that technology together. As was introduced, he is a graduate of IIT Bombay, I won't hold that against him. And he's a PhD from Yale and has been at IBM for a long time and has been taking semiconductor technologies from first principles to being able to transfer into high volume production. And he has pioneered this collaboration with Rapidus. Mukesh, tell us, what does IBM means to the rapidity with which Rapidus has created the technology? How did you manage to do this?
Thank you. Thank you, Shiva, for your kind words. And I'm also a good friend of RPI, which Shiva is a graduate from, and we have lots of fun together. Talking about Rapidus, I will say it's truly an honor for IBM and me personally to have an opportunity to work on this technology, 2 nanometer technology. The most important part is to scale it to high level manufacturing. Now IBM invented and created 2 nanometer nanosheet technology. We announced that in 2021. As you know, IBM Research has been pioneering semiconductor work since semiconductor was invented. And I'm fortunate to be part of IBM Research, where we created scaling laws, memory technology, and that tradition continues. And we were excited to share with the world this 2 nanometer nanosheet technology. And then that inspired on the other part of the Pacific, Japan, as Japan as a nation is very successful in semiconductor ecosystem, however, had kind of given up on leading edge logic manufacturing. And with Koike-san's vision and Higashi-san's vision and a deep trust that IBM and our colleagues Koike-san and Higashi-san had, we started to get on this journey to enable, and this is, think about it, it's so humbling that the technology we created is now helping the nation of Japan under the leadership of Koike-san to transition from not being even present in leading edge or any logic manufacturing to becoming truly a leader in 2 nanometer chip technology. So it's truly humbling. We are very fortunate that we have Koike-san as our partner. We have more than 100 Rapidus engineers who came and worked with us in Albany, New York, where we co-created and trained these engineers. And as Koike-san has brought the fab in Hokkaido in Japan, more than 70 engineers are back to Japan now. And now working with hundreds of more engineers to really ramp up this same technology in high volume manufacturing. Now the second part that Shiva asked, we can learn a lot from this model where IBM is working with Japan under vision of Koike-san to really get back into leading edge manufacturing. The same model can be applied to India. As I can see here, there is so much commitment from Indian government and so much excitement from Indian industry to get back into semiconductor business, or get into the semiconductor business, not get back. Such model that we have created between IBM and Rapidus can be replicated in India, where a technology that makes sense, where we can collaborate, train engineers, co-create, and then those engineers can bring that technology back in India for the vision that our Prime Minister and Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw laid out earlier today.
Thank you, Mukesh. The third member of the panel is a distinguished professor from our beloved Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He has since returned here. He was there for almost 12, 13 years at RPI. And now he's the CEO of ANRF, the new institution that the Prime Minister has created to foster deep technology research in India. The idea of combining, for those of you who are familiar with the United States institutions, like the National Science Foundation or Defense Advanced Research Programs Agency, DARPA, a combination of these two to go in India to fund fundamental research, to make sure deep technology is being able to be changed from technology into product. So, Shivkumar, tell us, what is it that you have in mind? You've had this job now for 8 weeks. What have you, in your vision, thinking about how to take these kinds of ideas into turning them into a major advancement for India?
Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Shiva, and I'm happy to share your name also, in addition to being at RPI. First, I lived in Albany, and we share several connections. I worked for IBM Research specifically, and there's so many connections, and I'm so pleased to be part of the panel today. So, look, as you mentioned, Anusandhan National Research Foundation is a very, very bold experiment inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister, and it is an institution that he himself is the chairman of. There are very few institutions in India where the Honorable Prime Minister is the chair of, but ANRF is one of the rare institutions. That reflects the fact that it is going to be one of the pillars of Viksit Bharat. So as a pillar of Viksit Bharat, Anusandhan National Research Foundation is a model for how we will drive funding, like you mentioned, broad-based funding like Science Foundation, or mission-oriented, projects-oriented funding, outcome-oriented funding like DARPA, and increasingly also a capital program. Some of you may have heard of the 1 lakh crore program that is going to be operationalized through ANRF as well. So we have a 50,000 crore grant program as well as a 1 lakh crore capital program, and together with the combination of that, we intend to fund not just our universities and lab ecosystems, but also drive collaborations across ecosystems, and also directly fund startups and business as well. So I think that's the intent of the program. The way we do capital allocation will be different for our capital program and our grant program. In our capital program, we will be having second-level fund managers who can drive those decisions as opposed to government doing that. But of course, in partnership with MIT, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, we are going to be doing many, many things together. So as part of driving research into various missions of the government, this program will partner closely with MIT.
Thank you. So I want to come back to the Rapidus model. To go from when we were starting out in the industry, the top performing semiconductor companies were NEC, Hitachi, Toshiba, Mitsubishi, Matsushita, Fujitsu, Seiko Epson. Every one of them was top-notch companies. Even in the US, Motorola, AT&T, IBM Manufacturing, they were all the big guns in semiconductors in the 80s and 90s. You've seen a complete reversal. These days, big semiconductor companies are design-only companies. NVIDIA is valued at $4 trillion, and they don't own a single fab. The question to you, Koike-san, is this. You have gone backwards and come back and say, without true fabrication, you don't have value in semiconductors. And you managed to convince the Japanese government that for us to get back to those kind of glory days, we need to invest in fabs. What kind of support have you received from the Japanese government to take a bold idea like this and make it reality?
Yes, thank you, Shiva. So, as I mentioned, we are 20 years behind, so this technology. So I created a new idea. The key is the name shows my company is Rapidus. It means rapid. So key is the speed. So I created what is a key, like the kind of difference from other company. That is, I created the speed. So I had a confidence to manufacture maybe 1/3, or half of the cycle time. That is, I created a new idea to all the single wafer processing only. That is one of the key issues to negotiate with like a Japanese government. And the Japanese government is fully understand is the key difference from others will be very, very important. So decided a huge subsidy from our company. That is the key issue.
Even with that kind of a subsidy, what you have accomplished is in a period of 24 months, just less than 24 months, from the time the first shovel hit the ground to the first output of a working device is 24 months. That's simply outstanding. What in that made that happen? What is in your DNA? What is in the company's DNA that made that happen?
Yeah, so yeah, thank you very much. And also like currently we announced is first like kind of like a pilot law is we created. Usually just you mentioned like 2 nanometer is very, very difficult. Is 1,000 of the steps is following. Generally we can say is to manufacture is maybe sometime 5 months or 6 months. But maybe even for hot rod would be is 1.5 months. But we are very much successfully, currently July 18th we announced, we are successfully manufactured only 2 weeks. So that is an amazing history. We are very much proud. But you mentioned like what is the key issues we can like to create this kind of like a number. Of course, technology is IBM supported our company very well, but key is how do you say is our engineers is to work so hard to create an innovation to this industry. That is the most important issue for us.
So Mukesh, it's one thing to build a factory and run a factory. But the heart of the factory is the technology that you created. You managed to absorb 100 Japanese engineers into your nanofabrication facility, train them, together you created technology, transfer it back, send the people back. What was the key to making that successful?
Thanks. First of all, I was in the beginning, we were quite skeptical actually. As Koike-san said, for last 20 years, almost 20 years, there was not much focus on leading edge logic in Japan. So we were not sure from IBM, where will the engineers come from? And they all disappeared and the university stopped teaching semiconductor courses in, in Japan. But we were just so pleasantly surprised that when the nation of Japan declared this to be the project, and when leaders like Koike-san and Higashi-san got support from Japanese government and had a vision, suddenly so many engineers showed up from all over the world to essentially participate in such an ambitious project in Japan. Originally, I had learned one interesting fact that maybe I can share that with this audience, sorry Koike-san, that the average age of a new hire in Rapidus is 52 years. Okay, so you'll be surprised. That is the average age of a new hire in Rapidus. Think about all of these engineers came from various different parts of the world to join this company. And now Rapidus has more than 900 engineers working in that company. So it was quite a challenge for us as well, because we were very fortunate that Koike-san sent almost 150 engineers, but with a very different experiences, because they had not worked in the field for last 10, 15 years. Maybe they were in semiconductor, but not in leading edge logic technology. So we created a special space for IBM Rapidus partnership, where we had IBM and Rapidus engineers work side by side to essentially as like a one team. We had a little bit of an advantage because IBM has always worked in partnership. We had many partnerships in the past, especially with Japanese companies like Toshiba, NEC, Sony. So in the DNA of IBM engineers is the mindset of being partners, and especially partnering with Asian companies. You know, initially we were partnering with many Japanese companies, then we partnered with Samsung, which is a big Korean company. So we were a little bit, you know, comfortable. We know when our Japanese colleagues said yes, that only means I understood it. It doesn't mean anything more than that. So you need to just, you know, learn how the culture works. They're very polite. And we were able to, you know, create a very deep collaborative environment, bring our experience of working with the Asian engineers, and essentially became one team. And as Koike-san and I call it, we both are in the same boat now. You know, we have to go to the destination together. Thank you.
So Shiv, let me throw a curveball at you. It's easy for these two gentlemen to work together because the Albany nanofabrication facility existed. And Japan had an infrastructure of materials makers and equipment makers and everything. You now have a blank piece of paper. The ecosystem does not exist. The physical facilities are not quite where they should be. How are you going to seed this country with the kind of facilities needed to go make an advanced semiconductor or any deep technology initiative?
Firstly, it's quite very inspiring to hear at the pace at which things have happened, and my compliments. And I mean, I'm not surprised, being a former IBMer myself, on the capabilities of Mukesh's team and so on. But it's still fantastic to hear how that has been done. So first, you know, a clean sheet of paper obviously has dual advantages. One is we are not limited by the past, and we can think to the future. The second is, while we might have a clean sheet of paper, we also have the backing of our Honorable Prime Minister and you know, the dynamism of Shri Vaishnavji to move things forward into the future. So I would really be keen to learn more about how this happened, and you know, as part of you know, the new programs that we have, we will be keen to see how to prioritize and move things forward from the Indian standpoint as well, right? But the way we operate from ANRF as the nation's apex funding body is we will partner closely with MIT on the priorities, and then you know, based on where we'd like to move forward, we will move aggressively and very quickly. That will be it.
Thank you. You may be able to take a page from what Japan has done. And Koike-san will expand on this. Japan made Rapidus a national priority. Japan made every university in Japan, every partner in the ecosystem, your job is to make Rapidus successful. That was the commonness of purpose, the focus with which the country moved. So it's in your hand to get that.
Understood.
Kind of a
challenge accepted.
So, Koike-san, Japan obviously is a democracy very much like India. There's a lot of constituencies. There is a turmoil in the Japanese government. How have you maintained the support from the Japanese government through all these changes in the last 2 years in Japan?
Yeah, honestly speaking, is when we get the subsidy from Japanese government, everybody is a little bit doubt. It's can you believe it's a 2 nanometer technology? We are 20 years behind, but now we announced to 2 nanometer is to catch up. And nobody, as 2 years ago, nobody believed such kind of story. But currently, we showed some evidence to get the first lot show the 2 nanometer technology, and the transistor performance is exact same as the IBM is the total. So that is now everybody is really understand. Oh, that is a great opportunity. It's a really opportunity to come back Japanese industry to contribute like the worldwide like the semiconductor industry. So that is we are so glad.
Mukesh, following on that thought, the Rapidus collaboration has been enormously useful for Japan. What are you going to do for India, man?
Yes, I wanted to, a couple of things. One is, if you look at what Shiva said and what Koike-san is saying, this Rapidus project became the national project. And as I had mentioned before, many Japanese engineers who had left the industry came back to support that big vision. Think about how many Indian engineers and leaders are there in semiconductor. Probably a lot. You saw in the morning as well. So as India is building its vision and ambition, there is a big Indian community who will be very interested in participating and supporting India's vision as well. That said, one part I do want to underscore here, since we have Kalyanamar here as well. India, while we are starting with investment in manufacturing, which is good to start with, however, in semiconductor, it's the R&D which is at the heart, which drives manufacturing. And it's time that while setting up manufacturing fab is a good starting point, but India has to start setting up appropriate infrastructure and institutions to be able to feed into that manufacturing. Because without R&D, there is not going to be manufacturing for a long term. And that is my encouragement as you are working through R&D mission in India. And we are here to support. I'm always willing to participate and support in every possible way, from technology, education, as well as bringing university and industry together in this journey, because it's a pipeline. R&D feeds into manufacturing, and manufacturing feeds back into R&D. And that's my vision, and I keep encouraging Indian government as well as Indian industry to make sure that they create this entire life cycle of semiconductor, while starting with manufacturing is a good first step in a very, very long journey we are on here in India.
So Shiv, the point that Mukesh was talking about, how do you plan to leverage the vast strength of the Indian diaspora that is willing to come and help you in making the powerhouse that India will be?
Look, I think that's one of our huge hidden strengths, in addition to the young population, the direction that the government has set, the capital programs and all these other things that are in place. So I think a couple of things, right? So we've had examples like Professor Rao has gone across the country and put together consortiums for the packaging area. So similarly, we need to quickly accelerate R&D programs and in other areas. We have recently announced that we'll be putting together research fabs in 2D materials, for example, along with MIT. We'll be doing many other things closely, working strategically with MIT. Now, from a diaspora standpoint, we urge you to also engage with us closely. If you come to us with bold plans, we can execute quickly. For example, with IBM, there was an example of quantum that one of the states, Andhra Pradesh, picked up, and the center partnered with the states. There's a national quantum mission, and now that's going very well. Similarly, in various other areas, we intend to double down and do more. So clearly, the long-term strategic direction has been set. Since ANRF has been formed to drive R&D, and we intend to drive it across various ministries. Semiconductors is obviously one of our key top priorities, and we work with Mighty on the AI. We have the leader of the India AI mission right here with us, and Abhishek Shinji. And so we intend to do many, many things together. But please come to us with bold propositions like the one we have learned from here on Rapidus, and you will be surprised how fast we can move. Hopefully, we can learn a thing or two from you also.
So, Koike-san, I'm going to give you the last word. Earlier today with Minister Vaishnav, you were talking about what you thought was the goal mission of Rapidus. Can you please tell the audience what it is that you said?
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And also, I was so encouraged, like as the Prime Minister Modi mentioned, he is a very strong, mission strong, like as also mission, and we learn a lot. Is a 1,000 years, like the history, Japanese, or like as also trust, like the Buddha. Is very much we respect this issue, and also I have encouraged. He mentioned like a speed. So our mission is very simple. Our mission is to manufacture like a semiconductor to contribute the fulfillment, also prosperity, and also human like as happiness of the humans' lives. That is our mission.
So on that nice note, thank you. Thank you, Koike-san. Thank you, Shiv. Thank you, Mukesh, for a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a very interesting fireside chat. I'm pretty sure all the panelists will be available for some more time for all of us to pose a few questions to them. But I somehow felt the round of applause could not be heard on the stage itself. Thanks for that. Highly proactive audience. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to the final stage of today's deliberations. We'll have a keynote followed by a panel discussion. And this is about keynote address by Mr. Abhishek Singh, the Additional Secretary at MITI and CEO of Indian AI, who will share India's efforts in shaping its AI strategy and ecosystem. So please put your hands together. It's a pleasure to welcome on stage for this all-important keynote address by Shri Abhishek Singh. Got more than 3 decades of experience in governance, policy formulation, and he specializes in use of technology for improving governance. Ladies and gentlemen, Swagat Kijiye, put your hands together for Shri Abhishek Singh, sir.
Thank you, and it's indeed a privilege for India AI mission to be showcased at the SEMICON India, and the last session kind of gave a segue into what I was about to speak, and then later on, of course, in the panel, we'll deliberate what are other ways in which AI and SEMICON work together, converge together, and in a way, the foundations of AI lies in semiconductors, because ultimately, these semiconductors power the supercomputers which run AI. So what I will do is I will quickly run through India's AI mission, where we are, and what are the key issues that we are grappling with, what we are dealing with. Yeah. So why does AI matter for India? In fact, the whole world is concerned about AI. The whole world talks about AI. There's not a single pink newspaper which doesn't have at least 5 stories on AI every day. But for a country like AI, for a country like India, which are looking at going fast, going rapidly at the path of Viksit Bharat, the path of becoming a developed country, AI can add a lot to our work efficiency and productivity. What we say is that just like when we use, in fact, just before the session, we were talking with the panel, and we were saying how it has made our own work more efficient. When we use the Gen AI tools, when we use the ChatGPT, or when we use any such tool, we are able to do more with less. So in a way, it's making us more efficient, more productive. But if the same productivity gains can we translate to other sectors of the economy? Can we build AI tools to make a farmer more productive? Can we help him augment his income? Can we make a small business, a retailer, more profitable? Can a retailer use an AI tool to define his product mix, optimize his inventory, reduce his costs, maximize his incomes? Can a MSME, a small business, use AI tools to improve his efficiency? In fact, we have Ankush who will tell about like how AI is being used to improve the efficiency of fabs. Can AI be used to improve efficiency of manufacturing industries? So it makes a lot of difference of work and productivity, and if we are able to make each sector of the economy more productive, more efficient, increase the yield, increase the output, then only per capita incomes goes up, then only GDP goes up, and then only we are able to move from a $4 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy. So that way it becomes very, very important for a country like India. We have a huge opportunity, as we have always spoken about. This morning, in fact, every session it has been mentioned how we have a huge talent capital, whether it's almost 20% of the semiconductor design engineers coming from India, or whether most of the IT companies from India offering digital transformation solutions to the whole world, or whether people of Indian origin becoming part of every tech company across the world, some of them even leading them. So we have a huge talent advantage. So given our huge demographic dividend, given the engineering capital that we have a huge role to play. Can we translate into Indian engineers, people of Indian origin, building world-class AI companies which can build transformational products for across sectors? Then in governance, it becomes a very, very important tool. We are a large country, multiple languages. A very simple use case is natural language processing. How do we ensure that we are able to offer services in all Indian languages? How we can demystify governance? How we can remove bottlenecks in effective governance by using AI? We can make routine jobs more efficient. How we can bring in voice-enabled services which will ensure that more and more people become part of the formal economy. So that way AI has a big role to play when it comes to governance. Then with all of this, we have to catch up with the West, but very often I feel that with these technologies, we can actually leapfrog and march on to the goal of 2047's developed world. Again, this is well known. We have a very strong digital public infrastructure, not only our IT companies, within the government also. The amount of projects that have been implemented by using technology, whether it's Aadhaar, whether it's digital payments, whether it's projects like DigiLocker or in education, healthcare, we have been using technology for improving governance for a long time. We have a huge access to data sets across sectors, and that becomes the foundation for building AI applications. AI-ready workforce, I've already spoken about thriving startup ecosystem. In fact, today only Mr. Manucha mentioned about how we have done more than 1,600 exhibits within 2 years of launching SEMICON. And this startup vibrancy is being seen in almost every sector, whether it's AI startups, whether it's startups solving problems in logistics. The startup ecosystem in India is very vibrant. We have one of the largest number of unicorns which have been set up in the last few years only. And then, of course, ease of innovation. We are known for frugal innovation. We are the country which launched a moon mission with a fraction of a cost what other countries do. But there are certain challenges in AI adoption, which of course is that we don't have a foundation model of India. We are currently dependent on foundation models developed elsewhere, which are not trained on Indian data sets, not in Indian context, not in Indian languages. So we have a huge opportunity to build a foundation model which is Indian in nature and trained on Indian context. Then even data sets, while we do have a lot of data sets based on the digital transformation projects we have implemented, but making them AI usable, making them accessible through APIs, ensuring that they are available, that also becomes a big, big challenge for this. Then what we realized before we started AI mission, that the access to compute was very limited. The number of GPUs that was available in India's ecosystem were till last year, we only had Airavat, which CDAC had built up with around 500 GPUs, but that was much, much less compared to what was needed by the AI ecosystem in India. And then, of course, there is a need for developing guardrails. How do we ensure that AI is used for creating value, AI is used in a positive use case, and how do we prevent misuse or any application of AI which can result in user harm? Then, of course, there are other issue of AI is with regard to the energy impact. While we are building data centers, while we are building, and this has also been highlighted in some of the keynotes this morning, that how do we ensure that we limit the carbon footprint of supercomputer that we are building for AI, data center that we are building AI? How do we ensure that the green energy that we have is kind of allocated proportionately for AI workloads? How do we ensure that while in our quest for building faster models, while in quest for building more AI applications, we do not compromise on our sustainable development goals. So that becomes very, very important. And how do we ensure that we bridge the digital divide? It should not happen that AI should lead to a situation in which most people have it and some people don't have it. So that also becomes very important when we are looking at building applications, building models for AI. So with all these challenges in mind, opportunities in mind, the India AI mission was conceptualized. It was approved by the government in March of 2024. And it was sought to be implemented across 7 pillars. And I will briefly give you an overview of the 7 pillars. The first objective was that how do we address the lack of compute that was available in India? As I mentioned, till last year, very limited compute was there. Under India AI mission, there was an objective of ensuring 10,000 GPUs are made available to our researchers and startups. And through a series of tendering process that we did, today we have almost 38,000 GPUs that have been made available for our startups and researchers at a cost of, an average cost of 65 rupees per GPU per hour, which is less than $1 per GPU hour, as against the global prices of $2.5 to $3. To some extent, this challenge of non-availability of GPUs have been resolved. Then, of course, foundation models, as I said, so far we have been using the Western foundation models. So we publish a call for proposals for building Indian foundation models. 4 of them are already been announced. They are being funded by the government: Sarvam, Socket, Gyani, GAN. 8 more, including LLMs and SLMs, are at the final stages of selection that will be announced within the next few days. And there are many more out of the 500 applications that come, which are very high quality applications. So we do hope that the government of India will be funding around 15 to 20 LLMs, SLMs, and some of them will be able to meet the benchmarks set by the best in the class. AI Kosh is something that for solving the datasets challenge. Like how do you make AI usable datasets available? The AI Kosh is a dataset platform that we have built, which is providing datasets from all domains, both public sector and private sector, to all those who need datasets. So there are around 1,500 datasets which are available. There are 200 models that are available. Tools are available on the AI Kosh platform, which can be leveraged, including a sandbox environment, so that anybody who is trying to build an application or try out an AI solution, can you do it by coming on the AI Kosh platform. We also have an application development initiative, because ultimately end users, citizens, whatever we do with LLMs and whatever we do with compute, ultimately an end user, a farmer or a person living in the village will benefit only if we have AI related applications. So we did an innovation challenge, and today we have almost 30 applications across the domains of healthcare, agriculture, climate change, governance, and learning disabilities. So these applications are at a prototype stage, and we are working with various government departments and state governments to scale them up and to deploy them at scale, so that if there is an AI application to diagnose tuberculosis, an AI application to give agri-advisories to farmers in their language, or a personalized learning plan for a student, or an AI application to detect floods or prevent extreme heat wave situations, there are these solutions available. They can be deployed at scale and they can be used by multiple people. Then we also realize that while we are very strong at talent, but in order to retain that talent, we need to ensure that skilling initiatives are continued. So we have a program under which we provide fellowships to undergrad students, to master's students, and to research scholars for taking up cutting-edge projects in the field of AI. In addition, we have data labs. We have almost, in every district, we are setting up one data lab, which will ensure that the students who are living in tier 2, 3 cities can be trained to become data annotators, data taggers, data analysts, data scientists, because these are the jobs that will be coming in the data economy. So that's again something that we're doing. 27 labs have already been established, and many are in the way to doing that. Then safe and trusted, as I mentioned, having a framework for ensuring responsible AI principles, guidelines to ensure that AI is used only for positive cases and limit the harm that AI can cause. We have taken up projects with our academic institutions, and there are projects for AI bias mitigation, AI algorithm auditing, confirmation to ethical framework, for privacy enhancing tools, for machine unlearning, for detecting deep fakes, for preventing for watermarking AI generated content, stress testing tools. So these tools we are developing, which will again be available on AI Kosh, so that anyone who is developing an AI application can test his solution application, so that they don't run into violating any of the AI principles guidelines that we have. Then startup financing is of course a very important pillar, and there are many startups who are building AI applications, but very often at the pre-seed stage and the seed stage they need funding support. So we have working on a framework for creating a fund of funds. Today, of course, a deep tech fund was announced. So similar to that, we are creating a fund of funds which will help us to co-invest along with VCs and investors, and also build up an accelerator framework so that we provide incubation and accelerator support to startups working in this field. So this is a 7-pillar approach that we have, and we have moved quite a bit forward in the last 1 year, but we hope that in the coming next year, we'll have many more products which will be showcased when we host the Impact Summit next year. So in summary, like our approach has been that to do data curation, get data from various sectors, then use it with the models that we have, and build applications that can be used for giving to citizens better services. So that's the whole approach, that's the whole life cycle of AI application that AI Mission seeks to build. As I mentioned, many of these solutions that are being developed will be showcased at the Impact Summit. We are at the SEMICON India, but to February 2026, we'll have the AI Impact Summit in Delhi, which will focus on impact of AI on people, planet, and progress. This is the follow-up of the AI Action Summit, which we co-chaired with France in Paris earlier this year, and in it's a series of summits that started in Bletchley Park in November 23, followed by the Seoul Summit last year, and the Paris Action Summit this year. And there will be a lot of opportunities for researchers, startups, industry to participate in this. There are 7 working groups on which we are working on, 7 themes on which we are working on. The impact on people impact will cover all issues related to impact on jobs, impacts on employment, the human capital aspect, impact, how do we take up skilling, reskilling in order to ensure that the impact of AI on people is not adverse, but is positive. Then we'll also be working on impact of AI for economic growth, how AI can result in productivity, AI can result in efficiency gains, how AI can transform can result in social transformation, wherein we're looking at AI applications in healthcare, agriculture, education. Then one very key theme for the summit will be democratizing AI resources. How do we ensure that countries of the global south get access to compute, algorithms, data sets, and they're able to compete with the best when it comes to building AI. So democratizing AI resources will be a very important theme at the summit. Then inclusion for social empowerment, because very often we know that there are people who are differently abled, people who are left out because of whatever reasons, if they don't have access to language or access to technology. How can we use AI for more inclusive growth? How we can ensure that people who have learning disabilities, people who have physical disabilities, how AI can help them also integrate with the formal economy, with the digital economy. Then again, resilience is a very important subject that we'll be taking up. Resilience, innovation, efficiency. When we talk of resilience, we'll be addressing all the issues related to sustainable AI. How do we make AI itself sustainable? How do we limit carbon usage? How do we make green energy requirement for building AI applications? How do we address the consumption? How do we look at efficient energy systems? And as also, we'll also be looking at use of AI for solving climate action problems. How do we, on one hand, how do we make AI sustainable, and on the other hand, how do we leverage AI for making, for addressing the challenges of climate change? Then AI for science will be a very important vertical. How does AI impact cutting edge research, whether it's in the drug discovery, whether it's in gene design? So all the aspects of leveraging AI for cutting edge research in the field of science and engineering will be important pillar in the summit. Then safe and trusted AI, as I mentioned, will be important vertical, because the whole summit, series of summits from Bletchley Park started with this, with the issue of safety and security of AI applications. How do we ensure that whatever AI is developed works for humanity and not otherwise? So that will be a very important track for the summit. So I would invite all of you to take part in the summit in February, and we have several events, several areas in which collaboration will be possible for global partners, for startups, for researchers, for students. Like there will be a lot of official events during the summit, 19th and 20th, including the plenary. Then there will be around 200 affiliated events. We already published a call for expression of interest for hosting events leading to the summit, beginning September onwards. And then during the week also there will be several events that will be there. There will be hackathons. There will be a hackathon, a global hackathon, which will be open for everyone. There will be a hackathon especially for women researchers and entrepreneurs. There will be a hackathon for youth. So Yuva AI, AI for her, this will be a very important part of that. We also have a pitch fest in which VCs will be listening to pitch sessions of several startups, with regard to how they are building AI applications, and we are hoping to get some funding commitments also done there. Then we have a research symposium being curated by our academic experts, wherein the top researchers will be coming and presenting their papers. And then there is an expo wherein AI startups will be showcasing this. Similar to the expo that is being held here, we'll be getting the AI startups, AI researchers, AI technology companies will be demonstrating the technologies which will be there at the exhibition that will be held in Delhi at Bharat Mandapam. And then there are also a lot of cultural events which are planned, which will look at use of AI for art, use of AI for literature, use of AI for music, use of AI for fine arts, so the sculpture. So there are a lot of interesting applications and use cases of AI that will be showcased during the summit. So I call upon all of you to join at the summit. But before that, we do have a very exciting panel on which we'll be looking at how semiconductor ecosystem can be powered by use of AI, what AI means, what is the future as we look into it. So with this, I conclude my talk, and then we look forward to the panel.
Thank you, sir. And Shri Abhishek Singh will also moderate this all-important final session, AI made, AI powered, the symbiosis of intelligence and silicon. So it's my pleasure now to call upon the panelists of this final session, Mr. Sanjay Churiwala, the Corporate Vice President, AMD, 30 years, more than 3 decades of experience in the field of VLSI and electronic design automation, has authored multiple technical books in the field of VLSI. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Sanjay Churiwala. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Sanjay. Mr. Rohit Sharma, a co-founder of Micromax Bhagwati Products Limited and MIFI Semiconductors Private Limited, and 3 ventures shaping India's mobile, semiconductor, and manufacturing ecosystems. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Rahul Sharma. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. After that, Dr. Ankush Oberoi, the President and CEO of Lavaro, more than Silicon Valley-based executive with the heart of an entrepreneur. That's the key here, and an inventor who sits at the intersection of academia, technology, and business for over 4 decades. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Dr. Ankushji, please come over. And our final panelist, Mr. Sanjay Lodha, the promoter and the chairman and managing director of NetWeb Technologies, has been a part of the Governing Council of Manufacturers Association of Information Technology from 2016 to 2022. And under his able stewardship, NetWeb Technologies has become a public listed organization in the year 2023. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Sanjay. I would straight away hand over the session to Shri Abhishek Singh to take us through. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And as you would have noticed in the introduction, we have a great panel which will address several issues related to what all, in what ways semiconductors are powering AI, what are the issues involved, what are the use cases, how it can be used into consumer devices, how it can be used in servers, and we'll be addressing with all these issues today in this discussion. So we have Sanjay. Sanjay, I will start with you. You are from AMD, and as we all have been hearing since morning, the chips are the key to building AI applications. AMD has been at the forefront of building advanced chips, and we are always looking forward to AMD coming up with more competitive products so that our dependence on one entity goes down. So would you like to address some issues with regard to what all AMD has already done, what are your plans for building that, and how the chips that you build are so very critical for building AI, training AI models, for building AI applications?
So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, the co-panelists, and the audience for letting me share our view around this topic. So Abhishek sir, you asked too many questions, okay, but let me answer this in few parts. So one is how important is semiconductor for AI, okay. So today's GPT-4 uses 1.7 trillion parameters, okay. When you are dealing with 1.7 trillion parameters and those many coefficients and the data to store all this, where will you store? Obviously on semiconductor memory. We heard earlier KLA talking about inline processing, edge processing, which means on-the-fly processing. So where do you do that on-the-fly processing, right? On the compute power, okay. So what I'll do is talk about slightly different thing, right? We all have heard AI, right? These days in this session, you have to use the word AI at least once or twice in each sentence, okay? But there's another phrase called AI winter. I do not know how many of you have heard of this phrase called AI winter, okay? So not many people would have heard of this phrase, AI winter. But if you go back and Google, you'll find this is a real phrase, okay? So I graduated in '93. Even at that time, the cats of our class, right, they used to work on neural network. Neural network is the exact same thing which is used even today. The forward propagation and the backward propagation of neural network, that has not changed since then. But after that time frame, for almost 2.5 decades, there was no activity on AI, okay, or neural network. Why? Because the compute was missing. So that is the importance of compute. That's the importance of semiconductor. In the absence of semiconductor, AI just doesn't exist. It is as simple as that. Okay, AI doesn't exist in the absence of semiconductor. Now what are we doing? We at AMD are doing. So our view is AI does not work on a single solution. Okay, we all talk about AI in a very generic sense, but there's AI at cloud, there's AI at edge, there's AI at endpoint. Now AMD works on solutions on all aspects of this. We have GPUs for cloud, we have FPGAs for edge computing, we have CPUs, AI-enabled CPUs, for example, Ryzen AI, and not just the semiconductor portion of it, even the software stack behind it, right? So we are trying to work on all aspects of AI to solve different kinds of workloads.
Thank you, Sanjay. In fact, great to see the work that AMD is doing, and we are, in fact, even in an AI mission, out of 38,000 GPUs, quite a few are from AMD, the AI 325s and the 300s, and a lot of work which the semiconductor companies do, making the chips and all, then again, ultimately for it to be made usable for AI, a lot of work is done by companies like NetWeb, who kind of assemble it into servers and then kind of make it available for service providers who kind of provide it through their data centers. So Sanjay Lodhaji from NetWeb, who have been like working in this field for a long time, how do you see this growing? How do you see the impact of this technology in expansion of more services in India?
Great, sir. So first I would like to start up with congratulating Abhishek sir personally, primarily for spearheading the AI mission in the country, and the other basically Mr. Amitesh Sinha and Sujil Palji at MIT, primarily running the SEMICON mission. So basically AI and SEMICON, both amalgamation, primarily happens with these two major missions which is happening in the country by MIT, very, very thoughtfully designed and completely conceived. If you see the 7 pillars of the AI mission which has been defined, they are really putting up the entire, basically the foundation for developing AI and the employment and all kind of things. So basically this is really a thought in the right direction, and definitely this is going to take the lead lead the country in the right direction. So basically, as regards NetWeb is concerned, NetWeb, I belong to the hardware industry, and we have been into designing and manufacturing high-end equipment from last 20 plus years actually. We came into being when India was denied supercomputing by US, and we built the first supercomputer for us called Kabru in 2003. So from that time onwards, our focus has been primarily into the high-end computing. You'll remember the days, basically, one of the first machine I remember very clearly was Param UA2. That was basically designed and manufactured by us in 2012. That was based on first large machine based on accelerators, primarily so as to basically handle the AI workload. That was a very, very successful kind of a situation where the first foundation machine was laid. So basically, if you really see, NetWeb completely designs and manufactures all the high-end servers, workstations, as well as basically all the supercomputers in the country. They use various kind of GPUs, and I'm very proud to say that the MIT has also been supporting us, and I'm very proud to say almost all, if you see all the latest GPUs, all the latest architectures are being followed actually, and whatever is being manufactured outside, almost all similar things are being manufactured here. Basically, I would not like to mention particularly any particular company actually, but if all the leaders of AI, the large semiconductor manufacturers, we have been using them very, very thoroughly with liquid cooling, with power and everything actually state of art, because that is very important, because country should have its own complete infrastructure and should have the ability so as to basically deliver the hardware. So that has been there. Plus basically it's not only the hardware. We also have the complete software ecosystem so as to completely run that. So basically, like we have got Skylus.ai, which completely is a complete full stack so as to handle it. And we have some very prestigious large enterprise and large installations completely running on the infrastructure. So India does not only consume AI, but also manufactures AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. India manufactures AI. And India not only manufactures AI and servers, but India also manufactures phones, and India manufactures devices. And Micromax and Rahul has been at the forefront of leading this revolution. So when you speak of, when you hear about all this buzz about AI, all this usage of AI, how do you think that AI can be integrated into your consumer devices, the mass market computer devices, without increasing your cost? Because ultimately you have to compete with the best. So how do you think you can integrate AI into your product design and your product supply chains?
Hello? Yeah. So thank you to the organizers for organizing this, and to the August panel. And coming to your question about how do we use AI in the new form factor, basically, because these days when we get up every day, at least we are hearing AI for 5 to 10 times in a daytime. That AI can do this, AI can do that, but actually people are asking, okay, show me physically what it can do. So I can give some examples that what we can see where the industry is moving. So of course we are using it in all the phone companies are using AI in the software. You take the pictures and then now you can add, delete people, change backgrounds, and doing all those, and it's evolving. But if I have to take one example, which is which will come to the consumer electronics, let's take an example. Let's say there is a stick, a new product. There's a stick which is like a USB stick, and there's only one button on it, and you can press on that button and it will recognize your voice. That stick is connected to your devices and all devices. This means access to your phone, to your email, to your calendar, and everything. And so basically this stick is your personal assistant, is your EA. So for example, I'm sitting here, the stick, and I have that stick. I will just say, okay, book a cab for me. So the stick knows that I'm here, this is the conference, what time the conference is, and it will automatically trigger those apps, book a cab for me at that time. And so basically, I am not writing any application that, you're just going into all those different apps and triggering it. Maybe I will, let's say we have, all the panelists are there, we say, okay, why don't we meet for dinner, come over to my home, and I will say, okay, these people are coming to my home, and let's say Abhishek ji, and I'll say, Abhishek ji, what do you like Indian, Chinese, and for example, and you will just say, Rahul, Chinese theek rahega. It will understand, it will automatically go and trigger those apps and order that food at that particular time. And this, I'm not talking about any sci-fi, this is something which actually you will see coming this year itself. So this will be one device which you'll carry in your pocket, which will become your assistant. So like this, I can go on and multiple examples. Okay, so this is one device. Imagine tomorrow you're wearing glasses. This same chip can be integrated in your glasses. The same chip can be integrated in your earbuds, and you're just giving the command. So I think that is where the evolution of consumer electronics will move vis-a-vis with AI.
That's very, very interesting and innovative. And I'm sure this new product line which Micromax will bring in will kind of think of, like world has been thinking of, which is the next generation of device.
Sir, this is generic. This is what Global is doing on. If you say Micromax, if there are some press people who kal chap denge Micromax coming with this.
Okay, globally, he's talking of the global
what
trends.
Is going on. Yeah.
Like we heard about the pin that was there and the other devices which are coming in, the rings which are coming in, which are smart assistants. So when an assistant can do so much, and I was reading about, we have Ankush from Levero, and if I was reading about Levero and what all they do, and of course I was connecting to what we heard this morning when ASML CEO was making his presentation and showing how complicated chip manufacturing, how complicated fabs are, how complicated chip design and actually manufacturing is. And when I read about the assistants, the Gen AI assistants, instead of booking food and cabs, what Gen AI assistant does from what Levero does, Lucy, I believe. So the assistant that they do, kind of make the fabs more efficient, they increase your yield. So I was very intrigued with regard to how does it work? Like how do you do an assistant at a fab level, which itself is so very complicated? So why don't you share something about that, Ankush?
Sure. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So good question. I think if you look at the semiconductor manufacturing process, compared to the other industries, is one of the most complex processes. In 40 years I've been in this business, you know, when I started, it costed about $300 million to build a fab. Today you'll be lucky if you can buy one ASML tool for $300 million, right? So what's the point? These tools are so expensive and so critical that it's important that these tools keep running and don't have faults, don't have downtime. And how do you monitor that? The only way is to use AI to make it predictive. So AI is changing the face of the semiconductor manufacturing, where it's taking it from reactive to proactive. Imagine if a software can tell you, Gen AI software, which we make from Lavoro, and we have partner companies like Minds.ai and others who are augmenting other applications, will tell you that your tool is going to fail in this many minutes, and this part in this tool is going to fail. So you can proactively plan what to do next. So this is huge because this leads to productivity. Now remember, every chip that is being manufactured is already pre-sold, right? So if you lose one chip, one die on a wafer has multiple dies, you're losing money. And AI is now able to help where we can proactively detect that failure happening before it happens. The other aspect of what Lavoro is doing and a lot of our partners are doing in the AI world is that we are using like AI-powered vision. It can look at nanoparticles which a human eye cannot detect. These are physical particles that sit on top of the chips that can fail a chip because of contamination. So imagine we detect those using AI because AI has the power to look at geometries which are at nano level, three-dimensionally, and inform the operator that this die is like needle in the ocean. We talk about haystack, we're talking about an ocean, and it detects it for you. The other thing is, one of the biggest vulnerabilities that we have in semiconductor is, in the West, we talk about semiconductor workforce is an aging industry, right? It never attracted a lot of new talent. It went to Facebook, it went to FinTech, because they were more appealing, more fun. However, how do you complement that? And the way you do that is by having AI which can fill in the gap. Plus, you know, it was very encouraging to see the students who are working on these initiatives in India. Imagine a student comes in, looks into a fab, a very intimidating environment. You got rows of these tools running, right? And imagine if one of these engineers is by the tool and the tool fails. What's he going to do? It's a panic. He's going to call his senior and say, what do I do? Imagine what we do is now, with Gen AI, we are studying the behavior of the tool. We are understanding what causes the failure. So if the failure happens, it gives a notation saying failure in 1, 2, 6, 7. The operator, who's rookie, who's new, who's junior, can just ask, what do I do? Why did it fail? And it'll prompt him, what is this failure? What to do with it? It'll give him 4 options. One of the options could be call your senior. One could be, oh, by the way, the same failure happened in Malaysia on the same tool and it was fixed this way. However, for this tool, we understand it's this reason. So Gen AI is being used to enhance the productivity, overall efficiency of the fabs. Now, India has a big advantage. We talk about India started late in this legacy, but however, you learn from our mistakes in the West, right? You are having tools which can really leapfrog. Like Abhishekji mentioned, leapfrogging is amazing, where now you're able to get ahead of the game. Products like what we have, products like Minds that help you to channel your wafers to the right tool because they know which tool will do a better job versus another tool that'll fail. and the wafer won't get processed. This is all being empowered by AI. And you'll see more of it. Now we take it one step forward, agentic AI. What agentic AI is doing is, now it's like a human brain that is taking very little input from the user. And it's coming up with its own answers based on the wealth of knowledge that exists out there in the documentations, past experience, tool health, BKMs, which is best known methods, failure rates, and it predicts way ahead of time that before you start this process, this can happen. Now, what does that do to a common factory? Overall efficiency, right? And given that we have such a workforce challenge, it fills in the gap. Now, one thing I want to say, AI does not replace jobs. It augments jobs. 30% of the work done in the factories is repetitive. It is not very innovative work. AI can take care of that. So you got 30% more productivity that an engineer can do in innovative work. So that's the power of what AI would do.
Thank you, Ankush. I really like that, the role of AI in enhancing productivity, efficiency, and the thing that AI will not take away jobs. And what I heard in a conference some time back is that AI doesn't take away jobs. People with AI skills take away people with jobs of people without AI skills. That's why skilling and becomes very, very important. So that brings me to like we have heard about how how Levoro is leveraging AI for improving efficiency in fab design with their agentic AI models and the applications. So would like to come to you back for this round, Sanjay. Do you, in AMD, in your own design or manufacturing or own specs, which are the areas in which you are using AI for your own operations internally?
So within our company AMD, we believe very significantly in AI, the power of AI, not just to use our chips, but also design of our chips. Okay. So there are multiple aspects where we are using AI. Okay. For example, we are making use of EDA tools, the commercially available EDA tools, which have AI capabilities. And I see Jaswinder here nodding, right? So most of these EDA tools with AI capabilities are able to give us around 3 to 5% improvement in power PPA area, right? Power performance and area. Now 3 to 5% may not seem like a lot, but those who work in this industry, they know that 3 to 5% is after every every drop of juice has already been squeezed. Okay. And this is just on the PPA, right? But then there's also a huge time saving, right? When you use these kind of tools. So this is one aspect. Second aspect is when you write that test. So in semiconductor design, there's a lot of time spent on the verification. So creation of test vectors, right? So that's again an area where AI can be used very extreme, or is being used, not can be used, is being used. And then you run lots of vectors, you see also lots of failures. And then you have to spend a lot of time analyzing which of these failures are because of the same common region, which of these failures are because of different regions. Once again, AI can be used significantly to cluster. And we are also using AI in copilot mode to generate the HDL code, the RTL code, the Verilog and VHDL. So there are these multiple areas where people are using AI for us, right? And then a lot of support functions which will use AI anyways, right? So the code design and testing we use here, right? Okay.
That's interesting. Like a company which is helping others use AI is also using AI internally for their own operations and for their own efficiency and usage. So Sanjay ji, the other Sanjay from NetWeb, what about you? You also do a lot of manufacturing, a lot of quality checks, a lot of operations. Are you also, apart from building servers so that others can use AI, are you also using AI internally for your own efficiency operations in any ways?
Yes, definitely, actually, for sure, because basically NetWeb has been on the forefront of the AI actually. Since we are building servers, we have a lot of customers who are using AI, so we have specialized teams so as to help them to scale up their operations. They come from various domains, from scientific domain, from basically enterprise domain, so we do that. Other than that, for our internal consumption, we use lot of AI in our manufacturing process. We have a state-of-art manufacturing facility so as to reducing the defects, and to basically in the design procedure, we are using a lot of AI tools. In basically even on the sales processes also, like bid identification, RFP generation. So a lot of places we use AI, and basically we have completely very effective teams who use effective use of GPUs so as to basically understand the customer's application and to really help them so that they can use their application on AI and adopt more and more basically compute servers, which helps our business.
Great, thank you. In fact, that's really interesting, the use case of AI. So if I come to the similar question to you, Rahul, Micromax, your manufacturing, your whole thing, you think you are also leveraging AI or technology for doing innovation or reducing costs for the products that you manufacture?
So, sir, I will throw some light on another aspect of, because as Micromax is only known for phones, but now not we are into phones, we're into manufacturing and also into semiconductors. So there's this company called MiFi, which is a joint venture between Micromax and Phison from Taiwan, where we do firmware designing in India and manufacturing. And this brings to the question of your energy consumption, that everybody's talking about energy consumption on AI. What exactly is going to happen? So I'm just going to, put on the, just lay over some facts out here. See, each and every model is not going to be 405 tokens or, billion tokens or 700 billion tokens. So if we see about in terms of computing, we all talk about GPUs, and you also mentioned about number of GPUs that we need for all calculations, that we have so much of GPUs, or we require so much of GPUs. But as I said, every model is not a 405 billion tokens. 50 to 60% of the models in the globe will be around, from 20, 30, 40, 80, 90 billion tokens, right? This is where the majority is going to happen. Now, do we require these many GPUs to train these models? The answer is no. Why can't we leverage the power of CPU itself and start training these models? Now the question is, do we have enough memory to train? Because you have to load it. So in MiFi, we have developed this product called AI Adaptive, wherein it's a sort of a specialized memory. When you insert it into a server, it offloads all the data from your CPU or GPU onto this memory. And there's a middleware software which tells that the GPU or CPU that this memory also belongs to you. So everything comes here, gets processed, and then you get the result. What it does is it reduces the requirement. For example, if you have to run a 405 billion tokens, you will require some 80 to 100 GPUs to run that, to train that. If you use AI Adaptive, it will reduce the requirement by 1/10. In 2 servers, you put 2 ATU servers, you'll be able to train that model. So that is one in terms of reducing the cost. So that not only reduce the cost, it also reduces the cost of energy, also brings the scalability. This also dovetails into my, my second question, that why do we need only GPUs? As I said, that to train the smaller models, you don't require these big GPUs. 10 billion tokens, 20, 30, 40. So for, let's say, and coming back to the question of energy, one CPU, let's say, takes 300 watt, and one GPU takes the power of 1000 watts. So, right, Gen 5. So if you're using, let's say, one CPU, you can take easily by using this technology, you can use, you can train around 8 to 10 billion tokens. You use, two CPUs. You can train, a model of 25 billion to 30 billion tokens. You can use quad CPUs, and you can train 80 to 90 billion tokens. And also you can do concurrency. This means if I put this, system in a college, 8 to 9 kids can run, 10 billion tokens each, and with concurrency, and can run their models. So I think that is where the technology is moving, and we will be able to reduce the cost of not only the servers, also the energy. And we have just recently published a white paper on this, along with Intel. So I think this is where it's going.
Yeah, great thoughts. In fact, limiting energy consumption, ensuring that whatever AI infrastructure that we are building is sustainable is a key objective. So Ankush, your tool does bring in lots of efficiency and operations in fab manufacturing. Are you also looking at leveraging technology to improve? How do you improve the yield of fabs? How do you reduce the energy consumption? Are you also working in this direction of reducing the energy consumption that's required in fabs and other computing infrastructure?
Good point. So, you know, I do want to say one thing to what you said. It was a great talk, if I may. That is, you know, it's funny how if you have a manual screwdriver and then we buy a power tool, a power screwdriver, even to put a small nail, we have a tendency to use the power screwdriver. However, it's not necessary. So that was the point about using the access GPU power. Coming back to the power footprint, AI has a kind of a carbon footprint. Now, it's a vicious circle. If you look at it, AI is something that helps you to make chips. But chips are needed to run AI, right? So in order to use high-power AI, like the ones you use, GPUs, and there are some coming down the road called TPUs, tensile processing units that will show up soon, are using a lot of energy. And that, of course, calls for how do you manage the power. On one hand, we are trying to make the world green. Then we land up abusing AI. Even a small report we write, we want to run it through the ChatGPT to make it better. And next thing you know, what you had was better than that. Coming back to the manufacturing side, the only way to preserve power and the footprint is making machines more efficient and manufacturing process more efficient. Now, how do you do that? By AI, we are able to make manufacturing predictive, okay? We make sure that the repetitive functions are reduced. One of the biggest hogs, I don't want to get too technical about semiconductor process, but there's something called as metrology. Metrology is where you do things to test. It's almost like when you go to the doctor. The metrology is when they check your blood pressure, they check your temperature. These are metrological things. Even the wafers go through that. So much time is spent on metrology that it takes too much power. With AI, we can make this into virtual metrology, where you can reduce a lot of steps in the whole manufacturing process, which can reduce power. And the other thing is we reduce the cycle time. If you look at EDA design, right, normally it takes about 18 to 24 months for one design cycle. Even AMD, Intel, you know, NVIDIA, that's how long it takes to make a chip. With AI, if you reduce the cycle time of designing a chip and make the manufacturing process complement that flow, we can reduce it by over 30%. Our products have been proven to reduce, and again, this is not to talk about how great our products are. Products like AI-driven, ours and similar to ours out there, are able to show how you can reduce efficiency. Because with Gen AI and agentic AI, you could do predictive models, which will tell you that you don't need to do these 6 steps because you're okay. Like the doctor says, oh, no need to go through an X-ray. You're fine. There's a model, right? So that's how we are really working towards reducing the power footprint. And AI is going to play a major role. However, if AI is abused, it's going to run through and create another carbon footprint. So there is a social obligation on how we use it. Now, how do you know how to use? It'll come with time. We'll all get educated, right? Like at homes, you have smart homes now. You leave a room, the light goes off. Similar things will happen with AI, where AI will tell you, you don't need this. Those things are coming, but more towards manufacturing. So that's really how we see that working the ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you for, yeah.
Shri, since
yes.
energy is an important topic, right? So I thought I'll also probably address
you to dwell on
okay,
how
sorry.
you are handling the energy issue.
Right? So a lot of, we read in newspapers how several hyperscalers are entering into exclusive agreement with power producers, power generation stations for powering their hyperscale data center, right? We at AMD are taking another approach to solving the energy problem. First of all, the energy consumption, carbon footprint is a real genuine problem. Okay. we believe that we can reduce the energy footprint by a factor of 30x or so. Okay. And we are looking at solving the energy problem through as a multi-dimensional problem. It's not a single solution, right? We have to look at the architecture, we have to look at the advancement in packaging technology, we have to look at the software stack, and also the application, right? Each element has to contribute its bit. So I'll give only 2-3 examples. Earlier in the packaging session also, Mr. Venkata had mentioned about reducing the distance that the bits have to travel, right? So some of you who have assembled PCs in our earlier days, right, they would know of something called DIMM. DIMM used to be a memory module seated next to the CPU, right? From there, the packaging technology has moved to, say, currently, which we are using in AMD is dielectric bond with copper. So that creates the pitch density which is 60 times higher than DIMM style, okay? Which means the memories can sit right next to the compute, okay? So the bits have to travel much lesser distance. So that saves not only power, but it also increases the efficiency or the correctness of the data. So that's on the packaging side. On the compute architecture, we have something called AI engine. And the architecture for that uses very large instruction word. Very large instruction word means the operand and the opcode will be fetched in a single instruction. Okay. So you are reducing the number of memory fetches also. We have incorporated this very large instruction word in this architecture into our Ryzen AI series CPUs, and we also included this into what we call as AI Edge Gen Series 2. Okay, these are adaptable devices. So this is an example of architecture, right? Another example of architecture is using that earlier dielectric bond with copper mechanism. In our GPUs, the MI300 series GPUs, we have put 1.5 terabytes of memory right next to the compute. Okay, 1.5 terabytes of memory right next to the compute. So this allows us to train up to models with up to say 70 billion parameters onto a single GPU, right? All these are elements or ways through which we are trying to reduce the power consumption, right? And plus we are also working with some of the open source, open standard things like OpenAI, Tensor, PyTorch, etc., so that the software and the hardware can be optimized together, right? We look at their code regularly, run it on our regressions, so that on day one we come up with an optimized hardware which is optimized for the most popular software architectures.
And sir, just to add, to control all the losses between your memory and your CPU and GPU, you will require retimer and redrivers. So we are designing them out here in India. So anytime you need, please let us know.
Yes,
that's great.
One more thing I'll also like to add. Basically for us also, with primarily manufacturing systems, cooling is the basic challenge whenever we are designing any kind of a GPU cluster or a AI infrastructure. So basically, I think more and more semicon companies will have to evolve so as to basically reduce the power consumption. The power consumption is increasing. We are using liquid cooling. We are using various means so as to do it. We have designed specific software which particularly basically uses the amount of GPU you are trying to use. Basically, it reduces the capacity of that so that basically you consume less power. But ultimately, definitely the power consumption is increasing. And today, I think the major problem with the data centers is basically the power consumption of the server, of the GPUs basically which is coming up. So I think there needs to be a lot of innovation primarily so as to reduce the power consumption by the silicon companies as well.
Yeah, but there I think when I talk to data center companies, they point to another challenge that they have. Because normally all power projects are long gestation period. Normally the power purchase agreements are 30-year contracts, and the data center companies have to sign a longer contract with them for committing to buy a certain basic minimum number of energy from them. And if semiconductor companies innovate as they are required to, and they should, and if their power consumption goes down, then what happens to the extra power purchase agreement that they have signed? They will have to pay for it. So it's a very complex problem which involves multiple stakeholders, the issues of energy, the issues of the objectives of power companies, data center companies, and also semiconductor companies. So that brings us to the last section of the panel, and we've been having very interesting discussions. We've addressed how energy issues become very critical when we are looking at AI. What other issues you think I will ask Rahul, as we move towards more super intelligence, as we are moving towards AGI, what are the other issues, the concerns, or maybe should there be a requirement for limiting the extent to which we should develop AI, or should we allow a super intelligence to come in, allowing more and more energy consumption? What are the other risks that you see with the way the technology is developing?
So rather than seeing the risk, I see more opportunities here. As I said, opportunities in terms of, as he was mentioning that right now they're using, to control their processes, to enhance their processes, everything is, is being used in AI. For example, yesterday only I was thinking, we run factories to manufacture mobile phones for most of the brands here. And how do I bring in AI to increase the efficiency of that? Because, let's say in one plant, there are, let's say, 10,000 people working in and producing 24/7. How do we bring in AI to increase the efficiency, like what you have implemented? Similarly, I think in every industry, this will move on. You take, in medical industry, you will take into, let's say in pharma, in actually every industry, this will go in. Certainly guardrails have to be built up, which we were discussing about. That will happen country to country. But the opportunities is, as is enormous. And also, I think India specifically has a massive, massive chance. As I said, every model is not going to be 400 or 700 billion tokens. Start building models which are 10 billion tokens, 20 billion tokens, because 60 to 70% globally, these are the models which are going to work. And I think, and for that, we do not need massive, massive infrastructure. With all these technologies coming from AMDs and Intels of the world and all these, latest technologies coming up, I think we'll be able to run these models. So that presents enormous opportunity in that front.
Great. Opportunities more than risks. Same question to you, Ankush. You think there are any risks that one should be concerned on? Like, for example, your Gen AI assistant, which helps in fab design, the Lucy. Do you think there's a risk of Lucy going rogue and designing a chip that may cause some harm to the humanity and all? Do you think that risk is there, or you have guardrails to cover that kind of risk?
Well, in the case of semiconductor, it's not like the open internet, right? It's not like the data is, see, how does LLM work, right? It goes and scans over the data. Our industry is very boutique. We are keeping our data very private. So the information that we run on is fed by the experts. There is no rogue nation putting data in it. So in a way, our challenge is to make Lucy smarter, right? And that's why one of the reasons why cloud computing is not yet to be implemented in fabs because of IP reasons. Imagine if NVIDIA design leaks out from TSMC, oh God, that'll be national crisis, right? So we are a very contained industry, and the same will apply even in India because of IP reasons, right? So, however, AI could get ahead of us, right? Because you did talk about neural nets and other things, where the AI could take over a thinking process which is completely orthogonal to where it needs to go. So the guardrails have to be put in. We have to audit the algorithms. We have to ensure that the algorithms the large language models are properly contained on what the objectives are rather than unleashing it. So there is risk of that, right? The most safest thing is human. A human handling something uses the third dimension, right? Whereas robots or others don't have that. There'll be a time before that happens. So guardrails will be there, limits will be drawn, and we have to trust but validate, right? AI is validated. Nobody can ever say, AI told me, so I'm doing it. We all validate. There'll come a time where we will trust it, but I think we are far from it. So even in the semiconductor process, when it detects yield loss, the experts take a sample look at it. They don't blindly say, go for it. So that's really how I feel. So guardrails will be put on every automation that exists out there.
That's interesting. So, what's your take? Do you think human in the loop is the answer to the risks?
So human in the loop is absolutely necessary, at least at the current stage. Okay. We were talking earlier about us using AI in our company. There's an incident which has happened when somebody had written a code just for fun, for a multiplier, okay, and then gave it to AI tool to create a power efficient version of multiplier, right? AI tool confidently gave a power efficient version of that multiplier, except that it won't multiply, okay. So at least at this stage when AI tools are known to hallucinate, for all the incidents about how AI tools could diagnose a disease which 17 doctors could not, there are many more incidents where AI diagnosis should be wrong. Okay, you try to tell I have a pain in my finger, it will come with bone cancer to start with, okay, which may not necessarily be the case. The other point you mentioned was about AGI, right? Artificial General Intelligence. So many people talk about AGI, how far are we and so on. So I thought I'll mention about one incident. This is a real incident, okay. I think in the month of February, China had a marathon run, okay. And they allowed humanoids to participate, okay. And anybody who was a serious player in AI world was keenly watching the results of that, right? Because humanoid participating. 28 humanoids participated in that marathon run. Okay, that itself was an achievement that 28 humanoids participated. The rules were different for humanoids. Humanoids had relaxed rule compared to human runners. Okay. Guess how many humanoids completed that marathon run? Forget what rank did they get, right? 0. 0. So that tells where we are in terms of AGI. Okay. It may be a reality, but in future, not necessarily at least now.
Want to add anything there?
Yeah, so definitely what I personally feel is that basically, definitely there are places and challenges which AI can really throw up. So I feel there are two things which needed in the India context. One is that basically MIT will have to create a regulatory mechanism or maybe a regulator kind of thing which will not be easy actually for them to do, but I think it will have to happen in that way, that keeps a close watch and passes regulations and laws so as to basically control it. Because some control is needed actually, and only MIT can control it. Currently you see what happened to the gaming thing, which basically MIT took that step. I think it's a very, very bold step which MIT took, and basically I think in the same way, basically primarily even for the AI also, I think they will have to create a regulatory mechanism which will be needed. And the same way, education of basically the AI consumers needs to be saved. Like you gave an example for medicine and all those kind of things, wrong diagnosis and all. So basically education, like we do education for other things, we have to educate the consumers what to believe, what not to believe, and the regulatory mechanism. I think these two ways we should devise that will help us, but basically AI will grow and AI will stay.
Opportunities, human in the loop, regulatory mechanism for allowing to benefits of the thing, that's what we have heard. We'll just, like the last few minutes, so what I will do is that to each one of you, I will just ask very briefly, one word or one sentence, what is one use case of AI that you like to see in the next few years?
Sir, I was the first one to tell the use case that, you know, with
that
this.
you said, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think if you get your personal assistant, and as I said, it is not far. Multiple companies are working on something like this, but it is going to be very interesting to see once that comes. You will, you know, keep your assistant in your pocket.
How many years you give it for that?
I'm saying, sir, this year it will come.
This year itself? Great.
And we have not many months left.
Yes.
So globally, companies are working on something. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Ankush.
Nothing is more important than humans on the planet. To me, AI's best contribution would be that AI predicts how our health should be. What is it that we should be doing to be healthy and be more sane, be more productive? That to me is the number one thing that I would like to see coming to it.
Great. What would you, Sanjay?
I am an out-and-out techie person, and within that also responsible for verification, okay. So my thought process doesn't go beyond that, okay. Today when we use AI for clustering of failures, we are happy at around 70% accuracy, okay. I'd want that to increase to 100% accuracy, and that will improve it will cause significant productivity improvement for me and my team.
100% accuracy, that's great. Lodaji?
Yeah, so basically I would like to give a very broad statement here. Actually, India became the software powerhouse of the world. I think this is an opportunity for India to become the AI factory of the world, because I don't think there can be anything better employment generator than AI actually. And the government's move towards AI mission and such initiatives is really a move on the right direction. I think this can be the real the employment generator and income generator for the people. So basically that should really help.
That's great. India to become the AI factory for the world. India to provide the assistance that Rahul mentioned about. India to provide tools which can give us better health that Ankush mentioned about, and India to provide tools that can help us in 100% verification. So that's the call for action for all of you who are from the startup community or research community. With that, we come to this end of this panel that we had. Great insights. Thank you all of you for giving your time and sharing your ideas and thoughts here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We would like to thank Shri Abhishek Singh Ji for moderating the session, and also thank you very much for the esteemed panelists, Mr. Sanjay Churiwala, Mr. Rahul Sharma, and of course, Mr. Ankush Oberoi. And in addition, we also had Rahul Sharma, yes, indeed, and Sanjay Lodha also. Thank you very much, sir. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of deliberations of day one. Hope you all had a great day. But do not forget, we still have 2 more days to go, and they will come get more insights into what Government of India is doing to provide benefits towards semiconductor and making a powerhouse here. So thank you very much, and all of you have a wonderful evening. And after that, please reach back to your destination safely and securely. So until we see you tomorrow, it's take care, namaskar, and bye-bye.